In 1876, on the treacherous slopes of Sassafras Mountain, a posse of lawmen stood in stunned silence. Below them, sprawled across the narrow trail, lay their leader, Deputy U.S. Marshal Alfred Duckworth. The crisp mountain air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a second, more bitter smell, the lingering ghost of spent black powder. There was no sign of the attackers. They had melted back into the impenetrable wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling stillness of the forest and a federal officer lying dead on the ground. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a crime of passion. This was an execution, an act of open defiance against the full authority of the United States government. The question that echoed through the Blue Ridge hollows was as cold as the mountain stream. Who would dare do this? Who commanded these mountains with such loyalty and fear that they could ambush and kill a federal lawman and then simply vanish? Today, we will become detectives of the past, hunting for the truth behind the man who pulled that trigger, a man who became a legend. His name was Lewis Redmond. To understand the gunshot that killed Alfred Duckworth, you have to understand the world that loaded the rifle. This was Appalachia in the years after the Civil War, a land scarred and broken. The conflict had ripped families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and left a deep, simmering resentment for the federal government that now ruled from afar. Here, in the misty coves and steep hollows of the Blue Ridge, Washington, D.C. felt like a foreign country, and its laws felt like the decrees of an occupying army. Survival was a daily battle fought against thin, rocky soil. A man could break his back farming corn, but the crop itself was almost worthless. It was too heavy, too bulky to haul over treacherous mountain paths to distant markets. But that same corn, put through the copper coils of a still, could be transformed. It became liquid gold, whiskey. A gallon of liquor was portable, profitable, and it was the only real currency many families had. For them, moonshining wasn't a crime. It was an act of economic survival, as essential as planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall. Into this world came the Internal Revenue Act, a tax levied to pay for the war the mountain people felt they had already paid for in blood. The federal agents, the revenuers, who came to enforce this tax, were seen as nothing more than thieves with badges. They came to smash the stills, to seize the only livelihood these families had, and to drag men off to faraway jails. They were invaders, pure and simple, and in the mountains, invaders are met with resistance. This was the world that forged Lewis Redmond. Born around 1855, he was, by all accounts, a man who seemed destined to lead. He was described as tall and handsome, with a sharp intelligence and piercing blue eyes that held your gaze. There was a charisma about him that drew people in, a quiet confidence that made them trust him. He wasn't a brutish outlaw born of malice. He was a son of the mountains. After his father died, the duty of providing for his mother and siblings fell to him. With farming offering little more than starvation, he turned to the family trade, the one skill that could put food on the table and keep the cabin warm: blockading. He stepped into the shadows of the forest, not as a criminal seeking riches, but as a protector, a provider, taking on a role that would soon force him into a war against the United States itself. His world, and the lives of those who enforced the law, was about to change forever. When the last echo of gunfire faded from Sassafras Mountain, a silence more profound than any sound descended upon the surviving lawmen. It was a heavy, watchful silence, as if the ancient trees and shadowed rocks were passing judgment. The air, thin and cold, was still hazy with the acrid smoke of black powder, a ghostly shroud hanging over the scene. The posse, men hardened by mountain life, cautiously emerged from their cover, their eyes scanning the dense rhododendron thickets above them. There was no movement, no sound of a fleeing enemy. There was only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the sight of Alfred Duckworth lying still upon the trail he would never leave. They approached the scene with a grim purpose. Duckworth had fallen forward, his life bleeding out into the unforgiving mountain soil. His own revolver was clutched in his hand, a single chamber spent, a testament to a man who died fighting. But it was a futile gesture. The ambush had been perfect. The killers had chosen their ground with a soldier's eye, firing from the high ridge, concealed by a dense wall of mountain laurel. It was a classic guerrilla tactic, designed for maximum devastation with minimum risk. The attackers had held all the cards. The ground told a fractured story. The lawmen could see the scuffed earth where their own posse had taken cover, but the attackers' tracks were faint, almost non-existent. There were several sets of them, melting away from the ridge not toward any known path, but straight into the tangled vertical wilderness where a posse on horseback could never follow. It was the work of ghosts who knew every rock and ravine, every hidden game trail and secret passage through the mountains. They hadn't just escaped, they had been swallowed by the landscape itself. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. How many shooters were there? How did they know the precise route the posse would take? This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully laid trap, sprung with deadly precision. It spoke of an intelligence network, of spies and lookouts hidden in the scattered mountain cabins. A cold realization settled over the men as they stood over their fallen leader. They weren't just fighting distillers, they were fighting an army. And in the heart of that army, there had to be a general. In the hushed whispers of the posse, a single name began to surface, a name that was already becoming a legend: Louis Redmond. For the federal government, there was no whodunit. In the halls of power and in the offices of the U.S. Marshals, the question wasn't who gave the order, but where is Louis Redmond? The ambush on Sassafras Mountain was not seen as a random act of violence by desperate men. It was seen as a message, a personal declaration of war sent directly from the king of the moonshiners himself. Duckworth's posse was climbing that specific trail for one reason: to dismantle Redmond's operation and bring him in. The attack was the answer. The vendetta wasn't between two men who had shared a past of personal slights or insults. It was far deeper than that. It was a feud between two opposing worlds. Alfred Duckworth represented the law, order, and the unyielding authority of a distant government. Louis Redmond represented the unwritten code of the mountains: self-reliance, defiance, and a fierce, almost primal protection of one's own people and one's own land. Every still Redmond built was an act of rebellion. Every gallon of untaxed whiskey he sold was a blow against the federal treasury. Duckworth's arrival on that mountain was the government's hand reaching into Redmond's kingdom, and Redmond, in their eyes, had chopped that hand off at the wrist. Whispers immediately began to snake through the mountain communities, but they weren't the whispers of fearful informants. They were whispers of awe, of a grim and grudging respect. Everyone knew this was Redmond's territory. Everyone knew of his organizational skills, his network of spies, and his utter fearlessness. The precision of the ambush, the ghost-like disappearance of the shooters, it all bore his signature. He was the only man with the audacity and the resources to orchestrate such a bold attack against a federal officer. The law saw it the same way. The evidence was overwhelming, even if it was circumstantial. The attack took place at a known Redmond stronghold. The target was a lawman sent to arrest him. The motive was self-preservation and the defense of a criminal empire. For the U.S. Marshals, all other possibilities were irrelevant. Louis Redmond was no longer just a tax-evading blockader. He was now suspect number one in the murder of a federal agent. A massive bounty was placed on his head, and his name was plastered on wanted posters from Georgia to Washington, D.C. The game of cat and mouse was over. The manhunt had begun. While the federal marshals saw a clear line from Louis Redmond's rifle to Alfred Duckworth's heart, a more insidious suspicion began to fester among the lawmen themselves. Redmond was cunning, yes, and he knew the mountains like the back of his hand. But the ambush on Sassafras Mountain was too perfect. It hinted at something more than just good scouting. It smelled of betrayal. The posse's route was supposed to have been a closely guarded secret. How could Redmond have known their exact path and timing, setting up a flawless killing ground? The chilling answer had to be that someone was talking. Suspicion turned inward, casting a dark shadow over the very men sworn to uphold the law. This second suspect wasn't a single person, but a phantom, a traitor hidden within their own ranks, or in the seemingly respectable towns at the foot of the mountains. Was it a local deputy sheriff, resentful of the federal revenuers and secretly on Redmond's payroll? Was it a town merchant who profited from the moonshine trade, passing along gossip and patrol schedules in exchange for protection or a share of the profits? The motive here wasn't a personal feud, but something far more corrosive. For some, it might have been simple greed. A sack of Redmond's silver was more tangible and persuasive than a federal salary. For others, it was a matter of kinship. In the tight-knit clans of Appalachia, blood was often thicker than the law, and a cousin's loyalty could easily outweigh an oath to a distant government. And for a few, it may have been a matter of principle. They saw Redmond as the lesser of two evils, a local boy defending his home against an intrusive, tyrannical power. Suddenly, past events were seen in a new, sinister light. A casual question from a store clerk about the posse's supplies no longer seemed so innocent. A local guide's insistence on a particular trail, once seen as expert advice, now looked like a deliberate misdirection into a trap. The federal marshals realized they weren't just fighting an outlaw in the wilderness. They were fighting an invisible network of sympathizers and informants, a fifth column that had infiltrated their world. Redmond's greatest weapon wasn't his rifle. It was the loyalty he commanded, a loyalty that could turn a trusted neighbor into a deadly enemy. But there was a third, colder theory, one whispered not in the mountains, but in the cynical backrooms of power. This theory painted both Redmond and Duckworth as pawns in a much larger, more ruthless game. The suspect in this version wasn't a man at all, but the cold, calculating political will of a nation still healing from civil war. To the federal government in Washington, the defiant Appalachian moonshiners were more than just tax cheats. They were a symbol of lingering rebellion, a festering pocket of the old Confederacy that refused to be broken. The motive here was not justice, it was subjugation. The paltry sum of the whiskey tax was almost irrelevant. The true goal was to crush the independent spirit of the mountain people, to make an example of them and demonstrate the absolute, unchallengeable power of the federal government. To achieve this, they needed a catalyst. They needed a public outrage, a reason to send in troops and impose a martial authority that simple tax evasion could never justify. They needed a martyr. According to this dark possibility, Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth wasn't just sent on a dangerous mission, he was sent as bait. The increasingly aggressive tactics of the revenuers, their raids becoming more frequent and more violent, seemed designed to provoke a response. They were kicking a hornet's nest, hoping to get stung. The death of a federal officer would be the perfect pretext. It would galvanize public opinion, painting the mountain people as savage killers and giving Washington the moral high ground to launch a full-scale campaign to pacify the region once and for all. This external force created a climate of escalating fear and inevitable conflict. It squeezed the mountain communities, leaving men like Redmond with no room to maneuver. They were being pushed into a corner where a violent reaction was the only one left. In this chilling scenario, the shot that killed Alfred Duckworth was not just fired by Lewis Redmond. It was aimed and guided by an unseen hand 1,000 miles away, a hand that saw one dead marshal as a small price to pay for the taming of a rebellious frontier. In the wake of Duckworth's death, a firestorm of federal fury descended upon the Blue Ridge. An army of U.S. Marshals, deputies, and grim-faced bounty hunters poured into the mountains, convinced that the sheer weight of their numbers would crush Redmond's rebellion. They believed his capture was inevitable, a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. They were about to learn a harsh lesson about the land and the man they were hunting. The Blue Ridge Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. The posses, many of them flatlanders unused to the vertical terrain, found themselves fighting a war on two fronts, one against Redmond and another against the wilderness itself. They were tormented by knife-edge ridges, choked by rhododendron hells so thick a man had to crawl on his belly, and soaked by sudden bone-chilling mountain rains. Their horses went lame on the rocky paths, their supplies dwindled, and their confidence eroded with every fruitless mile. The mountains were Redmond's fortress, and every tree and stone was a soldier in his army. Redmond, for his part, played them like a fiddle. He was a master of misdirection. A whisper from a farmer's wife about a man matching his description heading east would send a posse on a 3-day trek into a dead-end gorge, while Redmond was actually miles away to the west. He left deliberate, misleading tracks, only to double back and watch his pursuers from a high ridge, invisible. Tales began to trickle down from the mountains of him, walking brazenly through a town disguised as an old preacher, gathering supplies and information right under the noses of the lawmen who were searching for him. The most famous of these failures became a legend in itself. Acting on a tip, a large posse of marshals surrounded a small, isolated cabin deep in Transylvania County where Redmond was said to be cornered. For hours, they laid in wait, a perfect trap. As dawn broke, they stormed the cabin, ready for a bloody shootout. They found only a cold hearth and an open back window. He had slipped through their grasp yet again. Locals would later swear he'd climbed right up the wide stone chimney and disappeared into the night like smoke. The truth was likely simpler, but the legend was far more powerful. With every failed raid and every evaporated lead, the marshals' frustration curdled into a cold, hard anger. They were being humiliated, outsmarted at every turn by a backwoods distiller. This growing desperation made the lawmen dangerous, their questions more pointed, their methods more aggressive. But their pressure didn't break the mountain people's resolve. It only drove them deeper into a protective silence, reinforcing the invisible wall that protected their king. The manhunt wasn't catching a man, it was creating a myth. As the manhunt dragged on, the U.S. Marshals slammed into a barrier far more formidable than any mountain ridge. It was a wall of silence, built of fear, kinship, and generations of deep-seated distrust. When they rode up to isolated cabins to ask questions, they were met with blank stares, lowered eyes, and a frustrating, impenetrable chorus of, "I don't know nothing." Doors that were once open to strangers were now bolted shut. The friendly mountain folk had turned inward, their faces becoming as hard and unreadable as the granite cliffs around them. This was the unspoken code of the mountains, an omerta as binding as any blood oath. To speak to a revenuer, to offer even the smallest piece of information, was to commit the ultimate sin, betrayal of your own people. The reasons were twofold. First, there was the very real fear of retribution. Lewis Redmond was not just a hero. He was the law in these parts. His network was everywhere, and a loose tongue could cost a man his livelihood, his home, or even his life. Old Martha, who claimed she saw a rider pass her cabin the night Duckworth was killed, found her barn burned to the ground a week later. After that, no one dared speak a word. But it was more than just fear. It was a profound and unwavering loyalty to their way of life and to the man who had become its greatest defender. In their eyes, the federal government was the true criminal, the outside force that sought to starve their families and destroy their traditions. Helping the marshals was seen as siding with the enemy. A man's cousin, even a law-breaking one, was still his cousin. A neighbor who shared his corn was more of a brother than any uniformed stranger from Washington. Redmond wasn't an outlaw hiding among them. He was one of them, being protected by them. The psychological toll was immense, both on the hunters and the hunted. The marshals, consumed by frustration, began to see every man, woman, and child as a potential conspirator. Their presence became more oppressive, their methods harsher, which only served to reinforce the community's silence. The mountains became a closed world, a fortress of collective will. This wall of silence was the bedrock of Redmond's kingdom. It was the reason he could move like a ghost, because for the law, he was surrounded by 1,000 invisible accomplices who saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing at all. For 5 long years, the manhunt had grown cold, freezing into a kind of permanent, low-grade war. Lewis Redmond had transcended from a man into a living folk tale, a ghost who haunted the Blue Ridge. The federal marshals, weary and frustrated, maintained their presence, but the active chase had become a grim stalemate. The wall of silence held firm, and it seemed Redmond would rule his mountain kingdom until he died of old age, a free man. But time, the great betrayer, was working against him in ways no posse ever could. The turning point wasn't a clever piece of detective work or a long-lost letter found in a dusty attic. It was the slow, insidious erosion of two pillars that held up Redmond's world: his own health and the loyalty of his men. The endless running, the cold nights sleeping on damp ground, and the constant stress had taken their toll. Redmond, the invincible warrior, was being weakened by a cough that wouldn't quit, a fever that stole his strength. It was likely consumption, the white plague, and it was a foe he couldn't outrun or outshoot. At the same time, the massive bounty on his head had grown from a mere offer into a legend of its own. It was a life-changing sum of money, enough to buy the biggest farm in the valley, enough to leave the mountains forever and live like a king. For years, the code of loyalty held firm. But as Redmond grew weaker, his aura of invincibility began to fade. The temptation of the reward, a constant whisper in the ears of his followers, grew louder. Then in 1881, the forgotten clue finally surfaced. It wasn't an object, it was a man. An associate, seeing his leader wasting away and enticed by the promise of a fortune, finally broke. He walked out of the mountains and into the world of the law, seeking out U.S. Marshal R.M. Bob Love. He offered not rumors or speculation, but hard facts. The precise location of a cabin where Redmond lay, too sick to fight, too weak to run. For Marshal Love, after years of chasing shadows and lies, this felt different. This felt like the truth. A sudden, electrifying urgency coursed through the federal ranks. The stalemate was broken. The hunt was on again, and this time, it would be the last. Marshal R.M. Bob Love didn't take a large posse. He knew a big, noisy group of men would be spotted a mile away. Instead, he chose a few trusted deputies, men who could move through the woods as silently as the shadows themselves. Guided by the informant, they traveled through the night, fording cold streams and climbing steep ridges, their every step measured and quiet. The air was thick with a tension that had been building for 5 years. This was it. Either they would find the ghost of the Blue Ridge, or they would walk into another one of his elaborate traps. There would be no in-between. As the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the informant pointed to a small, unassuming cabin tucked into a secluded cove. It was no fortress. There were no armed guards, no fortified walls. It was just a simple, lonely shack, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its stone chimney. The legend of Redmond's fortress died right there in the grey morning light, replaced by the vulnerable reality of a hunter's hideout. The men fanned out, surrounding the cabin with rifles raised, their hearts pounding in the silent woods. Marshal Love stepped onto the porch, his own weapon held steady, and kicked the door. The door swung inward with a groan, but there was no thunderous volley of gunfire, there was no defiant war cry. The man who stood in the dim light of the cabin was not the devil they had hunted, not the supernatural marksman of the ballads. He was a spectre. Lewis Redmond was pale and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped, his famous piercing blue eyes clouded with fever. He was leaning against a table for support, and a violent cough racked his body. The silver-inlaid rifle, his legendary companion, was propped in a corner, just out of reach. The 5-year war had ended not with a bang, but with a wheeze. And so, the great mystery was finally solved. It was him. Lewis Redmond, the king of the moonshiners, was the man responsible. The informant's testimony, combined with Redmond's own defiant silence, confirmed what the law had always believed. He was the commander who gave the order on Sassafras Mountain, the general of the invisible army that had protected him for so long. All the red herrings, the false trails, and the whispers of conspiracy burned away in that moment, leaving only the stark truth of the man standing before them. But the unmasking also revealed his true motive, which was far more complex than that of a simple killer. He had not orchestrated Duckworth's death for money or out of personal malice. It was an act of sovereignty. In his mind, he was a king defending his territory, a leader protecting his people from an invading force. It was a desperate, violent act of defiance against a world that was closing in on him and the way of life he represented. The federal government would call it murder, but in the unwritten laws of the mountains, it was war. And Lewis Redmond, now a captured, broken man, was its most famous soldier. Let us now travel back in time, not as historians, but as silent witnesses. Let us stand on that steep, narrow trail on Sassafras Mountain in 1876. The air is cool and thin. Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth leads his men upward, their boots crunching on fallen leaves and loose stone. They move with the caution of experienced lawmen, their eyes scanning the dense, almost claustrophobic walls of mountain laurel on either side. The forest is quiet, unnaturally so. It feels as though the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting. Then, the world tore open. It began not with a warning shout, but with a single, shattering crack of a rifle from the high ridge above. Before the echo could even register, it was answered by a dozen more. A deafening roar of gunfire erupted from the unseen enemy, a sound so sudden and violent it seemed to strip the leaves from the trees. Angry orange blossoms of muzzle flash bloomed and vanished within the dark green thickets, spitting death down upon the trail. For the men in the posse, the world dissolved into pure, terrifying chaos. They dove for cover behind rocks and fallen logs, the air around them alive with the angry buzz of lead. They heard the sharp splintering of bark as bullets slammed into the trees around them, inches from their heads. They returned fire, but their shots were blind, aimed at ghosts they could not see. They were caught in a perfect killing ground, a turkey shoot, and they were the prey. Through the smoke and confusion, one of the deputies saw it happen. He saw Marshal Duckworth standing his ground, raising his revolver to fire back at the invisible foe. Then the marshal grunted, a sharp sound of surprise, as if he'd been shoved hard from behind by an invisible hand. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his body suddenly limp. His hat flew from his head and tumbled down the path, and then he collapsed, face down into the dirt he had come to claim in the name of the law. And as quickly as it began, it was over. The thunderous volley ceased. A ringing silence rushed back in to fill the void, a silence made heavier by the lingering smell of sulfur and the sight of the unmoving form on the trail. The surviving lawmen, hearts hammering against their ribs, slowly rose from their cover, their rifles still pointed at the empty ridge. There were no victory cries from above. There was no sound of men crashing through the underbrush in retreat. There was nothing. Lewis Redmond's men had fired their volley, and then, like the morning mist, they had simply vanished back into the heart of the mountains. They left behind no bodies, no clues, only a dead federal officer and a chilling message. This was not a battle, it was a verdict, handed down from the high ridge by the king of the moonshiners. The trial of Lewis Redmond was a national spectacle. He was no longer in his kingdom of misty hollows and laurel thickets, but in a cage of polished wood and federal law. The courtroom was packed to the rafters every day. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago squeezed onto the benches, eager to get a look at the infamous king of the moonshiners. Local folk stood in the back, silent and watchful, their faces a mixture of awe and sorrow. This wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning between 2 Americas, the wild, defiant mountains and the ordered, unyielding nation-state. In the center of it all sat Lewis Redmond. He was a shadow of the mountain ghost the law had chased for 5 years. The sickness had ravaged him, leaving him pale and thin, his body racked by coughing fits that echoed in the silent courtroom. Yet, he was not entirely broken. He faced the proceedings with a quiet, stoic dignity. His blue eyes, though clouded by illness, still held a spark of unyielding pride. He offered no dramatic outbursts, no pleas for mercy. He showed no remorse, only a weary acceptance of his fate. He was a captured general, not a repentant criminal, and he faced his enemies with the silent defiance of a man who still believed his war was just. The prosecution painted a picture of a ruthless crime lord, a cold-blooded killer who had murdered a federal officer in the execution of his duty. They presented him as the mastermind of a vast criminal enterprise that had terrorized the region and defied the laws of the United States. His defense, in turn, tried to tell the story of a man forged by poverty and oppression, a protector of his people who was forced into a corner by a tyrannical government. They argued that he was a product of his time and place, a man living by a different code. But in a federal courtroom, the Code of the Mountains was not an admissible defense. The evidence was overwhelming, the outcome almost a foregone conclusion. The jury's deliberation was short. The verdict, when it came, was delivered to a hushed and expectant room. Guilty on all counts, including the murder of Alfred Duckworth. The sentence was severe. 10 years in a federal prison in Albany, New York. The words fell like stones, a death sentence for a man of the mountains. To be caged in a northern city, far from the sight of the Blue Ridge, was a fate worse than a hangman's noose. For the government, it was a triumphant victory, the final closing of a chapter of rebellion. Justice had been served. But for the thousands of people who had followed his story, who saw him not as a killer, but as a folk hero, it was a tragedy. The king had been dethroned, and the verdict sparked a controversy that would echo far beyond the courthouse walls, asking a question that still hangs in the Appalachian air. Whose justice was it, really? The guilty verdict and prison sentence were not the final chapter, but the beginning of a strange and winding epilogue that forever altered the lives of everyone touched by the saga. For Louis Redmond, the cold stone walls of a New York penitentiary were a slow execution. The mountain air that had sustained him was replaced by the damp, disease-ridden chill of a cell. His health, already fragile, collapsed completely. The invincible king of the moonshiners was wasting away, a dying man thousands of miles from home. But the legend he had so carefully crafted in the mountains now became his salvation. The sympathetic newspaper stories, the public outcry, and the petitions signed by thousands of people created a groundswell of support. Politicians, sensing a popular cause, began to lobby on his behalf. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer seen as a cop killer, but as a romantic figure, a symbol of a vanishing frontier spirit, and a man who would surely die in prison. In a stunning and politically calculated act of mercy, President Chester A. Arthur granted Louis Redmond a full pardon in 1884. He returned to the dark corner of South Carolina not as a conquering hero, but as a ghost of his former self. His health was shattered, his spirit seemingly broken. The world he had fought for was already disappearing, replaced by railroads and a more pervasive rule of law. He gave up moonshining, the fire of his rebellion extinguished, and tried to live a quiet life as a farmer. He was a king without a kingdom, a legend who had outlived his own myth. The lives of those who had hunted him were also forever changed. Marshal Bob Love, the man who finally captured him, became a celebrated figure in law enforcement, his name forever linked with the taming of the infamous moonshiner. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The manhunt had consumed years of his life and exposed the deep, unbridgeable chasm between the mountain people and the federal law he represented. And what of the man who betrayed him? History does not record his name for good reason. He collected his bounty, a fortune in silver, but in doing so, he became a pariah. He was a Judas in a land that valued loyalty above all else. He was forced to leave the mountains, forever looking over his shoulder, a man who had sold his soul and could never go home again. Their fates, from the president in the White House to the nameless informant, were now all intertwined, strands in a single, complex story of justice, betrayal, and a war fought in the shadows of the Blue Ridge. Lewis Redmond, the man, died in 1894, a shadow of his former self. He was buried in a small, unmarked grave in the dark corner of South Carolina, a quiet end for a man whose life had been a thunderclap. But while the man faded back into the mountain soil, his story refused to lie down and die with him. It lived on, becoming more potent and more romantic with each passing year, an echo that has never truly faded from these hills. You can go there today. You can drive the winding roads of Transylvania County or hike the steep trails of Sassafras Mountain. You can stand in the very places where Redmond ruled, where revenuers hunted, and where Alfred Duckworth drew his last breath. The landscape itself is the most enduring monument to his story. There is no grand stone marking his final resting place, no plaque commemorating his deeds. There is only a patch of earth, and the whispers that still cling to the rhododendron thickets and the high, lonely ridges. The mountains that protected him in life now guard his memory in death. His true memorial is not carved in stone, but in folklore. Around fires and on front porches, his name is still spoken with a mixture of reverence and excitement. They'll tell you he was a Robin Hood who stole from the government to feed the poor. They'll tell you he could shoot the buttons off a man's coat at 100 yards as a friendly warning. His legend has been sung into the memory of the mountains, carried on the strings of a fiddle in old ballads that tell of the brave outlaw who waged a war for his people. The world might forget the specifics of the Internal Revenue Act, but it remembers the story of a man who refused to bow. Lewis Redmond became more than a moonshiner. He became a symbol of the fierce, independent, and defiant spirit of Appalachia. His story has been etched into the landscape and the very soul of its people. And though the official records may lie gathering dust in some distant archive, the Blue Ridge remembers. The mountains always remember. So we return to the question that hung in the air on Sassafras Mountain amidst the lingering smoke of black powder. Who would dare to kill a federal marshal? The simple answer, the one written in the court records, is Lewis Redmond. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is far more complex. The trigger was pulled not just by a man, but by an entire world, by a culture under siege. Redmond was simply the hand that held the rifle, the focal point of a generation of anger, pride, and a desperate will to survive on one's own terms. This is a story that teaches us how legends are forged. They are rarely born from pure goodness, but from the fiery collision of law and need, of history and memory. Lewis Redmond was a criminal. He was a tax evader, a distiller of illegal liquor, and ultimately responsible for a man's death. That is the truth written in law books. But he was also a provider, a protector, and a symbol of defiance against a power that his people saw as unjust and oppressive. That is the truth written in the hearts of the mountain folk. A man can be a villain in a courtroom and a saint in a ballad. And in the case of Lewis Redmond, he was undeniably both. His story is a testament to the enduring, unconquerable spirit of these mountains, a spirit that values loyalty over law and kinship over government. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of official history, there are other, deeper stories that belong to the people who live and die on the land. And as long as the mist still clings to the Blue Ridge Coves, his story will be one of them. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. In the coal-dusted hollows of eastern Kentucky, whispers followed Luana Mooney like a cold mountain fog. Death was her constant companion. One husband died in a fiery car crash. Another, from a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide. A lover was consumed by a house fire that left her miraculously unscathed. Was she the unluckiest woman in all of Appalachia, cursed by some dark mountain hex? Or was the simple, tired-looking woman a calculating predator, collecting insurance policies like funeral bouquets? Today, we separate the chilling facts from the folk legend to uncover the truth behind the woman they called the Black Widow. To understand the darkness that followed, you first have to understand the world that Luana and her first husband, Jim Muncie, inhabited in the early 1970s. Pike County, Kentucky, was a land of stark contrasts. Breathtaking mountains, ancient and stoic, cradled valleys choked with the grit of the coal industry. The air itself seemed heavy, a mix of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present metallic tang of the mines. Life here was carved out of the rock, and it was just as unyielding. Jim Muncie was a product of this world, an ordinary man, which in Pike County meant he was extraordinarily tough. He likely spent his days deep in the earth, his face permanently smudged with coal dust, his hands calloused and strong. He was the kind of man who worked without complaint, because complaining didn't pay the bills or put food on the table. His dreams were probably simple: a steady paycheck, a warm house, and seeing his children grow up with a little more opportunity than he had. He was the backbone of Appalachia, the silent, hard-working man upon which everything was built. In this life, Luana was the quintessential miner's wife. From the outside, she fit the mold perfectly. She kept a home, raised a family, and bore the quiet anxieties that came with loving a man who worked in one of the most dangerous professions on earth. Neighbors saw a plain, unassuming woman, her face etched with the same weary resignation as so many others in the holler. She was part of the community, another soul bound to the rhythm of the mine whistle and the slow turning of the seasons. But the hollers are more than just collections of houses. They are intricate webs of observation. Nothing goes unseen. Every family's struggle, every hushed argument, every small joy is noted and filed away in the collective memory of the community. People survived by leaning on each other, but that closeness meant there were no secrets. The community was a safety net, but it could also be a cage where everyone knew your past and watched your future. And beneath the surface of this hardscrabble existence, a dangerous current flowed. In a world where a man's life was a daily gamble against collapsing rock and failing equipment, death was never a stranger. It was a practical matter. Life insurance wasn't an abstract financial tool. It was often the only legacy a man could leave his family, the one final payday earned with his very life. And for a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of problems to be solved, this grim reality held a terrible, hidden logic. Little did anyone know, Luana Mooney wasn't just living in this world, she was studying it. After Jim Muncie's car plunged into that ravine, the initial reaction in the holler was exactly what you'd expect, a wave of genuine, heartfelt sympathy. Casseroles appeared on Luana's doorstep. Neighbors offered to watch the children. The church ladies spoke in hushed, sorrowful tones about the poor widow. In Appalachia, community is the bedrock of survival, and when one of their own falls, everyone feels the tremor. Luana played the part of the grieving widow well, her face a mask of quiet devastation. But memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night, and observation is a finely honed skill. The first whispers weren't accusations, they were just questions. A few of the older men who'd known Jim his whole life scratched their beards and wondered aloud how a man who knew those treacherous roads like the back of his hand could have made such a fatal mistake. The talk was quiet, confined to front porches after sundown, but it was there. Then came the matter of the insurance. No one begrudged a widow her due, but the speed with which Luana settled the claim raised an eyebrow or two. It seemed too efficient, too businesslike for a woman supposedly crippled by grief. The most potent silence came from the Muncie clan itself. Families in these parts are fiercely loyal, woven together by blood and shared hardship. They closed ranks, supporting Jim's children, but a subtle coldness was directed at their mother. Perhaps they remembered old arguments over money, or the way Luana seemed to pull Jim away from his kin. They never said a word against her publicly. That wasn't the way, but their support felt obligatory, their embraces lacking warmth. They watched her, their gazes heavy with an unspoken history that only they knew. This fertile ground of quiet doubt was all it took for rumors to take root and grow like kudzu. Whispers began to slither through the community, each retelling adding a new, darker detail. I heard they were fighting something awful the night before the crash, someone might say at the general store. Heard he was talking about leaving her, another might add. There was no proof, no evidence for any of it. But in a place where gossip travels faster than a telephone call, truth and speculation soon became hopelessly entangled. The sympathy began to curdle into suspicion. Every word was another dry twig laid carefully at Luana's doorstep, just waiting for a spark. A few years passed, and the quiet murmurs about Jim Muncey's death might have faded into the background hum of mountain life. But Luana made a move so audacious it snapped the community to attention. She found comfort, and then a new husband, in the arms of Norman Muncey, her late husband's cousin. In a place where bloodlines are sacred and certain boundaries are never crossed, this union was a scandal. It felt wrong, a violation of memory and respect that sent a jolt through the Muncey clan and the entire holler. Norman, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadow he was stepping into. He was a man clearly smitten and perhaps a little naive. He started talking, bragging to his buddies over a beer after a long shift. He told them how Luana had taken out a new life insurance policy on him, a policy for a sum that was staggering by Pike County standards. He'd laugh it off, saying, "She just loves me so much, she's terrified of losing me." To his friends, hearing those words, a cold dread began to settle in. It sounded less like a term of endearment and more like a valuation. Then came the day the laughing stopped. Norman Muncey was found dead in their trailer. The official report delivered a verdict that was clinical, simple, and to everyone who lived there, utterly unbelievable. Suicide. A single gunshot wound. But the official story crumbled the second it hit the grapevine. The rumor, spreading like wildfire from the first person who saw the body to the last person in the county, was that the wound wasn't where a man could put it himself. The old-timers in Pikeville shook their heads, their faces grim. "A man don't shoot himself in the back of the head," they'd say, their voices low and certain. This was the point of no return. The death of Jim Muncey had been a question mark. The death of Norman Muncey was an exclamation point. The community's unspoken verdict was delivered. Luana was no longer just an unlucky widow. She was something else, something to be feared. The whispers about a curse were replaced by a chilling certainty of something far more human and far more sinister. The law might have closed the case, but in the court of mountain opinion, the first drops of blood had stained Luana Mooney's hands, and the stain was never going to wash out. By the time Luana took up with Curtis Copley, the cloud of suspicion around her had grown dark and heavy. They lived together in a dilapidated house on the edge of town, a place that seemed to sag under the weight of its own decay. It was the kind of house that old-timers would say had a misery about it, where the floorboards groaned with untold stories and the windows looked out like vacant eyes. For Curtis, it was just a place to live. For Luana, it was a stage for her next and most terrifying act. On the afternoon before the fire, a neighbor saw something strange. Luana was making trips from the house to an old shed out back, carrying boxes and bundles wrapped in blankets. The neighbor didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe she was just cleaning out some old junk. But the image stuck in her mind. The methodical way Luana moved, her face a blank, unreadable mask. It wasn't the hurried work of spring cleaning. It was the careful, deliberate action of someone salvaging valuables from a sinking ship. That night, the house didn't just catch fire, it exploded. One moment, there was the quiet dark of the holler. The next, a roar as the old, dry wood surrendered to the flames. The house went up like a paper lantern soaked in kerosene, tearing a furious orange hole in the night sky. Windows burst, sending showers of glass into the yard. The heat was so intense it buckled the tin roof, which peeled back with a scream of tortured metal. It wasn't just a fire, it was an erasure, And then came the figure running down the dirt road, a woman in a nightgown, her silhouette framed against the inferno. It was Luana, her voice a piercing shriek, crying for help, for someone to save Curtis. She was the picture of terror and desperation, collapsing into the arms of the first neighbors to arrive, her body racked with sobs. She told a frantic story of waking up to smoke and heat, of barely managing to jump from a window as the floor gave way behind her. A miraculous escape. When the volunteer fire truck finally arrived, there was nothing they could do but watch the structure collapse in on itself, hissing and spitting into a smoldering pile of black bones. They poured water on the glowing embers, the steam rising into the night like departing ghosts. It took hours for the scene to cool enough for them to search the ruins. Inside, amidst the charred timbers and ash, they found what was left of Curtis Copley. He was discovered in the remains of his bed, a blackened shape that was barely recognizable as human. The question hung in the smoky air, unspoken, but felt by everyone there. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he even try to get out? The fire had been a monster, but it hadn't been silent. Yet Curtis had never moved. The whispers that followed were no longer whispers. They were spoken aloud, in tones of dread and certainty. People remembered the boxes Luana had moved. They replayed her frantic performance on the road, and it now seemed hollow, rehearsed. The talk of the evil eye returned, the legend of the woman who brought death to any man who shared her bed. Luana Mooney was no longer just a woman followed by tragedy. She was the tragedy itself, a walking, breathing folktale of Appalachian horror. The sun rose on a black, jagged wound in the heart of the holler. Where Curtis Copley's house had stood was now just a steaming skeletal ruin. The smell of wet ash and finality clung to the morning air. Investigators, what few the county had, poked through the debris, their faces grim. They found the remains of a wood stove, some twisted bed springs, and the charred remnants of a simple life. The fire had been too hot, too complete. It had consumed everything, including any shred of concrete evidence. The official explanation, when it came, was a shrug of the shoulders in paper form. Faulty wiring, perhaps. A stray ember from the stove. In a land of old wooden houses and overworked wiring, it was a plausible and convenient conclusion. It was ruled a tragic accident. Case closed. The system, lacking the tools or the will to dig deeper, moved on. Luana Mooney collected another insurance payment, a modest sum for a house and a life that had been reduced to cinders. In the days that followed, Luana played her role to perfection. She was the shattered survivor, the woman haunted by loss, her voice a fragile whisper. But those watching her saw something else. They saw that her grief was a garment she put on in the morning and took off at night. Her eyes, when she thought no one was looking, were not filled with sorrow, but with a cold, clear focus. She was a woman with a plan, and the ashes of her old life were simply the foundation for her next one. The community rendered a different verdict. The whispers were over. Now there was a wall of silence. When Luana walked into the general store, conversations would cease. Mothers would pull their children a little closer. Men who might have once offered a polite nod now stared straight through her, their faces hard as granite. The silent shunning was a form of mountain justice, a way of casting someone out without ever laying a hand on them. She had become a ghost in her own town, a living pariah. She was now more legend than person. The Black Widow of Pikeville was a name spoken in hushed tones, a story told to frighten restless children and warn young men. She was the embodiment of the darkness that could hide behind a plain face, a boogeyman born from their own community. The fear was palpable. Who would be next? What man would be foolish enough to get tangled in her web? It seemed impossible, and yet, in the desperate poverty of Appalachia, there was always someone willing to take a gamble, someone who believed they could outsmart the devil herself. Michael Adkins didn't die. Wounded and bleeding, fueled by a primal will to live, he stumbled through the dark woods, every rustle of leaves sounding like his executioner returning. He finally collapsed on the doorstep of a remote house, his plea for help a ragged gasp. That desperate cry for help was the shot that finally broke the silence, the one that the law could not ignore. It reached the ears of Pike County Sheriff Charles Fuzzy Kesey, a man who had been carrying the weight of Luana's story for years. For Kesey, the rumors were more than just holler gossip. They were a series of ghosts he couldn't lay to rest. Michael Adkins, alive and talking, was the proof he had been waiting for. The hunt began immediately, but it wasn't for Luana. Kesey was smarter than that. He knew Luana was a fortress, her walls built of lies and feigned innocence. The weak point, the unlocked gate, was the hired help, Danny Lee Ross. Deputies found him easily. He wasn't a hardened criminal hiding in some mountain cave. He was a scared young man, haunted by what he had done, and he folded the moment the law cornered him. There was no fight left in him, only the sickening weight of his conscience. They brought Ross back to the sheriff's office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and impending justice. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, away from Luana's influence, the dam of his fear finally burst. The story came pouring out in a torrent of guilt and terror. He told them everything. He described the cold, methodical way Luana had laid out the plan, her voice calm as she discussed the best way to kill her husband. He talked about the promise of money, a sum that must have seemed like a fortune to a young man with no prospects. He recounted the botched ambush, the look in Michael Adkins's eyes, and his own panicked flight. With every word Ross spoke, the web of rumor and myth that had protected Luana for a decade was being systematically dismantled and replaced by a cold, hard chain of evidence. Sheriff Kesey now had a confession, a motive, and a living victim. The ghosts of Norman Muncie and Curtis Copley and Jim Muncie now had a voice. The posse had been formed, not of men with rifles, but of sworn statements and legal warrants. The hunt for the Black Widow was finally on. The arrest itself was eerily quiet. There were no sirens, no dramatic showdown. The deputies pulled up to her small house, the place where she must have felt untouchable. They found her there, the picture of simple domesticity. But when she saw Sheriff Kesey at her door for the first time, a flicker of something other than grief or innocence crossed her face. It was the cold, flat look of a predator that knows it has been trapped. There was no struggle, no denial, no tears. She listened impassively as they read the charges, her hands held out for the cuffs as if she were merely accepting a package. As the cold steel clicked shut around her wrists, a silence fell over the holler. The hunt was over. The Black Widow was in a cage. The trial of Luana Mooney wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was an Appalachian spectacle. The old Pikeville courthouse, a building that had seen its share of feuds and moonshine cases, became the epicenter of the county's universe. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters with people from every surrounding holler. They came not just to see justice done, but to get a look at the woman who had haunted their imaginations for over a decade. Armed deputies lined the walls, their presence a testament to the tension that crackled in the thick, un-air-conditioned room. This was more than a trial. It was a reckoning. The prosecution, led by a lawyer who understood the mountain psyche, methodically built their case, brick by damning brick. They laid out the timeline of death and profit. First Jim Muncie, then the insurance check, then Norman Muncie and a larger check, then Curtis Copley and another payout. Finally, the attempt on Michael Adkins. They painted a portrait of a ruthless predator who used men not for love or companionship, but as disposable assets in a long-term financial plan. With Danny Lee Ross's trembling confession and Michael Adkins's harrowing testimony from the stand, the prosecution locked the cage door. The defense attorneys had an impossible task. They couldn't deny the Adkins plot, so they tried to shift the blame, portraying Luana as a simple, uneducated woman who was the victim of a cruel fate and the manipulations of others. They attacked Ross's character, painting him as a liar, trying to save his own skin by implicating a poor, unfortunate widow. They tried to create a fog of reasonable doubt, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. Throughout it all, Luana Mooney sat at the defense table, a small, still figure at the center of the storm. She showed no fear, no remorse, no emotion at all. While witnesses described her cold-blooded plans and men recounted their near-death experiences, she just watched, her face a placid mask. Her silence was more chilling than any confession. It was the unnerving calm of someone who believed she was above the judgment of ordinary men. She was not a cornered animal. She was a queen observing a tedious, predictable ceremony. After the closing arguments, the jury filed out, and a heavy silence descended on the courtroom. The wait wasn't long. When they returned, the foreman, a stern-faced coal miner, wouldn't look at Luana. He handed the paper to the clerk, whose voice cut through the tension. On the charge of conspiracy to murder Michael Adkins, guilty. On the charge of murdering Norman Muncie, guilty. A collective breath was released in the room, not a cheer, but a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and finality. Luana Mooney was sentenced to life in prison, the law of men finally catching up to her. But was it truly justice? The court had spoken on two of her victims. The ghosts of Jim Muncie and Curtis Copley, however, remained in the legal shadows, their deaths officially ruled accidents. The law had delivered its precise, limited verdict. But the people of the mountains, who had watched and whispered for years, knew the full, terrible score. The Black Widow was caged, but the question would always linger in the hollows. Had the system truly delivered justice, or had it just closed the book on the final bloody chapter? Luana Mooney's story didn't end with the sound of a gavel. She was transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, where she lived out the rest of her days in the sterile silence of a prison cell. For over 2 decades, she remained a cipher. She never confessed, never offered an apology, never gave any insight into the darkness that had driven her. She died in 2005, a quiet, anonymous end for a woman who had caused so much chaos. She took her secrets with her to a prison grave, leaving behind only a legacy of death and unanswered questions. The echoes of her life, however, still ripple through Pike County. Michael Adkins, the man who survived, became a reluctant legend. He was forever known as the one who got away, a living testament to Luana's evil and the one loose thread that unraveled her entire murderous tapestry. Her own children were also victims, forever branded by their mother's sins. Her son Danny, a pawn in her final failed plot, paid for his loyalty with a prison sentence of his own, his life irrevocably broken by the woman who should have protected him. The physical scars on the landscape have faded, but they haven't vanished. The old courthouse still stands in the center of Pikeville, and people will still point to its windows and say, "That's where they finally convicted the Black Widow." The treacherous mountain road where Jim Muncie died still claims cars in the winter ice. And if you ask the right old-timer, they can still show you the overgrown, empty patch of land where a house once burned to the ground, a place that feels colder than the surrounding woods, even on a summer day. But the most indelible trace Luana left behind is her name. In the hollows of eastern Kentucky, Luana Mooney is more than just a name. It's a cautionary tale, a piece of modern folklore. It's a shorthand for a heartless woman, a boogeyman used to warn men about who they trust. Her name has been woven into the very fabric of the place, a dark thread in a rich tapestry of mountain history. And in the old cemeteries, you can still find the weathered tombstones of her husbands, silent stone markers in a story of greed and murder. They stand as quiet, irrefutable proof that even though most of the world has forgotten, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning. Was Luana Mooney a woman cursed by fate, or was she a cold-blooded predator hiding in plain sight? The evidence leaves no room for doubt. There was no mountain hex, no evil eye. The curse was her own calculated greed, a chilling emptiness where a human heart should have been. But the more unsettling question is the one that has no easy answer. Was she born a monster, or was she forged in the crushing poverty of the coal fields? In a world where a man's life was often valued at little more than his next paycheck, perhaps she simply saw her husband's as another dark seam to be mined for profit. The story of the Black Widow of Pikeville is more than just a chilling true crime tale. It is a profoundly Appalachian story about the darkness that can fester behind a quiet, unassuming facade. It's a testament to the fact that for a full decade, the only justice her victims received was in the whispers of the community. The holler knew. The law needed a confession and a survivor, but the people, with their long memories and watchful eyes, had passed their verdict years earlier. It serves as a stark reminder that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in the shadows of the deep woods. They sit on the front porch, they shop at the same store, and they know your name. This is a story of cruelty, yes, but it is also a story about the resilience of a place and its people. It's a story that has been absorbed by the very mountains that witnessed it all. A cautionary tale that will be told as long as there are campfires to gather around and cold nights to whisper in. The names on the tombstones will fade, but the echo of Luana Mooney's reign of terror serves as a permanent warning. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine 10,000 American coal miners, rifles in hand, marching to wage war in the mountains of West Virginia. They faced a private army armed with machine guns and even airplanes that dropped makeshift bombs from the sky. This wasn't a riot. This was the largest armed uprising in United States history since the Civil War. The question that hangs in the air, thick as coal dust, is why? What could push thousands of ordinary men to the absolute breaking point to aim their guns not at a foreign enemy, but at their own countrymen? The official story is one of labor unrest. But those who lived it knew the truth. It was a war for the very soul of a man. Before the valleys echoed with the rattle of machine guns, there was a different sound. It was the rhythm of a world carved into the ancient mountains of West Virginia, a world of sharp ridges and deep shadowed hollows where the mist clung to the creeks like a shroud. These mountains were a paradox. They were breathtakingly beautiful, a fortress of nature that had long sheltered a proud and independent people. But deep within their rock, they held a treasure that had become a curse: coal. And for the men who mined that coal, the mountains were no longer a sanctuary. They were a cage. A miner's day began and ended in darkness. He would rise before the sun, his wife packing his dinner bucket, and walk to the mine mouth, a black wound in the side of the mountain. He would spend 10, sometimes 12 hours on his hands and knees in a cramped seam of earth, the weight of the whole world pressing down on him. His work was a constant gamble with death from rockfalls, gas explosions, and the slow, suffocating disease of black lung. He did this not for wealth, but for survival, to feed the family waiting for him in a flimsy house he didn't own. That house, you see, belonged to the coal company. So did the church where he prayed, the school his children attended, and the doctor who treated his injuries. Most importantly, the company owned the store. A man wasn't paid in the currency of the United States. He was paid in scrip, a private money printed by his boss, worthless anywhere but the single company store. Prices there were set so high that by the end of the week, his entire wage was swallowed back into the operator's pocket. It was a system of modern-day serfdom, a cradle-to-grave bondage designed to keep a man in perpetual debt. And this kingdom, built on black rock and broken backs, was ruled by force. The coal operators employed private armies of guards, most notoriously the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These weren't security men. They were gun thugs, mercenaries in fine suits who patrolled the coal camps with rifles cradled in their arms. They were there to enforce the company's law. Their job was to crush any whisper of dissent, to beat any man who spoke of organizing, and to evict his family from their home at a moment's notice, dumping their belongings in the muddy street. This was the calm before the storm, not a peaceful calm, but an oppressive one. It was the heavy, watchful silence of a people pushed to the very edge of their endurance. It was a silence filled with unspoken fears, quiet prayers, and a deep, simmering rage. But change was coming, carried on the wind like a distant rumble of thunder. It came in the form of a simple four-letter word, whispered in the dark of the mines and behind closed doors. Union. And that one word was about to set these mountains on fire. To understand the fire in the miners' hearts, you have to dig deeper than a coal seam. You have to go back to the very bedrock of these mountains, to the men who first settled this land. They were Scots-Irish, German, and English pioneers, soldiers who had been paid for their service in the Revolutionary War with land grants. They weren't looking for riches, they were looking for freedom. They carved their homesteads out of the wilderness with an axe and a long rifle, wanting nothing more than a piece of ground to call their own, far from the reach of kings and landlords. Their deed was written in sweat and blood, and their law was self-reliance. But then, the outside world discovered the treasure hidden beneath their feet. The railroad snaked its way up the river valleys, and with it came a new kind of king, industrialists and financiers from New York and Philadelphia. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a vault to be plundered. They came with smooth words and complex legal documents, buying up mineral rights for pennies on the dollar from folks who could barely read or write. It was the greatest swindle in Appalachian history. The descendants of the pioneers who owned the surface of the land suddenly found themselves trespassers on the wealth that lay beneath it. This land already bore the scars of old divisions. West Virginia itself was born from the Civil War, a state torn from a state because its people refused to follow the Confederacy. That conflict had pitted neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother. It had burned into the mountain psyche a deep suspicion of outside authority and a hardened belief that some fights could only be settled at the end of a rifle barrel. A man's loyalty was to his kin and his hollow, not to some distant government or, God forbid, some company from out of state. And so, the stage was set for a new war, a clash not between North and South, but between two irreconcilable worlds. On one side was the mountaineer, a man whose name was his bond, whose pride was rooted in his independence. On the other was the coal operator, a man who saw land as a commodity and people as an expense on a ledger. This wasn't just a fight over wages, it was a fight over a way of life. It was a battle between the spirit of the pioneer and the ghost of the feudal lord, fought on the very land the pioneers had once bled for. In the claustrophobic world of a company town, there were no secrets, only whispers. The mine foreman was the company's eyes and ears, a man who had often worked his way up from the coal face and now stood between his old friends and his new masters. His reports could get a man fired, or worse, blacklisted, a word that struck terror in the hearts of miners. A man on the blacklist was a ghost. His name was circulated to every mine in the region, ensuring he and his family would starve before he ever found work again. Everyone knew a family that had been broken on the anvil of the blacklist. The air itself was thick with suspicion. The company-paid preacher delivered sermons on the sin of discontent, weaving the words of God into a defense of the operator's greed. At the company store, men would gather on the porch after their shifts, their faces still grey with coal dust, but their conversations were guarded. A friendly question from a stranger could be a trap. The Baldwin Felts guards, who seemed to be everywhere at once, would lean against the porch posts, their presence a silent threat, turning men's conversations to weather and trifles. Trust eroded faster than a slate roof in a hailstorm. Old wounds festered just beneath the surface. Men still spoke in hushed tones of the strike at Staniford a few years back, where armed guards had fired into a crowd of miners, killing 6. They remembered the Holly Grove strike, where families had been evicted in the dead of winter, their belongings piled up in the snow. These weren't just stories, they were warnings. They were the ghosts of past failures that haunted every secret union meeting, held deep in the woods by the light of a kerosene lamp. This constant pressure cooker of fear and resentment turned minor slights into major grievances. A dispute over the weight of a coal car, a foreman's insult, a family getting better housing because they were loyal to the company. These were the sparks in the powder room. Rumors spread like wildfire through the camps. The union organizers were branded as Reds and Bolsheviks, foreign agitators sent to destroy the American way of life. In turn, the miners whispered that certain foremen were pocketing money by cheating them at the scales, or that the Baldwin-Felts men were responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a union sympathizer. The community was no longer a community. It was a fractured landscape of loyalties and hatreds. Families were divided, old friendships soured. Every man had to choose a side, even if that choice was silence. But in the West Virginia coalfields, silence was a luxury no one could afford for long. The ground was saturated with gasoline, and everyone was just waiting for the match to fall. That year, the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The summer was long and brutally hot, the air so thick with coal dust and humidity it felt like you were breathing wool. The creeks ran low and warm. Old-timers, sitting on their porches, noted that the birds had gone quiet in the woods, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. On moonless nights, a panther would scream from the high ridges, a sound that folk tradition said was a sure omen of death. It was a cry that slid under a man's door and coiled in the pit of his stomach. A feeling was growing in the hollows, a sense that the fragile peace was rotting from within. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad man or a lawyer in a fancy suit. He was a union organizer, a man who came not with a bang, but like a shadow slipping between the company houses after dark. He didn't speak on street corners. He spoke in hushed, urgent tones around kitchen tables to men whose faces were grim in the lamplight. He spoke of dignity, of fairness, of a brotherhood of miners standing together. His words were more dangerous than dynamite because they planted a seed of hope in ground that had long been barren. His presence was an immediate challenge. The Baldwin-Felts guards, who had always been a threat, now walked with their hands resting on their pistols, their eyes sweeping over the miners with open contempt. The unspoken tension in the camps became a living thing, a coiled snake ready to strike. A miner's wife didn't need to hear the panther's cry to know what was coming. She saw it in her husband's eyes when he came home from a secret meeting deep in the woods. The exhaustion was still there, etched into his face. But something else had replaced the old resignation. It was a hard, cold resolve, a look that told her he had crossed a line in his own heart. She watched him one evening, cleaning his old hunting rifle with a slow, deliberate care he hadn't shown in years. He wasn't getting ready for deer season. In that quiet, domestic moment, she felt a cold certainty settle over her. The world they knew, with all its hardship and its small, fierce joys, was already dead. All that was left was to wait for the sound of the first gunshot. The company's answer came not in words, but in the splintering of doors. The Stone Mountain Coal Company decided to make an example of the Mingo County strikers, and they brought in their favorite instrument of terror, the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. A dozen agents, led by the infamous Albert Felts himself, stepped off the train in Matewan. They were professionals, dressed in sharp city suits that looked alien against the dusty backdrop of the town. Their mission was simple and brutal: throw the striking miners and their families out of their company-owned homes. All day, they moved through the camp, kicking in doors, hauling furniture into the street, and leaving women and children weeping in the rain beside their meager possessions. It was a cold, calculated act of humiliation designed to break the men's spirit. But the operators had made a fatal miscalculation. They hadn't accounted for Sid Hatfield. The sheriff of Matewan was not a company man. He was a local, born and raised in the Hollows, a man the miners saw as one of their own. When he heard what was happening, he walked down to the camp alone. He didn't shout or draw his gun. He simply stood before Albert Felts and his armed thugs and told them that what they were doing was illegal. He informed them that in his town, evictions required a court order, which they did not have. For the first time in their lives, the miners saw a lawman stand up not for the company, but for them. The agents, bristling with arrogance and used to having their way, were stunned. They finished their day's dirty work, but a shadow now hung over them. As they prepared to leave on the 5 o'clock train, they walked through the center of town, their path blocked by Sid Hatfield and the town's mayor, Cable Testament. The entire town seemed to be watching from windows and doorways, a silent, grim-faced jury. Feuds, enraged at being challenged by a hillbilly sheriff, made a fatal error. He produced a warrant for Sid Hatfield's arrest, a flimsy charge cooked up by the company. It was a blatant power play, an attempt to publicly humiliate and remove the one man who stood in their way. Sid Hatfield just looked at the warrant, then looked into Albert Feuds's eyes. He didn't see a lawman. He saw a hired gun trying to impose a foreign tyranny on his home. The mayor declared the warrant was fraudulent. The air grew thick and heavy. Decades of resentment. The memory of every beaten miner, every cheated paycheck, every starving child. It all came to a head in that single supercharged moment on a dusty street in Matewan. The time for talking was over. The insults had been traded, the lines had been drawn. This was the point of no return. It was no longer a dispute over wages or a conflict between a company and its workers. It had become a raw, personal battle between two kinds of law, the cold, corporate law of the gun thug and the fierce, protective law of the mountains. And in the mountains, when a man's honor and his home are threatened, there is only one way to settle the matter. Hands slowly, deliberately, moved towards pistols holstered under coats. The first drops of blood were about to be spilled. No one agrees on who fired first. Maybe it was a nervous agent, maybe a defiant miner hidden in a doorway. In the end, it doesn't matter. A single sharp crack of a pistol shattered the afternoon stillness, and in that instant, the street in Matewan, West Virginia, became a slaughterhouse. That first shot was not an answer, it was a question, and the answer was a deafening, rolling thunder of gunfire from all sides. It wasn't a duel, it was an ambush, a spontaneous volcanic eruption of hate. For the townsfolk peering through their windows, the scene dissolved into a nightmare of smoke and noise. They saw the flash of muzzles, the blur of men dropping behind barrels and ducking into doorways. They saw a man in a fine suit suddenly jerk backward, his hat flying from his head and tumbling into the dust. They saw another man simply crumple, his legs giving way beneath him as if his strings had been cut. The air filled with the screams of men and the hornet swarm of ricocheting bullets. Splinters flew from the doorframes of the hardware store and little puffs of brick dust appeared on the walls of the bank. The chaos lasted less than a minute, but it stretched into an eternity. It was a whirlwind of motion and death, a storm of lead that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air grew thick and heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder, a fog that momentarily obscured the awful tableau on the ground. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The last shot echoed off the buildings and faded, leaving a silence that was more shocking than the noise it replaced. It was a dead, ringing silence, broken only by the low moan of a wounded man. Slowly, the gun smoke began to clear, revealing the terrible price of that single minute. 10 men lay dead or dying on the ground. Among them was the town's mayor, Cable Testament, cut down in the first volley. And scattered around him, like fallen chess pieces, were the bodies of 7 Baldwin Feuds agents. The invincible gun thugs, the company's private army, had been utterly decimated. Albert Feuds, the man who had come to break Matewan, lay dead. His brother Lee lay dead beside him. And from the center of that swirling smoke, one man emerged, seemingly untouched by the hailstorm of bullets. It was Sheriff Sid Hatfield. He stood steady, the pistol still warm in his hand, looking out at the carnage he had unleashed. In the eyes of the miners, he was no longer just a lawman. He was an avenger. He was the man who had faced down the devil and won. It's easy to paint the Baldwin Felts men as monsters, as pure evil stepping off a train. But to truly understand the terror they represented, you have to climb inside their heads for a moment. In his own mind, Albert Felts was not a villain. He was a surgeon, and the Union was a cancer growing in the body of American industry. He saw the miners not as men, but as a problem to be solved. They were ignorant, ungrateful children at best, or dangerous foreign Bolsheviks at worst, incapable of understanding what was good for them. He saw himself as the hand of order, a necessary force protecting property and progress from chaos. The violence he dealt was, in his twisted logic, a form of medicine, harsh but essential for the health of the system. The transformation from professional enforcer to killer happened in the space of a heartbeat on that Matawan street. When Sid Hatfield, a local sheriff with mud on his boots, stood up to him, it wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a profound insult to Felts's entire world. His authority, his reputation, and the very foundation of the company's power were being defied by a man he considered his inferior. In that moment, Hatfield ceased to be a lawman in Felts's eyes. He became a symbol of the rebellion, the head of the snake that had to be cut off. The decision to draw a gun wasn't born from a sudden rage, but from a cold, calculated belief that this was the only language these people understood. It was pest control. But the men who pulled the triggers were not the true architects of this tragedy. Miles away, in comfortable offices in Charleston and Philadelphia, the coal operators who had hired Felts received the news by telegraph. For them, there was no remorse, no pang of conscience for the men who lay dead on both sides. There was only shock and a cold, burning fury. Their primary tool of intimidation, the weapon they had used for years to keep the miners in line, had been shattered. They hadn't just lost a dozen employees, they had lost control. The aftermath in their minds was not a feeling of guilt, but a simple, terrifying calculation. The miners had fought back, and they had won. This could not be allowed to stand. Their response wouldn't be to seek peace, it would be to unleash hell. The beast wasn't dead, it had just been wounded, and a wounded beast is the most dangerous kind of all. The silence that fell over Matawan was heavier than any tombstone. For a long moment, the only movement was the lazy curl of gun smoke in the still afternoon air, and the slow, dark spread of stains on the dusty street. Then, doors creaked open. Faces, pale with shock, peered out. The people of Matawan stepped cautiously from their homes and businesses, drawn to the carnage with a mixture of horror and a grim, unspoken awe. They saw their mayor lying dead, but they also saw the bodies of the Baldwin Felts men, the hated agents who had been the face of their oppression for so long. And in that moment, fear was eclipsed by a fierce, dangerous pride. They had fought back. Sheriff Sid Hatfield didn't stand admiring his work. The adrenaline of the fight was replaced by the cold reality of his duty. He was still the law in Mingo County. He began giving orders, his voice steady, directing men to secure the weapons of the dead agents and to tend to the wounded. For the miners who had fired alongside him, the world had been turned upside down. They were no longer just striking workers. They were killers in the eyes of the state, but heroes in the eyes of their own people. They had crossed a river of blood, and they knew there was no going back. The story of the shootout didn't just spread, it exploded. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. In coal camps up and down the Tug Fork River, the tale was told and retold, growing with each telling. Sid Hatfield's name became a legend overnight, a whispered prayer of defiance. He was the lawman who couldn't be bought, the gunman who couldn't be beaten. He was their David who had slain Goliath. The massacre, intended to break the Union, had instead become its most powerful recruiting tool. Men who had been afraid to even speak the word Union now proudly pinned on the badge of the UMWA. But while the miners celebrated their champion, a different kind of storm was gathering in the state capital. The coal operators, enraged and humiliated, demanded vengeance. The governor declared Mingo County to be in a state of insurrection. State police were dispatched not to keep the peace, but to crush the rebellion. A grand jury, stacked with company loyalists, handed down indictments for murder, not just against Sid Hatfield, but against dozens of miners. The full weight of the law, which had always been a tool of the operators, was about to be brought down like a hammer. The hunt was on. The coal companies plastered the state with wanted posters, offering thousands of dollars for the capture of Sid Hatfield, dead or alive. The surviving Baldwin Felts agents, burning with a desire for revenge, poured back into the region, their badges now giving them the legal authority to kill. The fight was no longer confined to one bloody street in Matewan. It had spilled out into the surrounding hills and hollows. The war for Mingo County had begun. The gunsmoke from Matewan settled not just on the ground, but in the hearts of the people of Mingo County, leaving a residue of fear and suspicion that poisoned everything. The county, already scarred by the conflict, split wide open, the crack running through every church, every store, and every family. The lines were drawn not in the dirt, but in glances across a room. At the company store, loyal company men and strikebreakers shopped in the morning. While union families would wait for the afternoon, the two sides refusing to even breathe the same air. In the saloons, a man's choice of whiskey was less important than the side of the room he chose to drink it on. This was a war fought with whispers as much as with bullets. The company held the power of life and death over the towns. A word from the mine foreman could get a man a better house, an easier job above ground, or it could get him blacklisted forever. Men who had once been friends now looked at each other with distrust, wondering if their neighbor was an informant, trading secrets for a few extra dollars in scrip to feed his hungry children. The pressure was immense, a daily test of loyalty that frayed the very fabric of the community. A suffocating conspiracy of silence descended upon the hollows. When the state police and company lawyers came asking questions about the Matewan shootout, they were met with a wall of amnesia. Men who had watched the whole thing unfold from 20 feet away suddenly remembered they were in another room, or that the sun was in their eyes. This silence was born of both loyalty and terror. They were protecting Sid Hatfield, their hero, but they were also protecting themselves. They knew the Baldwin Felts agency was not gone, merely regrouping, and its agents were now hunting for witnesses as much as for killers. To speak to the law was to paint a target on your own door. Yet, in this darkness, there were small, defiant acts of courage that burned like candles in a storm. A farmer from up the creek, who was not a miner, would leave a sack of potatoes on the porch of a striking family in the dead of night and never speak of it. A doctor's wife would organize the church women to secretly collect clothes and food for the evicted families living in tent colonies. These were not grand gestures, but they were acts of rebellion that carried the risk of ruin, a quiet testament that the company could own the mines, but it couldn't own everyone's soul. And for every act of courage, there was an act of quiet desperation that looked like cowardice. A man with a sick wife and 6 children, who had been a staunch union supporter, took a job as a company guard. His old friends spat on the ground as he passed, calling him a traitor and a scab. They didn't see a villain, they saw a man broken by a terrible choice. Mingo County was no longer a community of neighbors. It was a hunting ground, where every man was both the hunter and the hunted, a place at war not just with the coal company, but with itself. The hunt for Sid Hatfield was not a posse of local men riding for justice. It was a corporate invasion force. The Baldwin Felts Agency, its ranks refilled with hardened men eager to avenge their fallen comrades, descended on Mingo County with the full authority of the state behind them. They were no longer just private guards, they were state-sanctioned manhunters. Backed by the governor, they set up machine gun nests on the hillsides overlooking the miners' tent colonies, their sole purpose to intimidate and terrorize. The coal operators' money flowed freely, paying for guns, ammunition, and a network of spies. A handsome reward was placed on Sid Hatfield's head, a sum that could turn a desperate, hungry man against his own neighbor. But Sid wasn't running. In an incredible act of defiance, he continued to walk the streets of Matewan, serving as its sheriff, a pistol on his hip and a calm certainty in his eyes. He was not a fugitive cowering in the woods. He was a king defending his territory, and the mountains and their people were his fortress. Union miners, many of them skilled hunters and Great War veterans, became his unofficial bodyguards. They set up a sophisticated intelligence network, a grapevine telegraph that passed messages from hollow to hollow faster than any telephone. The arrival of any stranger, the movement of any state police patrol was noted and relayed to Sid within minutes. The hunt became a brutal, low-grade guerrilla war fought in the tangled wilderness. Baldwin Felt's agents, used to city streets, found themselves clumsy and exposed in the dense Appalachian forest. They would march up a creek bed, only to have a single, unseen rifle crack from the ridgeline, sending them diving for cover. The mountains themselves became a weapon against them. The miners, who had known these woods since they were boys, moved like ghosts through the trees, striking and melting away, leaving the agents frustrated, paranoid, and increasingly vicious. The hunters had become the hunted. It became chillingly clear to the coal operators that they could not capture or kill Sid Hatfield in Mingo County. He was too well protected, too loved, and too at home in the terrain. As long as he was there, he was untouchable. They realized that if the mountain wouldn't come to them, they would have to lure him away from the mountain. They shifted their strategy from brute force to legal trickery, using the very system of law they so often ignored. The trap was set. Phony charges, unrelated to the Matewan shootout, were filed against Sid Hatfield and his friend and deputy, Ed Chambers, in Welch, the county seat of neighboring McDowell County. This was enemy territory, a county completely controlled by anti-union operators where the sheriff was a company man. Sid was summoned to stand trial. He was faced with a terrible choice: ignore the summons and become a true fugitive, confirming the operator's claims that he was an outlaw, or walk willingly into a den of wolves, trusting a justice system he knew was corrupt. Believing in his own innocence and perhaps in the power of his own legend, he chose to face the law. On August 1st, 1921, Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, deliberately unarmed to show they came in peace, walked with their wives up the steps of the McDowell County Courthouse. They were not met by deputies with handcuffs. They were met by a group of Baldwin Felt's agents waiting for them at the top of the stairs. The hunt in the shadows was over. The ambush, in the full light of day, was about to begin. There was no trial for Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers. There was only a verdict, delivered by a volley of pistol fire on the courthouse steps. As their wives watched in horror, the Baldwin Felt's agents opened fire. The men never had a chance to speak, to plead, to even raise a hand in their own defense. They were shot down in cold blood, their bodies tumbling down the stone steps of the very building that was meant to represent justice. The assassins, their work done, didn't flee. They calmly turned and surrendered their weapons to the local sheriff, a company man, with the confident smirks of men who knew they were above the law. The trial that followed was not for the murder of Sid Hatfield, but a trial of the system itself. The assassins were charged, of course. A trial was a necessary piece of theater. But the courtroom in Welch was not a house of justice. It was a stage set for a farce. The coal operators' money paid for a team of the state's most cunning lawyers. Witnesses for the prosecution were threatened, their families intimidated into silence. The defense's argument was a breathtaking piece of fiction, that the dozen armed agents had acted in self-defense against two unarmed men who were accompanied by their wives. The atmosphere in the courtroom was thick with menace. Armed company guards stood along the walls, their gazes fixed on the jury box. The jury, made up of men who either worked for the company or lived in fear of it, heard the testimony under a cloud of unspoken threat. The outcome was never in doubt. It was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The verdict came as no surprise to anyone in West Virginia. Every single one of the Baldwin Felt's agents was found not guilty. They walked out of the courtroom free men, their actions legally sanctioned, their message to the miners now crystal clear. There is no law but our law. There is no justice but our justice. The system hadn't just failed, it had actively looked the other way. It had placed its stamp of approval on a cold-blooded assassination. This was the verdict that broke the miners' faith in the law of men. If their hero could be gunned down on the courthouse steps with impunity, what hope was there for any of them? If the courts were just another tool of the operators, then what was left? The answer was simple and terrifying. All that was left was the justice of the mountains. All that was left was war. The assassins of Sid Hatfield did not go to prison. They walked out of the McDowell County Courthouse as free men, and legend says went to a local saloon to celebrate their victory. In the eyes of the law, they were exonerated. But in the eyes of the mountains, they were cursed. Their acquittal bought them their freedom, but it cost them their names. They became ghosts, bogeymen in the stories told to children in the coal camps, a living embodiment of a justice system so broken it could call an execution self-defense. They may have escaped a hangman's noose, but they would forever be hunted by the memory of the man they killed and the hatred of the people who loved him. For the widows of Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, there was no life to rebuild. There was only a duty to bear witness. They returned to Mingo County not as grieving wives, but as living symbols of the ultimate betrayal. Their presence was a constant, silent accusation, a reminder that their husband's blood was still fresh on the courthouse steps. They had seen the law of men, and it was a lie. They had no home to return to, because the idea of a peaceful home had been murdered along with their husbands. The community did not try to move on. You don't move on from an amputation, you learn to live with the wound. The story of the assassination and the farcical trial wasn't buried under a blanket of silence. It became a gospel of rage. The news traveled by telegraph and by word of mouth, a hot cinder landing on the dry forest floor of the miners' patience. In coal camps along the Kanawha River, men heard the news, and a quiet, chilling transformation took place. The talk of strikes and negotiations stopped. The talk turned to rifles. This was the final, unforgivable insult. The system had not only allowed their hero to be murdered, it had applauded the murderers. The miners understood then that they were on their own. If the law would not protect them, they would have to become their own law. If the courts would not give them justice, they would have to take it themselves. There would be no atonement for the killers in this life. There would only be a reckoning. In the days following the verdict, men began to gather. They came out of the mines and down from the hollows, their faces set like stone. They were no longer just miners. They were an army, gathering to deliver a verdict of their own. For decades, the state of West Virginia tried to bury the story of the coal wars. It was treated as a shameful secret, an embarrassment to be scrubbed from the history books. But you can't kill a story like this. It seeps into the ground and comes back up in unexpected ways, a ghost that refuses to rest. The family names, Hatfield, Chaffin, Testament, still echo in those hollows, carrying the weight of that bloody history. But the proudest and most misunderstood legacy is a single word: redneck. Today, it's often used as an insult. But for the men who marched on Blair Mountain, it was a badge of honor taken from the red bandanas they tied around their necks. It meant you were a Union man. It meant you stood up and fought. The physical traces of this war are still there if you know where to look. Go to Welch today, and you can stand on the very courthouse steps where Sid Hatfield was murdered. The stone is worn, but the memory is sharp and cold. In Matewan, the buildings that witnessed the shootout still line the street, silent witnesses to that minute of thunder. You can almost feel the ghosts. But the greatest monument, and the most haunted, is Blair Mountain itself. For years, historians and archaeologists have fought a new battle there, a battle to save the mountain from the very same force the miners fought, the coal companies, who want to destroy it with mountaintop removal mining. And in that fight, the mountain has begun to give up its secrets. Walking those ridges, They found the evidence the state tried to forget. Thousands of spent shell casings from rifles and machine guns, the faint outlines of trenches the miners dug, even the rusted shrapnel from the homemade bombs dropped from the sky. The men who fought there are long dead. Their voices have faded. The state tried to erase their memory from the history books and tell a simpler, cleaner story. But the mountains remember. They hold the rust and the lead deep in their soil. They keep the score. So we come back to the question that started it all, the question that hangs in the gunsmoke of history. Why did 10,000 American men take up arms against their own government? The answer is now clear. It was never just about a few more cents per ton of coal. It wasn't a riot over a paycheck. It was a war for a single simple idea, that a man has a right to stand up straight and that his soul does not belong to the company that owns his house. They marched on Blair Mountain because every other avenue of justice had been slammed shut in their faces. The ballot box was stuffed. The courts were bought. The lawmen were assassins. When the system itself becomes the weapon of the oppressor, the last and most terrible resort is the rifle. This is a story of brutality, of corporate greed so profound it saw human beings as nothing more than an expendable resource. But to leave it there would be a disservice to the men who fought and died. This is also a story of incredible courage, of the unbreakable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to the fact that you can push a man, you can cheat him, you can beat him, but there is a line that you cannot cross. The miners lost the Battle of Blair Mountain, but their fight lit a fire that could not be extinguished. The blood they spilled on that ridge watered the seeds of the New Deal, which finally guaranteed the rights they had been fighting for. The lesson that echoes down from these mountains is a chilling and timeless one. It's a warning about what happens when power becomes absolute and when people are left with no hope and no voice. It is the story of ordinary men who were pushed into an extraordinary war, fighting for the very soul of America in the hollows of West Virginia. Their story was almost forgotten, almost buried beneath the weight of shame and silence. But the mountains remembered. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the mountains of Harlan County, Kentucky, there came a time when the law was not your friend. It was a hired gun, a time when a union card was a death warrant, and children learned to sleep on the floor to dodge the bullets fired through their bedroom walls in the dead of night. The outside world called it a labor dispute, but for the people living it, it was a war. A war so brutal that its anthem was not just a song, but a desperate question. Which side are you on? Today, we descend into the darkness of bloody Harlan to tell the story of the decade-long battle that forced every man, woman, and child to choose. To understand the war, you first have to understand the world that was lost, and the men who were pushed until they had nothing left to lose. Before the bullets flew, there was the quiet desperation of the company town. Imagine a world sealed off by ancient mountains, a place where the coal company wasn't just your employer, it was your landlord, your grocer, your government, and your God. You lived in a company house, a flimsy shack perched on a hillside, often without running water, that could be taken from you at a moment's notice. Your children were born with company doctors, and you bought their food at the company store. But you didn't use real money. You used scrip, a private currency that was worthless anywhere else, and the prices were always inflated. This was a system designed for debt, a set of invisible chains that tethered you and your family to the mine. Every day you went deeper into the hole, both literally and financially. Your life, from cradle to grave, was mortgaged to King Coal, and the work itself was a daily descent into hell. Deep beneath the beautiful green hills, men crawled on their bellies in the dark, breathing in the fine black dust that would one day choke the life from their lungs. They gambled every shift against the black damp, a pocket of unbreathable gas that could suffocate you in an instant. or the ever-present threat of a roof collapse that could bury you alive. For clawing the wealth of the nation from the earth's guts, they were paid pennies.
These weren't just workers. They were fathers, husbands, and sons. They were proud mountain folk whose families had lived on this land for generations. Their dreams were simple: a small plot of land to call their own, shoes for their children, and the dignity of a fair day's pay for a deadly day's work. They were men who understood hardship, who accepted the risks of the mine as a fact of life. They were patient, they were resilient, and they were quiet. But then the Great Depression hit, and the coal operators in Harlan, in a final act of desperation and greed, slashed the miners' wages to a level that was no longer survivable. It was the final turn of the screw on a people already pressed to their limits. This wasn't just an insult. It was a death sentence delivered by starvation. And in that moment, the quiet patience that had defined these men for generations began to curdle into a cold, hard rage. The mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the powder keg. By the spring of 1931, the whispers had turned into a low growl that echoed through the hollows. The United Mine Workers had arrived, and with them, a flicker of hope that terrified the coal operators. For every man who signed a union card, a family was thrown out of their home. For every secret meeting, a union man was beaten on a dark road. The law, in the form of Sheriff J.H. Blair and his army of deputized thugs, was no longer a shield for the people. It was a hammer for the companies. The crime scene wasn't a single place. The entire county was becoming one, primed for an explosion. That explosion came on May the 5th in a narrow pass near the town of Evarts. The scene itself was deceptively peaceful. A dusty road winding between two steep, wooded hillsides, a natural choke point. On any other day, it was a place of quiet Appalachian beauty. But on this day, the trees weren't just trees. They were hiding places. The silence wasn't peace. It was the tense, held breath before a storm. On those hillsides, miners lay waiting, their squirrel rifles and old shotguns clutched in their hands. They were men who had been hunted, and now they had become the hunters. When the shooting finally stopped, a new kind of silence fell over the pass, a heavy, ringing silence punctuated by the groans of the wounded. The scene left for the authorities was one of utter chaos. 3 company cars, riddled with bullet holes, sat stalled on the road. The dust was littered with a confusing mix of shell casings, the heavy brass of the deputies' machine guns, and the simple spent shells from the miners' hunting rifles. Blood stained the dirt road, a testament to the ferocity of the 15-minute battle. The immediate evidence told a terrifying story, but offered no easy answers. 3 deputies and 1 miner were dead. The official report would call it a cold-blooded ambush, an act of insurrection by lawless miners. But the miners would whisper a different tale, one of self-defense, of a motorcade of gun thugs on their way to shoot up another picket line, of a people who finally decided to shoot back. The tracks leading away from the road vanished into the dense woods, swallowed by a wilderness that knew how to keep its secrets. The Battle of Evarts left behind more than bodies and brass. It left behind a bone-chilling question that hung in the smoke-filled air. This wasn't a simple murder. This was an organized, armed uprising. Who had planned it? Who gave the order to fire? The scene spoke of desperation and rage, but the wilderness offered no confessions. It only confirmed a terrible new reality. The war in Harlan County had gone hot, and the mountains themselves had become the first and most mysterious witness to the bloodshed. In the chaotic hours after the Battle of Evarts, as the bodies of the deputies were carried out of the pass, Sheriff J.H. Blair didn't need a detective to find his prime suspects. He already had his culprits. For months, a clear and public enemy had been challenging his authority and the absolute power of the coal operators. The finger of blame pointed squarely, and without a moment's hesitation, at the organizers of the United Mine Workers of America. These were the men who had come into his county preaching a gospel of discontent.
They were, in the eyes of the establishment, outside agitators with foreign ideas about collective bargaining and workers' rights. They held secret meetings in darkened schoolhouses and on remote hillsides, whispering promises of a better life into the ears of desperate men. They were the ones who had lit the fuse of rebellion, and in the minds of the company men, the explosion at Evarts was the inevitable result. Their motive seemed undeniable. For weeks, Blair's deputies had been systematically breaking the strike, beating organizers and evicting families with brutal efficiency. The union was losing. The ambush at Evarts wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a calculated message, a bloody declaration that the UMWA would not be crushed without a fight. It was a violent attempt to seize control of the county and to terrorize the law-abiding citizens and workers who had refused to join their cause. This wasn't a mystery. It was an open war, and the Union had just fired its deadliest shot. The evidence, as far as the law in Harlan was concerned, was self-evident. Every man on that hillside was either a Union member or a sympathizer. The Union had been advocating for resistance, and now resistance had turned deadly. Whispers immediately became official reports. Names of known Union leaders and the most outspoken miners were put on arrest warrants. The narrative was simple and powerful. The Union came, and then there was violence. Therefore, the Union was to blame. For Sheriff Blair, the case was already open and shut, and the manhunt for the Union men began immediately. But while Sheriff Blair's fury was aimed squarely at the Union men on the hills, a colder, more complicated suspicion began to take root behind the closed doors of the Coal Operators Association. The ambush at Evarts had been too perfect, too precise. The miners were desperate, yes, but this level of coordination suggested something more than just spontaneous rage. It suggested information. It suggested a leak, and a leak could only come from the inside. Suspicion, like a mountain mist, began to curl around the figures who stood between the two warring camps, the mine foreman and the company guards who had been deputized by Blair. These were men who came from mining families themselves, who spoke the same language and understood the grievances of the men in the pits, yet they drew their paychecks directly from the operators. They were trusted by both sides, and therefore trusted by neither. Could one of these men, a man who walked the line between loyalty and blood, have been the true architect of the massacre? The motive wouldn't have been a simple cry for workers' rights. It would have been something far more personal and venomous. Imagine a foreman whose father had been killed in a roof collapse years earlier, a death ruled an accident, but always whispered to have been caused by company negligence. He had risen through the ranks, his loyalty a perfect mask for a patient, simmering hatred. For a man like that, the Union wasn't a cause, it was a weapon. Looking back, the signs were there. One particular foreman, known for his harsh discipline, had been conspicuously absent from the convoy that day, claiming a sudden illness. In the aftermath, his grief seemed hollow, his questions to the other deputies sharp, not with sorrow, but with the careful precision of a man confirming the details of a plan gone right. He knew the convoy's route, their departure time, and their numbers. A single, anonymous tip to a Union contact was all it would have taken to turn that dusty road into a killing field, sacrificing a few of Blair's thugs to ignite a war that could burn his true enemies to the ground. The thought was chilling, that the Battle of Evarts wasn't an act of rebellion, but a calculated act of revenge, orchestrated by a traitor who wore the company's own badge. But there was a third shadow that fell across the mountains, one that terrified the Union and the operators alike. This wasn't a local feud. The Great Depression had set the entire nation on edge, and whispers of revolution were drifting out of the cities and into the forgotten hollows of Appalachia. This third suspect wasn't a man, but an idea, a radical, violent ideology that saw the struggle in Harlan not as a labor dispute, but as the first battleground in a new American Civil War. Agents of more extreme movements, men who found the United Mine Workers too tame, began to slip into the county. They weren't miners. They were professional organizers, hardened veterans of bloodier conflicts in other parts of the country. They spoke not of contracts and wage increases, but of seizing the mines and overthrowing the system entirely. They saw the miners' desperation not as a problem to be solved, but as fuel for a much larger fire. Their motive was pure and terrifyingly impersonal: chaos. For them, a negotiated peace was a failure. They needed martyrs. They needed headlines. They needed a war. The Battle of Feuds, with its shocking death toll, was a perfect victory in their eyes. It escalated the conflict beyond the point of no return, forcing the hand of both the Union and the state. It transformed a local strike into a national symbol of class warfare. Their presence was felt not in public speeches, but in the shadows. Strange pamphlets would appear in the mining camps overnight, calling for armed resistance. Seasoned men with city accents were seen in hushed conversations with the most desperate and angry of the young miners, teaching them not how to picket, but how to build a barricade, how to choose a location for an ambush. They were ghosts in the machine, whispering poison into the ears of men who were already half-mad with hunger and injustice. For these outsiders, the dead at Feuds were not a tragedy. They were a necessary sacrifice to ignite the revolution they craved. In the wake of the Battle of Feuds, Sheriff Blair's investigation was not a search for truth. It was a hunt for vengeance. He unleashed his army of deputies with a single simple objective: round up every known Union man and sympathizer. Warrants were issued for dozens of miners, but this wasn't a process of careful arrests. It was a brutal sweep. Doors were kicked in at midnight. Men were dragged from their beds in front of their screaming wives and children, their faces already bloodied by the time they were thrown into the back of a truck. But the mountains, which had served as a fortress for the coal operators, now became a sanctuary for the miners. The deputies, many of them outsiders themselves, were clumsy and loud in this terrain. They knew the roads, but the miners knew the land. Men vanished into the deep woods and winding hollows, swallowed whole by a wilderness that was loyal to its own. Posses would track a man for days, following a clear trail to the mouth of an abandoned mine or a remote cabin, only to find the trail had gone cold, as if the man they were chasing had simply turned to mist and drifted away on the wind. The few men they did manage to capture offered no clear answers. Under the brutal persuasion of a deputy's blackjack, stories changed and collapsed. Some men, desperate to stop the beating, would name anyone, spinning wild tales of a grand Union conspiracy led by organizers who were already long gone, having fled the state. Others, defiant to the end, would say nothing at all. The evidence Blair presented to the prosecutors was a tangled mess of coerced confessions and contradictory testimonies. The promise of a swift, clean conviction for the murder of his deputies evaporated into a fog of confusion and lies. The investigation was hitting a wall, and Blair's frustration festered into a more indiscriminate cruelty. Unable to catch the supposed ringleaders, his deputies turned their rage on the community at large. They would stop cars on lonely roads, not to ask questions, but to deliver beatings. They prowled the edges of the mining camps, their presence a constant suffocating threat. The initial assumption that a few Union leaders were responsible was proving impossible to prove. The hunt for a specific culprit devolved into a general war on the mining population, and with every failed raid and fruitless interrogation, the fear in Harlan County grew deeper, and the truth buried itself a little further in the dark, silent earth. As Sheriff Blair's hunt intensified, his deputies slammed into a wall. It wasn't made of stone or wood, but of something far stronger, the absolute, unyielding silence of the mountain people. The louder the deputies shouted, the deeper the silence became. Questions were met with blank stares. Threats were answered with a shrug. Men who had worked side by side their whole lives, who knew every secret in the holler, suddenly saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. An invisible pact of silence, an omerta of the coal fields, had descended upon Harlan County. This silence was not born of ignorance, but of a cold, calculated understanding of survival. To speak to Sheriff Blair's men was not to help the cause of justice. It was to paint a target on your own front door. Everyone knew the price of talking. It meant a visit in the dead of night, the sound of heavy boots on your porch, a beating that left you unable to work for a week. It meant your wife and children being terrorized by gun thugs who would shine their headlights into your windows just to let you know they were watching. But the silence was also a matter of profound loyalty. In these isolated communities, blood and neighborly bonds were the only true law. The men on that hillside at Evarts were not abstract criminals. They were your cousin, your brother-in-law, the man who helped you rebuild your fence last spring. To turn against them was to turn against your own kin, to betray the only social fabric you had. The law of J.H. Blair was temporary and corrupt, but the judgment of your neighbors was forever. You would starve before you became a snitch. The psychological toll was immense, especially for those who might have been tempted to speak. Old man Hemphill, who lived on the road to Evarts, made the mistake of telling the postman he'd seen a car he didn't recognize parked near the pass the day before the shooting. It was an innocent remark, nothing more. A week later, he woke to find his family's milk cow, their only source of extra income, lying dead in his field with its throat cut. No one had to say a word. The message was understood by everyone in a 50-mile radius. After that, no one dared to even whisper about what they might have seen. The mountains had closed ranks, and the truth of what happened at Evarts was locked behind a wall of fear that no amount of force could ever break down. For years, the war in Harlan was a grinding stalemate of terror and endurance. The seasons changed, but the fear did not. The truth of the Battle of Evarts and the countless ambushes that followed seemed destined to be buried forever, lost to the wall of silence and the corruption of the law. The turning point, when it finally came, wasn't a dusty clue found in an old cabin or a deathbed confession whispered in the dark. It came from the outside world, in the form of men who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. In the mid-1930s, a United States Senate subcommittee, known as the La Follette Committee, began investigating violations of workers' rights across the country. And their gaze finally fell upon the dark and bloody ground of Harlan County. These men from Washington were a new kind of power, one that Sheriff Blair couldn't intimidate and the operators couldn't buy. They came armed not with guns, but with subpoenas, and they began to do something no one in Harlan had dared to do for years. They began to listen. The forgotten clue wasn't a single object, it was the collective memory of the people. One by one, miners, their wives, and their children came forward to testify. Each story, on its own, had been just a whisper of pain. But now, under the protection of federal marshals, the whispers became a roar. They spoke of beatings on dark roads, of cars dynamited, of the murder of Bennett Music, a 15-year-old boy. The committee chambers, hundreds of miles away, filled with the ghosts of Harlan's decade of suffering. But the clue that finally broke the back of the beast wasn't a memory. It was a number on a ledger. The committee's investigators got their hands on the financial records of the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. And there it was, in cold, hard print, a secret slush fund. They found cancelled checks and accounting entries that proved beyond any doubt that the operators were directly paying the salaries of hundreds of Sheriff Blair's deputies. The gun thugs terrorizing the county weren't public servants. They were a private army, funded by corporate interests. Suddenly, the whole dark picture snapped into focus. This wasn't just a case of a brutal sheriff abusing his power. It was a conspiracy. The law in Harlan County hadn't just been broken, it had been bought and paid for. This financial record was the key, the undeniable proof that turned whispers into evidence and paved the way for the unmasking of the entire rotten system. The La Follette Committee's investigation acted like a slow, inexorable sunrise over the dark mountains of Harlan. For years, the world had seen only the shadows, the gun thugs, the ambushes, the terror. Now, as the light of federal scrutiny grew brighter, The long, distorted shadows were traced back to the men who cast them. The ledger, that simple book of numbers, was the key that unlocked the entire conspiracy. The moment of revelation was at hand, and it was more chilling than any single act of violence. The true perpetrator of the Harlan County War was not a single man hiding in the hills with a rifle. It wasn't a radical agitator with a bomb. The true mastermind was a collective, an entity with a clean collar and a respectable name: the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. The ledger exposed them with brutal, undeniable clarity. There, in neat columns, were the payments, thousands of dollars flowing directly from the association's accounts into a special fund controlled by Sheriff J.H. Blair. The law in Harlan County wasn't an institution. It was a line item on a corporate expense report. And their motive? It wasn't personal hatred or political ideology or even a twisted sense of justice. It was something far colder, far more mundane, and infinitely more terrifying: profit. The motive was greed, distilled to its purest and most violent form. A union contract meant paying livable wages, investing in mine safety, and giving up the feudal control they held over their workforce. It was cheaper to hire killers. The beatings, the evictions, the dynamite, the midnight raids, it was all just the cost of doing business. It was a simple, brutal equation where a miner's life was worth less than the cost of a union contract. This single damning revelation unmasked the entire decade of terror. Sheriff J.H. Blair was not a rogue lawman. He was the highly effective, well-paid manager of the association's security forces. His deputies were not peacekeepers. They were mercenaries on a corporate payroll. The violence wasn't random chaos. It was a calculated, systematic campaign of intimidation designed to protect profits at any human cost. The web of terror that had seemed so tangled and confusing was, in fact, devastatingly simple. It was a privately funded war waged by the rich against the poor. The unmasking was complete. The smoke of the Battle of Feuds finally cleared to reveal the true enemy, and they weren't wearing a miner's dusty overalls or a deputy's badge. They were wearing business suits and sitting on the boards of coal companies. They had turned an entire county into their personal fiefdom and had purchased the law itself to serve as their private army. The gun wasn't in the hand of one man, but in the ink of the men who signed the checks. Now that we know the truth, let's go back. Let's stand in the shadows of those mountains and watch the tragedy unfold, not as a mystery, but as the execution of a plan. The terror in Harlan County began not with the roar of a gun, but with the quiet scratch of a pen on a checkbook in a smoke-filled office. It was decided, with the cold arithmetic of greed, that it was cheaper to pay for violence than to pay a living wage. A ledger became a rifle, and an accountant's entry became an ambush. Picture again that dusty road near Feuds. The convoy of company cars rolls into the narrow pass, full of men who believe the law is on their side because they carry the sheriff's badge. They don't know that their lives are just a down payment. Then, from the hillside, comes a single crack, sharp and clear, echoing off the rock faces. And in its echo, a hellstorm erupts. The air fills with the deep, stuttering bark of Thompson submachine guns and the sharp, scattered retort of hunting rifles. For 15 minutes, the pass is a vortex of smoke, splintered glass, and the deafening noise of a community tearing itself apart. Then, as suddenly as it began, there is silence. A silence made heavy by the sight of stalled cars, shattered windows, and still forms lying in the road. Imagine being a child in a company shack, trying to sleep. The only sound is the crickets and the wind in the pines. Then, another sound. The low rumble of a car coming slowly up the holler, a car that doesn't belong. Your mother's hand is suddenly on your shoulder, pulling you from the bed to the floorboards. You lie there, heart hammering against your ribs, smelling the damp earth beneath the house. A moment later, the night explodes. The window shatters inward, and the wall next to your bed splinters as a shotgun blast tears through the thin wood. The car speeds away, its taillights vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind the tinkle of falling glass, your mother's whispered prayers, and a fear that will never, ever leave you. The roads themselves became weapons. A union man driving home to his family would see a pair of headlights appear in his rearview mirror, growing closer, pinning him in their glare. He would grip the wheel, his knuckles white, his mind racing. Was it just a neighbor, or was it them? Every curve in the road was a potential trap. Every dark stretch of woods a place to be run off into a ditch. The county, once a home, had become a hunting ground, and the journey from the mine to your front porch was the most dangerous part of the day. And then there was the ultimate act of this calculated terror. A union organizer, Marshall Music, is driving with his family. The road ahead is clear. For a moment, it might feel like a normal day, but then the world is ripped apart by a deafening roar. The force of the blast throws the car from the road, twisting it into a barely recognizable shape of steel and smoke. In that single horrific instant, a journey is ended. A family is shattered. A 15-year-old boy's life is extinguished, not in a moment of passion or rage, but as a consequence of a line item in a corporate budget titled "Strike Expenses." This was the war in Harlan. It wasn't a fight between two equal sides. It was a systematic campaign of terror, planned in boardrooms and executed by men who had sold their badges and their souls. Every scream in the night, every bullet hole in a cabin wall, every newly dug grave was a direct result of a choice made by men in suits who likely never set foot in a mine. The true horror of Bloody Harlan is not just what happened, but the chilling, deliberate reason why. When the trials finally began, they were not held in the small, compromised courthouse in Harlan. The case had been elevated to the federal level, and the coal operators and Sheriff Blair, men who were once kings in their own domain, were now defendants in a United States court. The atmosphere was electric. Miners who had once hidden from Blair's thugs now sat in the witness stand, protected by federal marshals, their faces illuminated by the flashbulbs of a curious national press. For the first time, the quiet, fearful whispers of the hollers were being entered into the official record, spoken aloud for the whole world to hear. The defendants, the powerful men of the Coal Operators Association, and their chief enforcer, J.H. Blair, sat at their tables with an air of defiant indignation. They were not accustomed to being questioned. In their eyes, this was a political circus, a witch hunt orchestrated by Roosevelt's New Deal to break the rightful power of industry. Their high-priced lawyers spun tales of defending private property against a violent, communist-inspired insurrection. They portrayed Blair not as a tyrant, but as a heroic lawman standing against anarchy. But their narrative began to crumble under the weight of the testimony. One by one, miners and their wives took the stand. With simple, halting words, they painted a devastating mural of the decade of terror. They spoke of night riding, of beatings, of houses riddled with buckshot, of the constant, gnawing fear. They presented the ledger, the cold, hard proof of a conspiracy. The trial became a battle of two realities, the operator's world of contracts and legal rights, and the miner's world of blood and survival. And yet, in a stunning blow to the government and the miners, the first trial in 1938 ended in a hung jury. The operators' immense influence, their deep connections, and their ability to cast doubt had proven just strong enough. For a moment, it seemed as if the wall of power was unbreakable. The operators walked out of the courtroom, not convicted, their smirks a final insult to the men and women who had dared to speak against them. It was a moment of profound injustice, an echo of the crooked law they had mastered for so long. But the verdict in the court of public opinion had already been delivered. The La Follette Committee's investigation and the national press coverage had exposed the rot in Harlan County to the entire nation. The operators had escaped a conviction, but they had not escaped the shame. Facing the certainty of a second, even more grueling federal trial, and with their public reputation in tatters, they finally understood that their private war was over. In 1939, after nearly a decade of bloodshed, the Harlan County Coal Operators Association did what no amount of violence could force them to do. They surrendered. They signed a contract with the United Mine Workers of America. There were no jail sentences for the masterminds, no hangman's noose for the architects of the terror. The justice served wasn't the clean, righteous verdict the miners had hoped for, but it was a victory nonetheless, won not by a gavel, but by sheer, bloody-minded endurance. The ink on the union contract was barely dry, but the war had already left ghosts that would walk the hollers for generations. For the miners and their families, the victory was real, but it was not clean. They had won a measure of dignity, a livable wage, and the right to stand together, but the cost was etched into their very souls. A piece of paper couldn't bring back a murdered son, heal the memory of a shotgun blast through a bedroom wall, or erase the years spent living in the shadow of a gun thug's menace. The men who survived the mines and the picket lines carried the war home with them. It showed in the haunted look in their eyes, in the way they taught their children to distrust any man in a suit, any car that slowed down on a dark road. The fear, once it gets into the bones, doesn't leave. It's passed down, a bitter inheritance. Sheriff J.H. Blair and the coal operators who had funded his reign of terror never saw the inside of a prison cell. They returned to their comfortable lives, their power diminished, but their freedom intact. They had lost the war, but they had escaped justice. Blair faded from public life, but he never faded from memory. His name became a new kind of ghost, a bogeyman used by parents to frighten their children into behaving, a curse whispered in the corners of union halls for the next 50 years. The families of the deputies and gun thugs, many of whom were just local men trying to earn a paycheck, found themselves on the wrong side of a line that would never be erased. Their children grew up bearing names associated with betrayal and violence, forever marked by the choices their fathers had made. The war redrew the map of Harlan County. The lines weren't on any piece of paper. They were lines of loyalty and betrayal that ran straight through families, churches, and neighborhoods. The neighbor who had put on a deputy's badge was never fully trusted again. The store owner who had sided with the company found his business mysteriously dwindling. Friendships that had endured for a lifetime were shattered by the simple, brutal question of which side you were on. The children of union men and the children of company men went to the same schools, but they carried with them a silent, inherited animosity. Harlan County was no longer just a place. It was a memory of a war, and everyone who lived there was a veteran, whether they had carried a gun or not. Their lives were forever defined not by the peace that followed, but by the battle they had been forced to endure. You might think this war is over, a faded chapter in a history book, but you would be wrong. The story of Bloody Harlan is not history. It is a living memory etched into the very landscape of the county. Go there today and stand in that narrow pass near Evarts. When a coal truck rumbles by, the sound still echoes off the hillsides like the ghosts of machine gun fire. The road has been paved, but the place itself remembers. It is a scar on the land that will never fully heal. The tangible remnants are still there if you know where to look. They say that in some of the older brick buildings in town, you can still find the patched-over pockmarks left by stray bullets from forgotten shootouts. Walk through the old hillside cemeteries, and you'll find the tombstones of the men who fell on both sides, their names carved in stone, their stories now reduced to a pair of dates. These silent stone witnesses are the most honest memorials to the conflict, a quiet testament to the price that was paid. But the most powerful echo of Bloody Harlan isn't made of stone or steel. It's a song. That night, when Florence Reese, a hungry and terrified union man's wife, tore a page from a calendar, and scribbled down the words to "Which side are you on?" She created something more powerful than dynamite. That song escaped the mountains. It became the anthem for the oppressed everywhere, sung on picket lines from Detroit to London, chanted in the streets during the civil rights movement, and translated into dozens of languages. A simple question, born of desperation in a Kentucky shack, became a global call to arms for justice. And the stories themselves are a living remnant. Sit on a porch with the old-timers, the grandsons and granddaughters of the men who fought, and they will tell you. They will tell you about the night the gun thugs came, stories passed down like family heirlooms. They'll tell you that the deep-seated distrust of outsiders and authority isn't paranoia. It's a lesson learned in blood. The world moves on, calendars change, but in Harlan County, the past is never truly past. It breathes in the mountain air, a constant whispering reminder that you must always be ready to answer that one simple question. And so we return to where we began, to that simple, haunting question, born of terror and hunger. Which side are you on? For a decade, the war in Harlan County was the answer. It wasn't a dispute over wages. It was a bloody 10-year war fought to decide if a man's life was worth more than a ton of coal. It was a war to determine if the law belonged to the people or if it could be bought and sold like any other commodity on the open market. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a conspiracy written in a ledger book. It's a chilling reminder of what happens when corporate greed is given a badge and a gun, when human lives are reduced to columns of profit and loss. But it is also a fierce testament to the enduring power of the human spirit when pushed to the absolute edge. The coal operators had the money, the guns, and the law. But the miners had something more powerful. They had their solidarity. And they had a song that turned their suffering into a shield, and their defiance into an anthem that would outlive all the men who tried to silence them. The guns in Harlan County are silent now. The picket lines are gone. But the story remains, a warning carried on the mountain wind. It reminds us that there are moments in history when there are no neutrals, when silence itself is a choice. And now, my friends, you know the story of Bloody Harlan, a story written in coal dust and paid for in blood that still asks every single one of us, which side are you on? There's a quiet road just south of Pittsburgh, a place of manicured lawns and peaceful homes. You'd never guess that right here, beneath this very soil, lie the scorched foundations of a war. Not a war against the British, but a war of Americans against Americans, a violent, fiery clash that tested the soul of a brand new nation. Here, where all you hear now is the wind through the Pennsylvania oaks, the silence was once shattered by gunfire and the roar of a mansion burning to the ground. These ruins have a story to tell, and we are here to listen. We're going to find out how a simple tax on whiskey almost tore the United States apart, just as it was being born. Let's turn back the clock to the 1790s. Forget the suburbs. Imagine a world walled in by the green, unforgiving Allegheny Mountains. The roads, if you could call them that, were little more than muddy ruts, choked with stumps and rocks. This was the frontier, a world away from the political salons of Philadelphia. The people who lived here were the very definition of tough. They were Scots-Irish, Germans, and English settlers, many of them veterans who had shed their blood in the Revolution to win this land. They had come here to build a life on their own terms, free from the reach of distant, powerful men. Life was a daily struggle against the wilderness. They cleared the dense forests, fought off predators, and prayed their crops would survive the harsh seasons. Their wealth grew directly from the soil, mostly in the form of grain,
rye, corn, and wheat. But here was the problem that defined their existence. How do you sell it? Getting a bulky, heavy wagon load of grain over those mountains to the markets in the east was a fool's errand. The cost of transport would eat up every penny of profit, and then some. Their most valuable crop was effectively worthless if they couldn't get it to market. So they turned to a kind of mountain alchemy. Every farm of any size had a small, bubbling still. They discovered that by turning their grain into whiskey, they could concentrate its value into a form that was portable, durable, and always in demand. A single pack horse that might struggle to carry 4 bushels of rye could easily carry the equivalent of 24 bushels once it was distilled into liquid form. It was a brilliant, practical solution born from the hard logic of the mountains. But to see this as just a drink is to misunderstand everything. Whiskey wasn't a luxury for these people. It was the lifeblood of their entire economy. In a land where hard cash was scarcer than a friendly taxman, jugs of Monongahela rye were the currency. You paid the blacksmith for shoeing your horse with whiskey. You paid the storekeeper for a new axe with whiskey. You might even pay a portion of the preacher's salary with it. It was their universal medicine, used to treat everything from a snake bite to a winter fever. It was the social lubricant that sealed deals, celebrated weddings, and brought communities together in the local taverns to argue politics and trade news. To tax whiskey, from their perspective, wasn't to tax a simple beverage. It was a tax on their money, a tax on their medicine, a tax on the very fabric of their society. It was a tax on their right to survive in this wild, isolated world they had fought so hard to build. But to understand the collision that was coming, you have to do more than just listen to the whispers in the mountains. You have to look at the official documents, the words that set the whole thing in motion. I'm holding a copy of a newspaper clipping from a Philadelphia paper printed in 1791. The paper is yellowed and brittle, but the words are sharp and clear. It announces an act concerning the duties on spirits distilled within the United States. This wasn't just a law. It was the masterstroke of one of the most brilliant, ambitious, and controversial men in American history, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. To him, this piece of paper was the solution to a national crisis. The country was drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War, and Hamilton believed that to survive, the United States needed to prove it could pay its bills. He needed a steady, reliable source of federal income, and a tax on whiskey seemed like a logical choice. It was a grand, logical machine on paper, designed to build the nation's credit and assert the power of the new central government. But this document is more than just a financial plan. This is the disconnect. To a man like Hamilton in a Philadelphia office, national credit was everything. To a farmer in a log cabin on the far side of the mountains, it was a phantom concept. This newspaper clipping, with its cold legal language, wasn't seen as a solution. It was seen as a provocation, a declaration of economic war. And its arrival in the West raises the critical question that ignites the whole conflict. What happens when a law, perfectly logical on paper, is imposed on people whose entire way of life makes that law impossible to obey? When news of Hamilton's excise tax finally trickled over the mountains, carried by weary travelers and in the pages of day-old newspapers, it landed like a lit match in a powder keg. To the farmers, this wasn't a reasonable fiscal policy. It was a deliberate attack on their way of life, orchestrated by a distant government that neither knew nor cared about them. The law, so neat and tidy on Hamilton's desk in Philadelphia, was a declaration of war on the frontier. The poison was in the details, and every detail seemed perfectly crafted to crush the small Western farmer. The tax was levied at a flat rate, which meant a farmer with a small, inefficient still who produced maybe a few gallons a week for his family and neighbors paid a far higher percentage of his product's value than the big commercial distilleries back east. It was a law that punished the little guy and rewarded the wealthy operator. Even worse, the tax had to be paid in hard currency, in cash. For the people of the frontier who bartered with whiskey and deerskins, who might not see a silver dollar from one month to the next, this was an impossible demand. It was like asking a man to pay you with a piece of the moon. It proved in their minds that the men who wrote this law had no concept of the world they were trying to rule. But the cruelest twist of the knife, the one that felt like a slap in the face with the ghost of King George, was the matter of justice. If you were accused of not paying the tax, you wouldn't be tried by your neighbors in a local court. No, you would be issued a federal writ, forcing you to abandon your farm and your family and travel 300 agonizing miles over the mountains to a federal courtroom in Philadelphia. There, you'd face a federal judge and a jury of city merchants who saw you as little more than a backwoods savage. This was the very tyranny they had just fought a revolution to escape. The tax collector became the new redcoat, and the whispers of resistance began to build into a roar. To truly understand the fury that was building, official records and old newspapers aren't enough. You have to listen to the stories that were never written down, the ones passed from one generation to the next around a winter fire. I found that story in a small, dusty historical society in Washington County, speaking with a local historian whose family has been in these hills since they were still a wilderness. His name is David Miller, and he is a living library of this region's memory. The air in his office smelled of old paper and leather. He didn't show me a document. Instead, he pointed to a faded map on the wall, a hand-drawn survey of old land grants. "The history books tell you this was about a tax," he said, his voice a low rumble. And it was. But that's not the whole of it. That's not the human part. He tapped his finger on a large plot of land marked Neville. John Neville, the tax inspector. He wasn't some stranger from Philadelphia. He was one of them. He was a distinguished general from the Revolution. He lived right here. His neighbors were men who had served under him in the war. David leaned forward, his eyes intense. "My great-great-grandfather used to say that the real trouble wasn't the tax itself, but the man sent to collect it. They saw Neville with his fancy mansion on the hill and his government salary as a traitor. He had fought alongside them for freedom from a distant government, and now he was taking that same government's coin to oppress his own people, his own soldiers. It wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a deep, personal betrayal. And in these mountains, a betrayal from one of your own that's a wound that doesn't heal with words." The historian's words hung in the air because they explained what happened next. The petitions sent to Philadelphia were ignored. The peaceful assemblies were dismissed as the grumblings of peasants. So, the people of the mountains decided to send a message that couldn't be ignored. It began with the arrival of the federal tax collectors, the excisemen. These were the men tasked with walking into the hornet's nest and demanding payment in a currency that didn't exist, for a law the people refused to recognize. One of the first was a man named Robert Johnson. On September 11, 1791, he was riding his route deep in the woods of Washington County. He wasn't met with arguments or petitions. He was met by a mob of 16 men, their faces grim, their eyes hard. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and veterans, and they moved with a silent, chilling purpose. They dragged Johnson from his horse, stripped him of his coat and his dignity, and shaved his head. Then they brought out the bucket. The stink of hot pine tar filled the air as they coated his bare skin, the viscous black liquid clinging to him like a second, nightmarish flesh. Then they covered him in feathers, turning him into a grotesque mockery of a man, a creature of tar and down. They abandoned him like that, alone and humiliated in the forest, a living, breathing warning to any other federal agent who dared to venture into their hills. He was the first, but he would not be the last. Other excisemen were ambushed, their horses shot out from under them, their faces branded with hot irons. This was the point of no return. Out of this organized violence, a phantom was born. A name began to be whispered in taverns and tacked to the doors of collaborators: Tom the Tinker. No one knew who he was. He was the rebellion's ghost, its enforcer.
If a farmer broke ranks and paid the tax, he would find a note from Tom the Tinker on his door warning him to stop. If he didn't, his still would be mended, riddled with bullets by shadowy figures in the night. The attack on Robert Johnson wasn't just an assault on a man, it was a declaration. For the farmers, it was a necessary act of defiance. For the government in Philadelphia, it was treason. The lines were no longer drawn on a map, they were being drawn in terror and tar. The time for talk was over. The time for guns was coming. I'm standing now on a gentle rise of land in what is today a quiet, affluent suburb. It's called Bower Hill. There are beautiful homes here, cars gliding silently down the paved streets. There's nothing to see but a small bronze historic marker on the side of the road, the kind of thing you barely notice as you drive by. But this ground, right here beneath my feet, is the most important piece of real estate in this entire story. This isn't just a hill, it's a battlefield. Right here stood the ghost of a house. It was the fortified mansion of General John Neville, the tax inspector, a place of wealth and federal authority that loomed over the surrounding countryside. It was a symbol of everything the rebels hated. Looking out over these manicured lawns, you have to peel back the layers of time and imagine it. A two-story log home, but built like a fortress, with thick walls, heavy shutters, and a commanding view of any approach. The orchard, which is now someone's backyard, was where the rebels took cover. The gentle slope leading up to the road was a killing field. This place is the Scar. It's the physical point on the map where the simmering rage of the frontier finally boiled over into open warfare. It was here, in the suffocating heat of July 1794, that hundreds of angry men, their faces set with grim purpose, marched up this very hill. They were no longer a faceless mob of tinkers in the night. They were an army, and they had come to burn down the symbol of their oppression. This is where the talking stopped for good. This quiet suburban hill is where the first real shots of this new American war were fired. The afternoon sun of July 17, 1794, beat down on 500 armed men as they marched on Bower Hill. This was no shadowy band of night riders. This was an organized militia, moving with purpose, their faces smeared with soot and grim determination. They were led by Major James McFarland, a man who had fought bravely in the Revolution, and now he found himself leading a new army against what he saw as a new tyranny. When they reached the hill, they surrounded Neville's fortified home, a wooden castle on a sea of green grass. The air grew thick with tension. The first shots were sporadic, like the opening drops of a thunderstorm. The rebels took cover behind trees and in the tall grass of the orchard, their long rifles barking at the shuttered windows of the mansion. Inside, Neville and a small detachment of 10 federal soldiers returned fire. For a time, it was a standoff, a deadly dance of smoke and noise. Then, a white flag was seen from inside the house. Or at least, the rebels thought it was a white flag, a signal for a truce. Major McFarland, a man of honor who believed in the rules of war, stepped out from behind a tree. He called for Neville to surrender. It was a fatal mistake. A single shot cracked from the mansion, sharper than the others, and McFarland crumpled to the ground. A wave of horrified silence washed over the rebels, followed by a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. They believed they had been tricked, that their leader had been murdered under a flag of truce. The battle was no longer about a tax. It was now about blood. All restraint was gone. A primal rage took hold of the militia. They screamed for vengeance, their voices a raw chorus of grief and anger. The command was given to set fire to the outbuildings. They lit torches and stormed the smaller structures first, the barns, the smokehouse, and the slave quarters. The sound of splintering wood was followed by the hungry roar of flames. Thick, black smoke began to pour across the lawn, choking the air and turning the blue sky a sickening gray. The fire was a living thing now, a monster they had unleashed. It crawled from the outbuildings to the main house, the intense heat causing the windows of the mansion to shatter. The defenders inside, gasping for air in the suffocating smoke, knew it was over. The choice was to burn alive or surrender to the mob. They chose surrender. Neville and the soldiers stumbled out of the burning fortress, their faces blackened, their hands in the air. The rebels swarmed the property, their victory absolute. They offered no cheer. They simply watched in grim silence as the flames devoured the symbol of their oppression. All through the night, the magnificent estate of Bower Hill burned, its fire a defiant beacon against the dark sky, a signal visible for miles. It was a message to Philadelphia and to the entire nation. The frontier was now in open, armed insurrection against the United States of America. After the fire and the fury comes the ink. I'm in a climate-controlled room at the National Archives, looking at digitized copies of the official correspondence from that summer of 1794. The documents are written in a crisp, elegant script, a world away from the chaos on Bower Hill. Here is the report sent by federal officials back to Philadelphia. It's a masterclass in bureaucratic language designed to be precise, clinical, and utterly bloodless. It refers to the 500 rebels not as grieving neighbors or angry veterans, but as an unlawful assembly of insurgents. It describes the death of their leader, James McFarland, with chilling simplicity. The insurgent commander was killed during the exchange of fire. There is no mention of a white flag, no hint of the perceived treachery that turned a protest into a blaze of vengeance. The report doesn't talk about rage or fear or betrayal. It talks about logistics and casualties. The destruction of Neville's home is catalogued as a loss of property. The primary dwelling, along with all associated outbuildings, were consumed by fire. It's the kind of language an insurance adjuster might use, not a witness to the opening battle of a civil war. This is the official version of the story, the one that landed on Alexander Hamilton's desk, the one that was read aloud to President George Washington. And it paints a picture of a clear-cut, criminal insurrection against the authority of the United States. It's a picture with all the human desperation, all the years of frustration carefully erased. This piece of paper transformed a desperate, violent protest into an act of treason, and it would be answered not with negotiation, but with an army. The news of Bower Hill struck Philadelphia like a thunderclap. To President George Washington, this was more than a riot. It was the ultimate test of the new republic. He had watched Shays' rebellion nearly tear the country apart under the old, weak Articles of Confederation. He knew that if a government cannot enforce its own laws, it is no government at all. Urged on by a determined Alexander Hamilton, who saw this as the perfect moment to assert federal authority, Washington made a decision that would echo through American history. He would not just send an army, he would lead it. The hero of the Revolution, the man who had defeated the British Empire, would once again mount his horse and ride to war, this time against his own citizens. The dramatic power of this act cannot be overstated. Washington federalized a militia of nearly 13,000 men from the surrounding states, an army larger than the one he had often commanded against the Redcoats. This was to be an overwhelming, undeniable show of force, a message written not with ink, but with battalions of steel. Back in the mountains, the rebels scoffed. Hearing of the approaching force, they gave it a contemptuous nickname, the Watermelon Army. They sneered that these soft city boys and flatland farmers would never survive the brutal trek over the Alleghenies. They boasted that the mountain passes would become their Thermopylae, where a handful of frontier sharpshooters could hold off thousands. They were brave, defiant, and completely unaware of the psychological weapon marching against them, the living legend of George Washington himself. The rebellion, which had been forged in the fire of shared purpose, began to crumble as the massive federal army drew closer. Washington, in his full military uniform, rode at the head of his troops as far as Bedford, Pennsylvania. His very presence had a profound, chilling effect. This wasn't some faceless bureaucrat from the capital. This was the father of the country, and his face was set against them. The righteous certainty of the rebellion began to waver, then broke completely. When the Watermelon Army finally crested the Allegheny Mountains and descended into the western counties, they found no rebel force waiting for them. The insurrection had evaporated like mountain mist in the morning sun. The leaders, hearing of the approaching Leviathan, had fled down the Ohio River to the wild frontier. The rank-and-file rebels, faced with the overwhelming power of the federal government personified by Washington, simply hid their rifles, went back to their farms, and tried to look invisible. The army became an army of occupation. Soldiers fanned out across the countryside, rounding up suspects in a grim and humiliating manhunt. About 150 men were arrested, and 20 were selected to be made an example of. They were shackled and marched hundreds of miles back to Philadelphia for trial, a long, miserable parade of federal power through the winter cold. In the end, the government's point had been made. Only 2 men were convicted of treason, and in a final act of masterful statesmanship, President Washington pardoned them both. He had shown the nation that its new government had a sword, but it also had the wisdom to know when to keep it in its sheath. Every story, no matter how full of fire and fury, eventually ends here, in a quiet patch of earth, under a silent stone. I am in the cemetery of the Allegheny County Memorial Park, a vast and peaceful place. It took some searching, but I found the grave of Brigadier General John Neville. The stone is solid, imposing, a testament to a man of substance and authority who lived a long life after the flames of Bower Hill died down. His story ended with wealth and respect. He was the man who stood for the law, and he was rewarded for it. But just a few miles away, in a much older, humbler churchyard, is a different kind of stone. It's weathered by 2 centuries of rain and snow, the words growing faint. It marks the grave of Major James McFarland. The inscription honors him as a hero of the Revolution, but it's what isn't written that hangs in the air, that he was killed by his own countrymen while leading a rebellion. He was the hero who died for his cause, the man who believed he was fighting the same fight for freedom all over again. Here they are, the enforcer and the rebel, the man who survived and the man who fell. They were the 2 poles of this entire conflict, and now they lie as quiet neighbors in the same Pennsylvania soil. Their personal wars are long over. But standing here, between these 2 graves, the real question emerges. What happened to the world they fought over after the army went home and the last pardon was signed? What became of the survivors? And what was the true cost of this rebellion, paid by those who had to live in its long, cold shadow? After Washington's army marched home and the pardons were signed, a sullen, bitter peace settled over the hills of western Pennsylvania. The rebellion was crushed, its leaders scattered, its followers humiliated. The federal government had proven its point with a 13,000-man fist. But it was the peace of subjugation, not reconciliation. For the farmers who remained, the world had changed forever. The federal government was no longer a distant, abstract idea in Philadelphia. It was a real and terrifying power that had marched into their homes and taken their neighbors away in chains. The whiskey tax, the hated cause of the whole affair, remained the law of the land. It was a symbol of the government's victory, a constant reminder of who was in charge. But enforcing it was another matter entirely. The spirit of defiance hadn't been extinguished. It had just learned to be quiet. Federal collectors who ventured into the hills were met not with tar and feathers, but with a wall of silent, uncooperative hostility that was just as effective. The tax was a failure, collecting very little revenue, and it was eventually repealed a few years later by President Thomas Jefferson and his new party, who had risen to power in part by championing the cause of the Western farmer. But the real legacy of the rebellion wasn't political, it was cultural.
The open, proud tradition of the farmer-distiller was dead. In its place, something new was born in the deep woods and secret hollows. The rebellion went underground. The still, once a common piece of farm equipment, was now hidden deep in the forest, set up in a ravine or a cave, operated by the light of the moon to hide the smoke from the law. The Whiskey Rebel, a soldier in an open fight, transformed into a new kind of folk hero. The moonshiner, forever locked in a cat-and-mouse game with the federal revenuers. It was the same war, just fought with different tactics. For many families, however, Western Pennsylvania was now tainted ground. The dream of freedom they had sought there had been crushed by the very nation they had helped create. So they did what their ancestors had always done when faced with a power they could not defeat. They moved on. They packed their wagons, loaded up their stills, and pushed further west, over the next set of mountains and across the Ohio River into the wild territories of Kentucky and Tennessee. They took with them their whiskey-making skills, and more importantly, a deep and abiding distrust of a strong central government. The Whiskey Rebellion was over, but its ghost had just begun to haunt the American frontier. So who were the heroes of this story? And who were the villains? The truth is, the answer to that question changes depending on where you're standing. The Whiskey Rebellion didn't just leave behind scorched foundations and faded gravestones. It left behind two powerful, conflicting legacies that tell two completely different stories about the soul of America. The fighting stopped in 1794, but the argument never truly ended. If you read the official histories, the ones written from the perspective of the federal government, the story is straightforward. The rebels were traitors, a dangerous mob who threatened to drag the fragile new republic back into the chaos of anarchy. From this viewpoint, Washington and Hamilton were the saviors of the nation. They were the strong, decisive leaders who stood for law and order, proving that the United States Constitution wasn't just a piece of paper, but an unbreakable covenant. They saved the country from itself. But if you come here, to the old towns and back roads of Western Pennsylvania, and you talk to the people whose ancestors lived this story, you hear a very different version. In these hills, the Whiskey Rebels are not traitors, they are patriots. They are seen as the true sons of the Revolution, men who were defending their homes and their liberty from an unjust, overreaching government, just as they had against the British. In this telling, the rebels were heroes fighting for the common man, and the Federal Army was a tool of oppression sent by Eastern elites to crush them. So which is it? A treasonous insurrection or a patriotic stand for freedom? Was Washington a statesman saving the Republic or a tyrant crushing dissent? The uncomfortable and powerful truth is that the story holds a piece of both. The rebellion was a violent and illegal uprising against the laws of the United States, and the farmers were also fighting against a cripplingly unfair tax that felt like a profound betrayal of the Revolution's promise. The real legacy of the Whiskey Rebellion is this deep, moral ambiguity. It reminds us that the line between a patriot and a traitor is sometimes just a matter of who wins the war and who gets to write the history. A story as raw and bloody as this one doesn't just sit quietly in the history books, especially not in a place like Appalachia. Raw history is too sharp, too painful. So, over the decades, the community did what all communities do with their traumas. They began to transform it. The hard facts of the rebellion, the court records, the casualty lists, the political debates were ground down, smoothed over, and polished into something you could sing around a fire or tell your children as a warning. The history began to breathe again, but this time as folklore. The most powerful ghost to rise from these ashes wasn't a man, but an idea. Tom the Tinker. He was already a phantom during the rebellion, a faceless symbol of collective rage. In the years that followed, he became something more. He morphed into a folk hero, a backwoods Robin Hood who fought the rich and the powerful. And then he slipped further, into legend. Old-timers would tell you that on a quiet night, when the moon was just right over the hollows, you could still hear Tom the Tinker's hammer,
no longer riddling a collaborator's still with bullets, but acting as a phantom guardian, a protective spirit for the moonshiners who carried on the tradition. Ballads were written and sung to the tune of an old fiddle, telling the sad tale of the brave Major McFarlane shot down under a flag of truce. The Watermelon Army became a cautionary tale, a story parents told their children about the awesome, terrifying power of the government in the East, a reminder to never get on the wrong side of it. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's when the sharp edges of history are worn away, and what's left is no longer just a series of events, but a legend. The rebellion was over, but its story had now become a permanent part of the mountains themselves, a ghost in the American machine. And so, we find ourselves back where we started. On this quiet rise of land south of Pittsburgh, on the place they call Bower Hill. The cars still glide by, the lawns are still green, but the place looks different now, doesn't it? It's no longer just a dot on a map with a historical marker. Beneath this peaceful suburban veneer, we can now see the battlefield. We can picture the smoke, hear the shouts, and feel the heat from the flames of that burning mansion. We have pieced together the whispers of this place, and they told us a story of a nation at war with itself. It was never just about whiskey.
It was about two Americas, born at the same time but with fundamentally different souls. The orderly, centralized nation envisioned by the men in Philadelphia, and the wild, fiercely independent world of the frontier. The Whiskey Rebellion was the first time those two Americas met in open conflict, a violent collision of ideals that tested the very foundation of the new republic. It was a brutal, necessary lesson that proved the government could survive a challenge to its authority, but at the cost of blood and bitterness that would linger for generations. The next time you cross the Allegheny Mountains, or pass a small family-owned distillery, or hear a debate about the reach of the federal government, remember the farmers of western Pennsylvania. Remember the story that is buried here. The men are gone. The mansion is ash. But the story remains.
I'm standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. "But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather," he continued, his voice dropping, "was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty." Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader, It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict: not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. In the misty mountains of Appalachia, they say a word can be sharper than any blade, and a woman's pride can be a poison more potent than any rattlesnake's venom. They tell a story of a young man lying on his deathbed, not from fever or from battle, but from love. And they whisper the name of the woman who put him there with a single cruel sentence. Her name was Barbara Allen. Most folks have heard the song, a sad little tune about a hard-hearted girl. But here, in the isolated hollows, that song became more than music. It became a legend of a heart so cold it could freeze a man's soul. It raises a question that still echoes in these hills. Can a person truly be killed by a word? Today, we separate the ballad from the chilling folklore it spawned, to look into the icy heart of Barbara Allen and ask the one question the mountains have been asking for centuries. Was she a monster, or the most tragic victim of them all? You have to understand what life was like back then, in those hidden pockets of the Appalachians. It was a world carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and stubbornness. Life wasn't measured in the turning of pages on a calendar, but in the rhythm of the seasons, the spring thaw that swelled the creeks, the long, hot summers of planting and tending, the autumn harvest that decided who would eat well and who would go hungry through the biting winter. The mountains weren't just a backdrop. They were a living entity, providing everything you needed, but also capable of taking it all away in a heartbeat with a flash flood or a sudden blizzard. In the heart of one such settlement lived a young man they called Sweet William. The name wasn't just a convenience, it was a description. He was the kind of man who was first to help a neighbor raise a barn and the last to leave a campfire. He had a strength that came from working the hard soil and a laugh that could cut through the thickest mountain fog. He was the future, the promise of another generation surviving and thriving in this unforgiving land. Everyone loved him because he was the best of them, a reflection of the warmth and community that was the only real shield against the cold and the dark. And then there was Barbara Allen. If William was the warm hearth of the community, she was the frost on the window pane. She possessed a beauty that was almost painful to look at, sharp and perfect, like a shard of ice. But it was a remote beauty. She lived with her mother in a small cabin, keeping to herself, her silence often mistaken for arrogance. The other girls whispered about her pride, and the young men who tried to court her came away feeling as if they'd tried to warm their hands on a marble statue. She was a mystery, an outsider in a community where there were no secrets. Yet, as it so often happens, the fire was drawn to the frost. William saw something in Barbara that no one else did. Not coldness, but a guarded sorrow, a strength that had hardened into a shield. And she, in turn, saw in his open-hearted nature a warmth she'd never known. Their courtship wasn't one of public pronouncements, but of stolen glances across the clearing during a Sunday service, of a wildflower left on her doorstep, of two people from different worlds circling each other like the sun and the moon. For a brief, hopeful season, it seemed that William's warmth might just be enough to melt her icy heart. But this world was as fragile as it was harsh. It was held together by unwritten laws of respect, honor, and pride. A person's reputation was their most valuable possession, more precious than land or livestock. And in a place where life was a constant struggle, a wounded pride could fester like a snakebite, turning the promise of love into the certainty of a grave. The community, watching the two lovers, held its breath, sensing that this was a story that could only end in one of two ways, with a wedding or with a tragedy that would be whispered around their fireplaces for 100 years to come. The turning point, the moment the future split into what could have been and what was, didn't happen in a dark forest or with the flash of a knife. It happened in a place of celebration. The harvest had been good, and the community gathered in the largest clearing, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the sweet, sharp scent of homemade apple cider. Fiddles were playing, people were laughing, and for a little while, the harshness of mountain life was forgotten. At the center of it all, of course, was sweet William. He was in his element, surrounded by friends, his voice booming over the music. Flushed with cider and the simple joy of the evening, he raised his wooden cup. "A toast!" he shouted, a wide grin on his face. "A toast to the beauties of this valley who make the work worthwhile and the winters warm." Men cheered, and the women, both young and old, smiled at the compliment. It was a simple, clumsy, heartfelt gesture from a young man who loved his home and the people in it. But in a shadowed corner, one pair of eyes didn't smile. Barbara Allen had watched him all evening, a rare warmth in her own heart. She saw him as hers, a private treasure. And in that moment, his toast felt like a betrayal. He hadn't toasted her. He had thrown her into the common lot with every other woman there. To his mind, it was a harmless, all-encompassing compliment. To her proud and guarded heart, it was a public declaration that she was nothing special to him at all. It was a careless flick of the wrist that to her felt like a slap across the face. She didn't scream or cry. Her pain was a cold, quiet thing. The light in her eyes simply went out, replaced by a glacial hardness. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the clearing, vanishing into the night. Her departure was so silent that at first only a few noticed. But a chill followed in her wake, and soon the whispers started. William, seeing her empty place, felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach.
The laughter died on his lips. He followed her, of course. He went to her cabin that night and the next day, but the door remained barred. He sent friends to plead his case, but they returned with shaken heads, speaking of a coldness they had never seen in a living soul. The community watched as a wall of silent, unforgiving pride rose between the two lovers. William's careless words had been the spark, but Barbara's wounded heart was the tinder. A fire had been lit, a slow, consuming blaze that wouldn't be put out with apologies. It was a fire that would demand a sacrifice. William's life wasn't being taken by disease. It was draining away from a wound no doctor could see, a sickness of the soul. His servants, loyal and terrified, saw their master fading like the last embers of a fire. In desperation, they went to the one person who held the cure or the final poison. They found Barbara Allen at her cabin, and their message was a raw plea. "Our Lord is dying, and he is calling for the one named Barbara Allen." There was no command in their voice, only a prayer. She rose slowly, so slowly you'd think time itself was wading through molasses. Every step she took from her cabin to his bedside was deliberate, a leisurely stroll towards a man's last moments. When she finally entered his room, the servant standing helplessly by the door felt a sudden chill, a damp cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was as if she had brought the dead of winter into that small, suffocating space with her. William, pale as a death shroud, his voice a dry whisper, turned his face from the pillow. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for a single drop of mercy. "I am sick, and very, very low," he rasped. "And it's all for the love of you, Barbara Allen." It was his last gamble, his entire being laid bare, hoping to find a flicker of the woman he loved beneath the ice. But the woman who stood over him was not a lover. She was a judge. Her face was a mask of cold indifference. She looked down at the dying man, not with pity, but with a chilling clarity. Her voice, when it came, was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "I remember," she said, each word a perfectly formed drop of venom. "There, in the tavern of the city, when the wine was pouring like a river, you drank to the health of all the beauties, and you neglected me, Barbara Allen." Those words weren't a memory. They were a sentence. They were the final killing blow. The servants watched as the last spark of hope in William's eyes was extinguished. It wasn't a flicker. It was a snuffing out, as sudden and complete as a candle plunged into water. No weapon was raised, no blood was shed, but everyone in that room knew they had just witnessed an execution. William said nothing more. He simply took a shallow breath, and with the last of his strength, he turned his face to the cold, unforgiving wall. It was an act of final surrender. He was turning his back not just on her, but on the world itself, a world where the woman he loved had chosen her pride over his life. A moment later, a profound stillness fell upon the room, a silence deeper and more terrible than any scream. Sweet William was gone. Barbara Allen turned and walked out of that room without a backward glance. She left behind a profound silence, a dead man, and the shattered servants who had just witnessed a soul being extinguished by sheer cruelty. She stepped out into the crisp mountain air, her head held high, the victor in a war only she had been fighting. Her pride was satisfied. Her grievance was avenged. She had won. For the first few hundred yards, that cold satisfaction was a shield, protecting her from the truth of what she had done. But she had not gone a mile, just as the path began to wind back towards her own lonely cabin, when a new sound reached her. It was a sound that cut through the rustling leaves and the sighing of the wind. A single, mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing from the small church in the valley. Dong. It was a sound of finality, a sound of fact. Sweet William was dead. The bell was telling the mountains the news, and that sound pierced her icy armor. The second toll followed the first, and with each resonant peal, a crack appeared in the frozen wall around her heart. It was no longer the sound of her victory, it was the sound of her damnation. The ballad says that the bell seemed to cry out her own name on the wind, a mournful accusation. Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. The pride, the anger, the memory of that silly toast in the tavern, it all evaporated, leaving behind a horrifying, empty void. The realization struck her with the physical force of a blow. The man she loved was in the ground because of her. She had traded his life for a moment of bitter triumph, and the bargain was a fool's one. Her heart, which could not be melted by his love, was now shattered by the sound of his death knell. The community would hear that bell too. The servant's story would spread from cabin to cabin, whispered over cook fires and spinning wheels. There would be no trial, no judge or jury. Her verdict was already being delivered by the hushed, horrified voices of her neighbors. She was no longer just the proud girl, she was the cruel woman, the one who had killed sweet William with nothing but a handful of cold, unforgiving words. There was no trial held in a courthouse for Barbara Allen. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. What law had she broken? There is no statute against having a heart of stone, no crime on the books for killing a man with a memory and 5 cruel words. The law of men, with its ink and paper, was silent. It had no language to describe what had happened in that death room. But in the mountains, there is another kind of justice, an older and more immediate law. And Barbara Allen's trial had already begun. The courtroom was every cabin, every clearing, every fireside in the valley. The servants who had stood helpless at William's bedside were the sole witnesses, and their testimony, spoken in hushed, horrified tones, was the only evidence needed. The story spread faster than a forest fire, a tale of love turned to poison, of a pride so monstrous it could watch a man die and feel nothing. The community, which had once whispered about her coldness, now spoke of it as a fact, an unnatural blight on the world. The verdict was unanimous. She was guilty. But Barbara wasn't listening to them. She was a prisoner in a different kind of court, the one held in the echoing silence of her own soul. The funeral bell had been the prosecution's opening statement, and it had shattered her every defense. As she ran home, stumbling through the woods, she wasn't fleeing justice. She was rushing to accept her sentence. When she burst through the door of her mother's cabin, her face was a mask of terror and grief. She was no longer a cold-hearted killer. She was a condemned woman. Her confession was not a plea for mercy, but a final, desperate command. She cried out to her mother, the words tumbling from her in a torrent of unbearable guilt. "Mom, Mom, make my bed, make it softly and long. My darling died for me today, and I will die for him tomorrow." In that moment, she was both the accused and the executioner. She understood the ancient law of the mountains, a heart for a heart, a life for a life. Her own pride had demanded William's life as payment, and now her conscience, awakened too late, demanded hers in return. And so the final verdict was delivered, not by the community, who would soon change their condemnation to a sad, shaking pity, but by Barbara Allen herself. She died the next day, not of fever or sickness, but of a broken heart, the very ailment she had inflicted upon her lover. Was it justice? Perhaps it was something more profound. It was a perfect, terrible symmetry. The law of men could never have balanced the scales so precisely. The mountains had rendered their own judgment, leaving 2 fresh graves as a permanent warning that a heart closed to forgiveness is a tomb waiting to be filled. And so they buried them in the old churchyard, side by side. He, the victim of a love too strong, and she, the victim of a pride that had turned to poison. In any other story, that would be the end. 2 graves on a lonely hillside, slowly being reclaimed by the wild grass and the passage of time. But in Appalachia, some stories refuse to stay buried in the ground.
they grow. Out of Sweet William's grave, the old-timers say, there grew a rose. It wasn't just any rose, but one with petals so deep and red they looked like drops of blood, a symbol of the true and passionate love he'd held in his heart. And from Barbara Allen's grave, there grew a briar, its vines thorny and grasping, a testament to the sharp, tangled pride that had protected and ultimately destroyed her. They grew, reaching up towards the Appalachian sun as if pulled by some unseen force. The rose climbed the old stone wall of the churchyard, and the briar followed. Higher and higher they went, until at the very peak of the wall they met. And there, under the watchful eyes of the mountains, the soft red rose and the thorny green briar intertwined. They wove themselves together into what the ballad calls a true lover's knot, a symbol of forgiveness, a sign that the love that was denied in life had finally found its union in death. Now, you can't go to a specific place in Kentucky or North Carolina and find a headstone that reads Barbara Allen. Her grave is not a place on a map. The real marker isn't made of stone, it's made of music. The ballad itself is the echo. It survived the long ocean voyage from Scotland, and in the isolated hollows of Appalachia, it found its true home. It was passed down like an heirloom, from a grandmother's cracked voice to a child listening on a porch swing, a lesson and a lullaby all in one. The story became a part of the people, and that is what remains today. The traces are not in archives or history books, but in the culture itself. It's in the melancholy bend of a fiddle string, in the lyrics sung by 1,000 different voices over hundreds of years. The mountains do remember, and though most people have forgotten the fine details, the legend of the rose and the briar still hangs in the air of every old, overgrown cemetery, a ghostly reminder that love and pride are two powerful vines that, once tangled, can never truly be separated. So we come back to the question that has haunted this story from the start, a question that the wind still whispers in the high mountain passes. Was Barbara Allen a monster, or was she a victim? The truth, like most truths in these mountains, is not a simple thing. In that death room, standing over the man who loved her, she was a monster. She wielded her wounded pride like a weapon and dealt a killing blow. But in the moments that followed, when the sound of a funeral bell shattered her soul, she became the story's final, most tragic victim, a prisoner of a pride she could no longer live with. This is the eternal lesson encoded in the ballad of Barbara Allen, the reason it has survived for centuries while grander tales have turned to dust. It's a story that warns us that a heart shielded by pride is the most fragile heart of all. It teaches us that forgiveness is not a gift we give to others, but a key to our own freedom. The rose and the briar are not just a fanciful ending, they are the story's true moral. They tell us that even after a tragedy born of bitterness and spite, redemption is possible, that two souls torn apart by life can find their way back to each other in the end. This is more than just a ghost story or a sad old song. It is a piece of Appalachia's soul. It is a testament to the people who lived and died by a code of honor that could be both their greatest strength and their most fatal flaw. And even today, if you find yourself deep in the mountains when the fog is rolling in and the world grows quiet, you can almost hear it. A sad, distant melody on the wind and the mournful toll of a bell, forever crying out a warning and a lament. Poor Barbara Allen. The sound that first alerted the landlady wasn't a scream or a crash. It was the steady, unending hiss of a water tap left running for hours. Inside the bathroom of a modest New Jersey boarding house, a scene of quiet horror waited. A young woman, just 24 years old, lay submerged in the cold water of the tub, her head beneath the faucet. On a nearby chair, her clothes were folded with an almost chilling precision. A note sat on a small table, its shaky handwriting telling a story of despair and a life given up. To the world,
It was a clear-cut tragedy. A troubled soul named O.C. Sneed had finally found a desperate peace. But for one man, the county physician who first examined the body, the scene wasn't one of tragedy, it was a stage. It was too neat, too perfect. And that raises the bone-chilling question we're here to answer today. If O.C. Sneed didn't write that note, who did? And if she didn't take her own life, who held her head beneath the water until it was over? Otelia Gilmer Sneed, known to all as Ose, was a ghost long before she died. She was the very picture of turn-of-the-century Southern beauty, delicate, with eyes that held a deep and searching sadness. For a brief, fleeting moment, she had a life of her own. She married a man she loved and gave birth to a daughter, a small flicker of warmth in what had been a cold and controlled existence. That little family was her world, her one chance at a life defined by her own choices and her own happiness. But O.C. was born into a dynasty in decay. Her mother, Caroline, and her two aunts, Virginia and Mary, were the last vestiges of a proud Virginia family whose fortunes had withered like autumn leaves. They lived on the edge of Appalachia, in a world where the memory of wealth was a heavier burden than poverty itself. They were women forged in the fires of Southern pride, a pride that could curdle into something monstrous when faced with the shame of destitution. They saw Oates's simple happiness not as a blessing, but as a betrayal of their ambitions. And so they began the slow, methodical work of dismantling her world. They were a trio of spiders, weaving a web of concern and manipulation around her. They convinced O.C. that her husband was unworthy, that motherhood was too great a strain for her delicate health. They pried her away from her husband, and then, most cruelly, from her own child. They moved her from city to city, a traveling invalid with no anchor and no friends, only her three ever-present caretakers. The true poison they fed her wasn't in a bottle. It was in their whispers. They told her she was sick, and so she was. They told her she was a burden, and so she became one. They told her she was fragile, and her spirit became as brittle as spun glass. They isolated her from anyone who might offer a kind word or a dissenting opinion, until their voices were the only ones she could hear. This was the world that was lost, not just the life of a 24-year-old woman, but the life she was never allowed to live. She was a prisoner in a gilded cage of family duty, a beautiful, gentle soul who was systematically broken down by the very women who should have protected her. The tragedy wasn't just what happened in that bathtub. It was the slow, deliberate murder of her spirit that had been going on for years. To the first officers on the scene, it looked like an open and shut case, a sad but simple story written in the objects left behind. The laudanum bottle, nearly empty, the drinking glass, and the note, the final desperate period on a life sentence of sorrow. The scene was a still life of despair, carefully arranged and presented. But it was that very care, that meticulous neatness, that began to unravel the whole story. Suicide is an act of chaos, a final violent tearing of the soul. This was something else entirely. It was clean. It was orderly. It was a performance. Dr. William Mackenzie, the county physician, was a man who understood death. He'd seen it in all its forms, violent, peaceful, accidental, and self-inflicted. And as he stood in that cold, damp bathroom, his professional instincts were screaming that this was wrong. He noted the position of O.C.'s body, the lack of any real disarray. He looked at the neatly folded clothes on the chair. Who folds their clothes before drowning themselves? It was a small detail, but it was a crack in the story, a tiny fissure through which a horrifying truth would begin to seep. The true wilderness in this case wasn't a forest of trees, but a wilderness of lies. The clues weren't tracks in the mud, but inconsistencies in human behavior. The two elderly aunts, Virginia and Mary, were putting on a symphony of sorrow that somehow rang false. Their wails seemed rehearsed, their grief too theatrical for the quiet, grim reality of the room. Dr. Mackenzie watched them, and the cold knot of suspicion in his gut tightened.
He sensed he was not in the presence of mourners, but of actors who had just finished their final scene. The bathroom offered no easy answers. Instead, it presented a series of unsettling questions. Why was the scene so pristine? Why did the women's grief feel so hollow? And most importantly, as Dr. Mackenzie looked at the shaky, uncertain script of the suicide note, he couldn't shake the feeling that O.C. Sneed was not the author of her own death. The room was silent now, the water turned off, but for the doctor, the air was thick with whispers of a crime too monstrous to yet be named. In any story like this, the first shadow of suspicion always falls on the husband. And O.C. Sneed had a husband, a man she had once loved, the father of her child, a man who had been systematically and surgically cut out of her life by her family. He was the outsider, the one person who stood to gain nothing from her death, but everything from her life. Yet in the twisted logic of a murder investigation, this made him the perfect first suspect. The story the family told was a compelling one. They painted a picture of a rough, unsuitable man, someone who wasn't worthy of their Virginian aristocracy. They had, in their telling, rescued Otzi from a disastrous marriage. They were protecting her. But the lawmen had to wonder, what does a man do when his wife and child are stolen from him? Does he walk away? Or does a deep and poisonous bitterness begin to take root in his soul? The motive was as old as the mountains themselves, a heart turned to stone by jealousy and rejection. The whispers would have started immediately. He couldn't have her, so he made sure no one else could either. Perhaps he had been trying to get her back, and in a final, desperate confrontation, his rage had boiled over. It was a simple, brutal explanation that made a certain kind of sense. He was the spurned lover, the classic villain in a tale of love gone wrong. Investigators would have looked into him, searching for any sign of instability, any threat he might have made. Every letter he sent, every desperate plea to see his own daughter would now be re-examined through a sinister lens. Was it the plea of a loving father, or the obsession of a stalker? The family's wall of silence would have ensured that every memory of him was tainted, every action twisted into something menacing. He was the easy answer, the convenient scapegoat whose presence allowed everyone to avoid looking at the far more unthinkable possibility waiting in the shadows. But the husband was a ghost, a convenient shadow to chase while the real danger sat knitting in the parlor. The most chilling twists in any story come not from an enemy at the gate, but from a traitor at the table. And in Otzi Sneed's life, the table was surrounded by her own blood. No one would ever suspect the very women who had sworn to protect her. Her mother, Caroline, her quiet aunt, Mary, and the undeniable center of their dark little universe, her other aunt, Virginia Wardlaw. Virginia was a woman carved from granite. A former headmistress of a prestigious school, she carried herself with an imperious authority that bent others to her will. She wasn't just the matriarch of the family, she was its absolute monarch. To be in her presence was to feel a quiet, terrifying gravity, a force that pulled you into her orbit and held you there. She was a woman of formidable intelligence, but her mind had turned inward, consumed by a single, poisonous obsession. The secret motive wasn't a crime of passion. It was the cold, chilling arithmetic of greed. The family's pride was all they had left, and it was a poor substitute for the wealth they'd lost. Osi, in their eyes, was not a daughter or a niece. She was an asset, a walking, breathing vessel to be converted into cash. Over months, they had taken out more than a dozen life insurance policies on her, a web of future payments totaling over $32,000. In 1909, that wasn't just a fortune, it was a resurrection. It was the price of their beautiful, fragile Osi, and a price they were more than willing to pay. Suddenly, every act of care they had shown her was cast in a sinister new light. Separating her from her husband wasn't protection, it was isolating the asset. Moving her from town to town wasn't for her health, it was to keep her away from prying eyes. Their constant whispers that she was sick and tired of living weren't words of comfort. They were psychological warfare.
preparing the ground for the suicide they were planning. Their grief, which had seemed so theatrical to the doctor, was now revealed for what it was: the final, triumphant act of a play they had been writing for years. But there was a third player in this tragedy, a silent partner whose motives were not born of passion or family pride, but of cold, impersonal commerce. This threat didn't come from the shadowed hollows of Virginia, but from the gleaming office buildings of the North. It was the burgeoning, rapacious world of the life insurance industry. In the early 1900s, this was a new and powerful game in America, a system that allowed you to place a wager on a human life and, for the right price, profit from its end. This was not a single man in a city suit, but an army of them. Eager agents, hungry for commissions, who saw these three refined Southern ladies not as potential killers, but as a respectable source of income. They likely never questioned why this family was so keen on insuring their frail, sickly niece. They never raised an eyebrow as one policy was stacked upon another, and then another, until O.C. Sneed's life was worth a king's ransom. Why would they? The premiums were being paid, and that's all that mattered. This external force provided the ultimate impersonal motive. To the insurance companies, O.C. was not a woman with hopes and a lost child. She was Policy 74B, a name on a ledger, a set of actuarial tables, a risk to be calculated. The system itself, in its relentless pursuit of profit, created the very weapon the family needed. It transformed O.C. from a human being into a financial instrument, an investment waiting to mature. This corporate entity created a climate of deadly opportunity. It gave Virginia Wardlaw the tools and the incentive to turn her dark thoughts into a workable plan. The insurance men didn't hold O.C.'s head under the water, and they bore her no ill will. But their contracts, signed and sealed with a fountain pen, were the death warrant. They were the faceless, unknowing accomplices who built the gallows, handed over the rope, and then turned a blind eye, content to simply count their money. The law, my friends, tends to move in straight lines, and the straightest line of suspicion pointed directly at O.C.'s estranged husband. In the days following the discovery, the telegram wires began to hum with his name. Here was a man with a clear, understandable motive. The rage of a spurned husband and a father denied his child. A posse, either literal or figurative, was sent to track him down. They expected to find a monster consumed by rage. Instead, they found a man hollowed out by loss. The promising trail evaporated into a puff of cold Appalachian air. O.C.'s husband was hundreds of miles away, his presence confirmed by a dozen clock-punching factory workers who saw him every single day. His alibi wasn't just firm, it was ironclad. When questioned, his grief was raw and undeniable. The letters he'd sent, once viewed as the obsessive rantings of a potential killer, were now revealed for what they were. The desperate, heartbroken pleas of a man trying to claw his way back to the family that had been stolen from him. The lead wasn't just cold, it was a dead end that led to another victim of the family's cruelty. With their primary suspect cleared, the investigators in New Jersey hit a wall. They were left with the unsettling scene in the bathroom and three grieving women. But how do you accuse a mother and her sisters of such an unspeakable act? Virginia, Caroline, and Mary presented a united front of Southern gentility and profound sorrow. Their story was simple and, on the surface, unshakable. O.C. was a troubled soul, and her fragile mind had finally broken. Who could prove otherwise? The investigation stalled. The days turned into weeks. The initial shock in the community began to curdle into a low-grade fear. The easy answer, the vengeful husband, was gone. Now, a more terrifying question hung in the air. If he didn't do it, who did? The authorities were frustrated, circling a truth they couldn't grasp. They had a strong suspicion, a gut feeling that the evil they were looking for was right in front of them, hiding behind black mourning veils, but they had no proof. The case was growing colder by the day, threatening to become just another sad, unsolved tragedy.
The investigators soon discovered that the most formidable obstacle they faced wasn't the lack of evidence, but the suspects themselves. The community in this case wasn't a town or a holler. It was a closed, suffocating circle of 3 women. The Sneed and Wardlaw sisters had built a fortress around their secret, and its walls were mortared with Southern pride and a deep, ingrained contempt for the prying questions of outsiders. This wasn't the code of silence of the mountains where neighbors protect their own. This was the omerta of the family, a pact sealed in blood and greed. At the center of this wall was Virginia Wardlaw. Her iron will was the law that governed her sisters. Caroline, Osie's own mother, and the quieter Mary moved in her shadow, their thoughts and actions seemingly extensions of Virginia's own. To question one was to question them all, and to question them was to be met with a performance of wounded dignity and sorrow so convincing it was almost a work of art. They were a united front of black lace and quiet denial, a living embodiment of the Southern creed to never air one's dirty laundry in public, especially not for the benefit of Northern lawmen. Their silence was rooted in a profound arrogance. They believed they were intellectually and socially superior to the policemen and reporters who hounded them. The investigation, in their eyes, wasn't a righteous search for truth. It was a vulgar intrusion. They answered questions with condescending patience, as if explaining complex matters to a simple child. Every inquiry about Otesie's life was met with a polished story of a tragic, depressive girl. Every query about their own actions was deflected with a sigh of grief. The psychological toll of this siege was immense, but it only seemed to harden their resolve. Interrogating them was like trying to punch through granite with your bare hands. There were no cracks, no whispers, no single moment of weakness. One sister's story perfectly mirrored the others. The pressure built, but the wall held firm. This steadfast, unified front created a profound fear in the investigation itself. The fear that these women, protected by their class, their gender, and their own unshakable will, might actually get away with it. They were hiding in plain sight, and their silence was the most damning evidence of all. The case, which had gone cold, was not broken open by a single dramatic discovery. There was no hidden diary, no deathbed confession. Instead, the truth was unearthed by a new kind of detective, the kind Virginia Wardlaw and her sisters had never accounted for, the insurance investigator. These were not men bound by the niceties of police work. They were bulldogs, hired to protect their company's money, and they followed the scent of fraud with a relentless, single-minded determination. While the police were hitting the wall of the family's silence, these investigators were working in the opposite direction. They started not with the body in the tub, but with the paper trail. They descended on the case like a flock of crows, pulling records, interviewing agents, and piecing together the web of policies the family had spun around Otsie. What they found was staggering. It wasn't just 1 or 2 policies, but more than a dozen. A financial net so vast and so recently woven that it screamed of a premeditated plan. The turning point came when they uncovered the timing. They found that in the weeks leading up to Otsie's death, the sisters had been in a frantic race against time. Some of the premiums were overdue. The policies, worth a small fortune, were on the verge of lapsing. The investigators found evidence of desperate letters, of money being scraped together, of a panicked effort to keep their investment alive. It was the crucial detail that changed everything. Otsie's death wasn't just a convenience. It had become a necessity, a deadline that had to be met before the whole scheme collapsed. But the final forgotten clue was found not in a ledger, but on a druggist's shelf. An investigator, working on a hunch, canvassed the pharmacies in the towns the women had passed through. And he found him, a small-town druggist who remembered a strange purchase. A tall, stern-looking woman, a woman who matched Virginia Wardlaw's description perfectly, had come in just days before the death. She'd bought a bottle of chloroform, claiming it was for a sick cat. Suddenly, the official story of a laudanum suicide crumbled to dust. a new, far more horrifying picture began to form. A picture of a young woman not just drowned, but first subdued, rendered helpless before being placed in her own watery grave. The truth was no longer a suspicion. It had a name and it smelled of chloroform. With the discovery of the chloroform purchase and the frantic, desperate attempts to keep the insurance policies active, the story of Otzi Sneed's sad suicide was no longer just a lie. It was an insult to the truth. The net, woven from paper trails and a druggist's memory, had been thrown. Now it was being pulled tight, and there were only 3 people caught within its threads. The investigators were no longer asking if a crime had been committed. They were looking at the 3 women in black and asking a much more terrifying question: which one of you held her down? The unmasking began with the undeniable architect of the entire affair, Virginia Wardlaw. She was the sun around which her sister's weaker wills orbited. It was her stern, imperious face the druggist remembered. It was her sharp, calculating mind that had conceived of the insurance scheme, first tested on her own nephew Fletcher, and now perfected on her niece. The motive was born of her pride, her refusal to accept a life of genteel poverty. In the family's fall from grace, she saw not misfortune, but a personal failure that had to be rectified by any means necessary. Otzi was simply the final, most valuable means. But Virginia, for all her strength, did not act alone. She needed accomplices, and she found them in her own blood. Her sister, Mary Sneed, quieter and more pliable, followed her lead without question. But the most monstrous betrayal came from Caroline Martin, Otzi's own mother. This was the dark heart of the conspiracy. Caroline, a woman who seemed cold and detached, had made a horrific choice. She had sided with her powerful sister against her own child, sacrificing her daughter on the altar of her family's financial salvation. She was not a mother watching a tragedy unfold. She was a willing participant, a silent partner in what the sensationalist press would soon call the bathtub trust. And so, the true motive was laid bare, and it was far colder and more brutal than any crime of passion. It wasn't mercy, it wasn't madness, it was an act of accounting. They had convinced themselves that their right to a comfortable life superseded Otzi's right to live at all. They were drowning in debt and shame, and Otzi was a life raft they could only use by killing her. The love, the care, the concern, it was all a ghastly performance, a long and patient grooming of their victim for the final slaughter. The mask was off. Beneath the veils of southern gentility and grieving motherhood lay the faces of killers. They weren't monsters who had crept in from the wilderness. They were the monsters who had lived inside the house all along. The central mystery was solved. Otzi Sneed was murdered by her mother and her aunts, a conspiracy of 3 women bound by blood, who committed the ultimate sacrilege for $32,000. The plan, rehearsed for weeks in whispers and cold glances, was now set in motion. In the confines of that small boarding house room, the air grew thick with a terrible purpose. A handkerchief was produced, its clean white fabric belying the dark intent. The sickly sweet odor of chloroform filled the air, a chemical scent that promised not a gentle sleep, but a deep and final oblivion. Otzi's faint pleas, already weakened by years of psychological torment, faded into a confused murmur, then silence. There was no longer any resistance, only the dead weight of a life already surrendered. 2 sets of shadows moved as one. The sound of her body meeting the cold, hard porcelain of the empty tub was a dull, final punctuation mark in the quiet room. Then, a hand, perhaps the very hand that had once rocked her cradle, reached out with unnatural steadiness and twisted the silver faucet. The shriek of the pipes and the sudden roar of rushing water was a deafening sound, a sound meant to wash away everything. For a moment, there was a brief, violent disturbance on the surface of the rising water. A frantic splash, a single desperate gasp for air that was immediately swallowed by the deluge, and then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The splashing stopped. The only sound left was the steady, indifferent hiss of the water pouring over a stillness it had just created. Her dark hair began to spread out around her head like a tragic halo in the ever-deepening pool. The women watched, their faces unreadable stone, until the surface was calm and glassy. This was not an act of rage, it was a task to be completed. With a chilling efficiency, they turned their attention to the stagecraft. They placed the forged note just so. They arranged the laudanum bottle and the glass, and with methodical care, one of them folded Osie's clothes and placed them neatly on a chair, the final sociopathic touch on their masterpiece of murder. With the evidence mounting, the veneer of Southern respectability shattered like cheap glass. Virginia Wardlaw and Caroline Martin were arrested, their black mourning dresses replaced by the coarse fabric of prison uniforms. The trial became a national sensation. Newspaper reporters from across the country descended on the small New Jersey town, eager to document every detail of the bathtub trust. The courtroom was packed every day with a morbidly curious public, all craning their necks to get a look at the mother and aunt accused of a crime that defied comprehension. Caroline Martin, Osie's mother, seemed to shrink in the witness box. Her lawyers argued that she was not a monster, but a victim herself, a woman completely under the hypnotic spell of her domineering older sister. They painted a picture of a weak will eroded by a stronger one, claiming she was insane, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong under Virginia's powerful influence. Some in the courtroom pitied her. Others saw a coward trying to escape the consequences of her own terrible choices. But Virginia Wardlaw was a different matter entirely. Even in her jail cell, her indomitable will refused to be broken by others. She would author her own ending. Realizing the game was over and the full, sordid truth of their years of scheming was about to be laid bare for the world to see, she chose the final act of control. With a small, sharp pen, the same kind of instrument she might have once used to grade school papers, she wrote out a full confession. It was a masterpiece of manipulation, taking sole blame, exonerating her sisters, and framing the murder as a mercy killing for a girl who was tired of living. Then, with a surgeon's precision, she severed an artery in her arm and bled to death on the cold stone floor of her cell. Virginia's suicide note was her last, defiant move on the chessboard, and it worked. It cast enough doubt to save her sisters from the gallows. Caroline Martin was found guilty, but her plea of insanity was accepted. She was sentenced not to prison, but to 7 years in the New Jersey State Hospital for the insane. Mary Sneed, the quiet third sister, was also declared insane and institutionalized. Justice, in the end, was a murky affair. The mastermind was dead by her own hand, and her accomplices were hidden away from the world in asylums, leaving a verdict that felt profoundly unfinished, a story that still echoes with the injustice of it all. The ripples from that cold New Jersey bathtub spread far and wide, altering the course of every life the water had touched. For Osie's husband and her young daughter, the verdict was not a victory, but the beginning of a long, quiet haunting. He was a man vindicated, cleared of all suspicion, but his reputation in some circles remained unfairly stained. He was left to raise a daughter who would never know her mother, a child whose inheritance was not money, but a legacy of horror, a bedtime story too terrible to ever tell. They disappeared from the public record, seeking the anonymity that had been stolen from them, forever defined by a tragedy they had no part in creating. The families of the guilty were likewise shattered. The proud Wardlaw and Sneed names, once synonymous with Virginian aristocracy, were now whispered with a shudder, forever linked to a monstrous crime. Descendants for generations to come would carry the weight of what their forebears had done. They bore a silent shame, a darkness in their family tree that could never be pruned away. They lived with the knowledge that the blood of both a victim and her killers flowed through their own veins. And what of the women in the asylum? For Caroline Martin, the mother who sold her daughter's life, the state hospital became her tomb. She died there just a few years later, in 1913, her claims of insanity perhaps becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in the grim reality of institutional life. Did she ever feel remorse? Did she see her daughter's face in the long, lonely nights? The asylum walls kept her secrets. Mary Sneed, the quiet accomplice, faded even deeper into obscurity, a footnote in her sister's grand, evil design, living out her days in the shadow of a crime that had consumed them all. The fortune they had killed for was eaten up by legal fees and clawed back by the insurance companies. In the end, their great scheme earned them nothing but death, madness, and infamy. If you travel to the old cemeteries of Lynchburg, Virginia, you can still find the stones that mark the end of this story. There, under the shade of ancient magnolias, lies the grave of O.C. Sneed. And not far away, you will find the final resting places of her mother and her aunts. They are all there together, a family united in death as they were in life, a silent, chilling tableau of victim and killers sharing the same sacred ground. The physical evidence of this tragedy has not vanished. It is carved in granite, a permanent record for anyone who knows where to look. But the story doesn't just live in stone, it breathes in the folklore of the region. For years after the trial, the people of Lynchburg spoke of the Wardlaws and the Sneeds in hushed tones, as if saying the name too loudly might invite the same darkness into their own homes. They spoke of a curse, a poison that ran through the family's bloodline. The convenient suicides of Colonel Sneed and O.C.'s brother Fletcher, followed by O.C.'s murder and Virginia's own final, violent act. It was too much to be a coincidence. It was the story of a doomed house, a family that was destined to consume itself. To explain the unthinkable, to understand how a mother could participate in the destruction of her own daughter, the most powerful legend of all was born, the myth of Virginia Wardlaw, the hypnotist. People whispered that her will was more than just strong. It was a supernatural force. They said she could bend people to her will with a glance, that her sisters were not truly accomplices, but puppets dancing on her invisible strings. It was a story that painted Virginia not just as a murderer, but as a sorceress of the mind, a Svengali in a Sunday dress. And of course, where there is great tragedy, there are always ghosts. Legends began to circulate of a weeping woman heard near the site of the old New Jersey boarding house. And back in the Lynchburg cemeteries, people claimed to see a sad, spectral figure in a white dress wandering among the tombstones on moonless nights. The lost soul of O.C. Sneed, forever trapped by her family's evil, unable to find peace even in the grave. These tales, passed down through generations, are the scar tissue left on the memory of a community that was forced to look into the face of an unimaginable evil. We began this story in a cold bathroom, with a still body in a tub and a simple, terrible question. If O.C. Sneed didn't take her own life, who did? We now have our answer, and it is more horrifying than any fiction. The hands that held her head beneath the water were not those of a stranger or a spurned lover or a faceless villain. They belonged to her mother and her aunts. The plot to end her life was not hatched in a dark alley, but in the parlors and boarding house rooms where they feigned love and affection. The story of O.C. Sneed is not just a tale of a forgotten crime. It is a chilling lesson on the nature of greed. It shows us how the desperate hunger for money and status can become a kind of poison, a sickness that rots a family from the inside out until it is capable of devouring its own. It's a brutal reminder that the most respectable exteriors, the southern manners, the church-going piety, the black mourning dresses, can hide a heart of pure, cold stone. But the ultimate moral of this story is about the perversion of trust. O.C. was taught her entire life to obey her family, to trust in their wisdom, to believe in their love. That trust was the weapon they used against her. They turned the sacred bond between a mother and a child into a tool for manipulation and murder. This is the story's final, enduring horror,
The realization that the greatest danger doesn't always come from the darkness outside, but from the smiling faces we are taught to love unconditionally. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. It stands as a testament to the fact that monsters are real, and sometimes they're the ones who tuck you into bed at night. A volley of rifle fire tore through the quiet air over the Kentucky River, and the man they called Bad Tom Baker fell. The one-armed king of Clay County, a figure whispered about with a mix of terror and awe, disappeared into the murky water. History calls it the end of a feud. But was it just a family squabble over a stolen pig or a stray card game? Or was it the assassination of a tyrant who had turned the law into his personal weapon and ruled an entire county through sheer brutal force? Today, we dig past the headlines to find the truth behind Appalachia's most feared family dynasty. To understand the Bakers, you have to understand the land that shaped them. Clay County, Kentucky, after the Civil War, was a world unto itself. Carved by deep, misty valleys the locals call hollers, it was a place where the modern world's grip was weak. The people here, mostly descendants of tough Scottish-Irish settlers, lived by a code much older than any state constitution. Family wasn't just important, it was everything. Your clan was your nation, your church, and your army, all rolled into one. Life was hard, scraped from thin soil and dense forests. Logging and salt mining were the only real industries, and in a place with so little power wasn't measured in dollars, but in influence. The most coveted prize was the sheriff's badge, because whoever held it didn't just enforce the law, they were the law. They controlled taxes, settled disputes, and decided who prospered and who starved. It was a king's throne in a kingdom of log cabins and dirt roads. This isolated world was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The Civil War had split communities down the middle. Neighbor fought neighbor, and those wounds never truly healed. The Bakers had largely sided with the Union, while many of their future rivals, like the Howards, had fought for the Confederacy. They returned from the war not as countrymen, but as vanquished foes and bitter victors, forced to live side by side in these tight, unforgiving hollers. Every day was a fragile truce. Men worked their land with a rifle never far from reach. They gathered at the county seat of Manchester with pistols tucked in their belts, their eyes constantly scanning for the face of an old enemy. They were proud, stubborn people, steeped in a tradition where an insult to one was an insult to all, a debt that could only be paid in blood. They didn't know it yet, but their way of life was standing on the edge of a cliff. The world of quiet mountain self-reliance was about to be shattered by a feud so brutal it would become a legend. A small grudge, born from this soil steeped in hate, was about to grow into a war that would drench the courthouse steps in red and leave a legacy of fear that would echo for 100 years. History loves a clean starting point. A single gunshot, a stolen kiss, one insult that tips the world into chaos. But in the mountains, feuds rarely have a single beginning. They fester. They grow in the dark like mold, feeding on old wounds and whispered grudges. The Baker-Howard feud was no different. Some old-timers swear it started over a card game when a Baker accused a Howard of cheating, and words gave way to fists, then knives. Others say it was something as simple and as serious as a stolen boar. The truth is, it doesn't matter which spark lit the fuse. The whole county was a powder keg that had been sitting since the Civil War, just waiting for any reason to explode. And the man who struck the match was Thomas Baker, known to history as Bad Tom. He wasn't just another brawler in a long line of them. He was different. There was a cold fire in his eyes, a charisma that drew men to him, and a ruthlessness that made them fear him. He'd lost an arm in a sawmill accident, but this only added to his mythic stature. With one hand, they said, he could handle a rifle better than any two-handed man in the state. He was the living embodiment of his family's pride and their rage, and he didn't just join the simmering conflict, he became its heart.
The feud might have remained a series of back-alley brawls and drunken shootouts, if not for one thing: politics. Bad Tom saw that true power wasn't just in the barrel of a gun, but in the sheriff's badge that could legitimize its use. He ran for sheriff, and through a campaign of charm, intimidation, and likely a few backroom deals, he won. This was the point of no return. The law was no longer a neutral force in Clay County. It was now a weapon pointed directly at the heart of the Howard clan and their allies. Suddenly, the game had changed. This was no longer just about family honor. It was about survival. For the Howards, facing a sheriff who was also their sworn enemy, there was no court of appeal, no neutral ground. Their only path was to fight back with the same ferocity. The threats, once muttered in saloons, became open declarations of war. A loaded cartridge might be left on a windowsill, a silent promise of what was to come. A rider might gallop past a Howard cabin in the dead of night, firing a single shot into the darkness, not to kill, but to remind them that they were never safe. The time for talking was over. Under the reign of Bad Tom, the streets of Manchester, the county seat, became a theater of war. Court days were the most dangerous. The air would grow thick with tension as the armed clans gathered, their eyes locked on each other across the town square. It wasn't a matter of if violence would erupt, but when. And one day, it did, in a way that would be seared into the county's memory forever. As the Howards and their allies stood on the courthouse steps, the world exploded in a deafening roar of gunfire. From concealed positions, the Bakers unleashed a coordinated volley. For a moment, there was only the thunder of rifles and the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke. Then came the screams. Men who had been standing tall moments before crumpled to the ground. The white columns of the courthouse, symbols of law and order, were stained with something other than rain. When the gunsmoke finally cleared and a ringing silence fell, the ground was littered with the fallen. The law hadn't just been broken, it had been executed in broad daylight. But the horror wasn't confined to these public spectacles. The war followed people home. It crept onto their porches in the dead of night, leaving a single bullet on a windowsill, a silent promise. Or worse, a small, crudely carved coffin, a message more chilling than any spoken threat. A family would be sitting down to supper, and a shot would ring out from the darkness, shattering a window pane. The bullet wasn't meant to hit anyone. It was meant to shatter their peace, to remind them that they were never safe, to exhaust their nerves until they broke. The mountains, once a source of comfort, became an enemy. Every bend in the road, every dense patch of woods, could be hiding an ambush. The Bakers knew these hills like the back of their one remaining hand. They would strike from the trees like ghosts and melt back into the forest, leaving behind only chaos and fear. Travel between hollers became a life-or-death gamble. Perhaps the darkest tale whispered about Bad Tom was the one about his own cousin. The story goes that the man showed a moment of weakness, a flicker of cowardice in the face of the enemy. For Bad Tom, this was a betrayal worse than any other. He summoned the man to the family home, and as the cousin stood on the doorstep, a single shot echoed through the holler. It was a message to everyone, friend and foe alike. In the Baker clan, loyalty was absolute, and the price for breaking the code was paid on the spot, without hesitation. After the smoke cleared from the courthouse steps, a new kind of silence fell over Clay County. It wasn't peace, it was the suffocating quiet of absolute fear. Doors were bolted, windows were shuttered, and the streets of Manchester emptied as if a plague had swept through. The only ones who moved freely were the Bakers and their allies, who walked with the swagger of conquering heroes. The law, which had bled out on the town square, was now whatever Bad Tom Baker said it was. For the survivors of the Howard clan, grief quickly hardened into a cold, unbending resolve. They carried their dead back to their family plots in the quiet hollers, but they weren't just burying their kin. They were burying any hope of conventional justice. To appeal to Sheriff Baker to investigate a crime committed by the Bakers was not just futile, it was a death sentence. They knew then that the war would not be won in a courtroom or on a ballot. It would only end when Bad Tom Baker was in the ground. The fear was a poison that seeped into every corner of life. Neighbors who had known each other for generations stopped speaking, their eyes averting in the street lest a friendly word be misinterpreted as taking a side. Business ground to a halt. The mountains that had once been a sanctuary became a prison, and the legend of Bad Tom grew with every whispered story. People said he couldn't be killed, that he'd made a deal with the devil for his one-armed marksmanship. In the flickering firelight of their cabins, people began to believe that he wasn't a man at all, but a spirit of vengeance sent to punish the county for its sins. But the gunshots in Manchester echoed far beyond the hills of Clay County. Newspapers in Frankfurt and Louisville began to run sensational stories about bloody Clay, painting it as a savage land ruled by a one-armed tyrant. The state government, long content to let the mountain counties manage their own affairs, could no longer ignore the anarchy. The governor was embarrassed. Rewards were quietly offered for information, and the first whispers of sending in the state militia began to circulate. The outside world was finally starting to peer into the heart of darkness that Clay County had become. This external pressure, combined with the desperation of his enemies, sealed Bad Tom's fate. His opponents realized they couldn't outfight him, and they couldn't outvote him. They had only one option left. In secret meetings, deep in the woods, a plan was forged. It wouldn't be a fair fight, because a fair fight with Tom Baker was one you lost. It would be an ambush. They began to watch his movements, learning his routines, waiting for the perfect moment to cut the head off the snake and end his bloody reign for good. With Bad Tom Baker's body lost to the Kentucky River, you might think the story was over, but it wasn't. His death wasn't an act of law, it was an assassination. And now, the law of men finally came to Clay County. The state, embarrassed and angry, sent in troops and prosecutors. The war of ambushes and shootouts was over. The war of witness stands and gavels was about to begin. The courthouse, once a battlefield, was now to be a place of judgment. The trials that followed were a spectacle, a clash of two entirely different worlds. Armed state militiamen stood guard, their faces grim, watching a crowd that was divided by an invisible line of hatred. On one side sat the remaining Bakers, on the other, the Howards and their allies. In the middle were the city lawyers in their pressed suits, trying to apply abstract legal principles to a conflict fueled by generations of raw, personal vengeance. For the mountain folk packed into the gallery, it was a strange and foreign circus, where truth seemed less important than procedure. The men in the dock were a study in defiance. Whether Baker or Howard, they showed little remorse. They sat with a stoic dignity, their faces carved from the same hard Appalachian rock as their homes. To them, this wasn't a trial for murder. It was a trial of survival. They looked at the judge and the jury, not with the eyes of guilty men, but with the weary gaze of soldiers who had fought a long and brutal war, only to be judged by outsiders who had never spent a single night in the trenches. They didn't plead for mercy, because mercy wasn't a currency they understood. The verdicts, when they came, were as messy and complicated as the feud itself. Some men were convicted, sent away to rot in a Frankfurt prison, becoming martyrs to their families. Others, even those known to have pulled a trigger, were acquitted. Witnesses suddenly couldn't remember faces. Juries of local men who had to live in these hollers long after the judge went home delivered verdicts that defied the evidence. The law came to Clay County, but it found that the old codes of silence and clan loyalty were stronger than any prosecutor's argument. In the end, the state declared the feud officially over. The newspapers reported that justice had been served. But was it? For the people who lived it, the court's justice felt hollow. It didn't bring back the dead. For every man sent to prison, another known killer walked free. The trials didn't bring closure. They just forced the hatred underground, where it would simmer for another generation. The law of men had imposed a fragile peace, but the justice of the mountains, a justice of blood for blood, was left unfinished, an angry ghost that would haunt the hollows for years to come. The trials ended, the troops went home, and a quiet, exhausted peace settled over Clay County. The Baker dynasty, once a force that could command a private army and bend the law to its will, crumbled. Without the iron fist of Bad Tom to hold it together, the clans scattered like ashes in the wind. Some of his sons and lieutenants went to prison. Others moved away, changing their names to escape the shadow of their family's bloody reputation. The name that once inspired terror now became a quiet mark of a past best left buried. But the past is never truly buried in these mountains. It just sleeps. If you go to Manchester today, you'll see a modern town. The courthouse that once ran with blood has likely been renovated, its columns scrubbed clean. But if you look closely, the real story is still there. It's in the small, forgotten family cemeteries hidden up in the hollows, where weathered headstones bear the names of young men who didn't die of old age. The dates tell a silent story of a war that history books barely mention. The land itself seems to hold the memory. And if you find an old man sitting on his porch and you ask him about the feuds, you'll see a change in his eyes. The stories are still told, not as history, but as cautionary tales whispered on long winter nights. They'll tell you about Bad Tom, the one-armed king, and how he ruled this county with fear. The official records are sparse, but the oral history, passed down from grandfather to grandson, is rich and terrifying. The name Baker is no longer a threat. It's a legend, a ghost that haunts the local memory. Most of the cars that drive the winding roads of Clay County are just passing through, their drivers unaware of the ghosts that linger in the shade of the trees. But the mountains remember everything. They remember the gun smoke and the screams. The Kentucky River still flows, the same dark water that swallowed the body of Bad Tom Baker, taking his secrets with him. The feud is over, but its echo remains, a permanent part of the landscape, a whisper in the Appalachian wind. So we return to where we began, with the body of Bad Tom Baker sinking into the Kentucky River. Was his story just another bloody chapter in a family feud, born from a stolen pig or a crooked card game? The truth is, it was so much more than that. It was the story of how a man, forged in the fires of isolation and clan warfare, took the ancient mountain code of honor and twisted it into a crown. He wasn't just a feudist, he was a king, and Clay County was his brutal, bloody kingdom. His death wasn't just an act of revenge, it was a regicide, the only way his subjects knew to end a tyrant's reign. The story of the Baker dynasty is a dark mirror held up to the heart of Appalachia. It's a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people, their fierce loyalty, their stubborn pride, and their refusal to bow to any authority but their own. But it's also a terrifying lesson in what happens when that spirit is poisoned by poverty and old hatreds. It shows us how thin the line is between a man protecting his family and a man destroying his community, between justice and vengeance. This isn't just a tale of outlaws and shootouts. It's a story about a forgotten America, a world where the only law that mattered was the law of blood. The men who fought and died in these hills weren't simple villains. They were complex, desperate men, living by the only code they'd ever been taught. Their legacy is a reminder that the past is never as clean or simple as the history books would have us believe. And that is why we must keep these stories alive, pulled from the shadows of the misty hollows. Because they remind us of the fire and the blood that shaped this land, and of the ghosts who still walk here. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on misty nights, when the moon is just a sliver over the Appalachian peaks, the ghost of a red-haired man can be seen wandering the old Cherokee lands. He walks through the ghosts of towns he himself burned to the ground: Chota,
Tellico, Chilhowie, forever hearing the cries of those his campaigns left to starve in the winter cold. This restless spirit, they say, is Arthur Campbell, a man his own people called the Red Fox, a celebrated founder of southwestern Virginia and a protector of the frontier. Was he the necessary guardian of a fledgling civilization, forced into brutal acts to save his kin? Or was he a monster of ambition, who used total war to carve out an empire from the ashes of another people? Today, we're going to untangle the legend from the man. We will follow the trail of the Red Fox, from his capture as a boy to his reign as a political king, to understand how one person could become both a revered pioneer and the eternal, haunting specter of the lands he conquered. To understand the Red Fox, you have to understand the world that made him. The late 1700s in Augusta County, Virginia, was not a place of gentle living. It was the absolute edge of the known world, a raw frontier where life was measured in seasons and survival was a daily struggle. Arthur Campbell was born into this world in 1743, the son of Scots-Irish immigrants. These weren't people who bowed to kings or coastal aristocrats. They were clannish, stubborn, and fiercely independent, and they had pushed into the mountains seeking land that they could hold by the strength of their own hands. This environment was a forge, and it hammered boys into hard men. But for Arthur, the true crucible came when he was just 15 years old. During the French and Indian War, while out on a mission, the boy was captured by a party of Wyandot warriors. For most, this was a death sentence, or a life of brutal servitude. For Arthur Campbell, it became a dark and transformative education. He was taken hundreds of miles away, deep into the Ohio country near the Great Lakes, and for nearly 3 years, he lived as they lived. He wasn't just a captive, he was a student of survival. He learned their languages, he learned to track game and to move through the forest without a sound. But most importantly, he learned their way of war. He saw firsthand the art of the ambush, the psychological terror of the raid, and the supreme value of cunning over brute force. He watched how they used the very landscape as a weapon, melting into the woods like ghosts. These were lessons that could not be taught in any European army. Then, after almost 3 years, he made his escape. It was a harrowing journey, hundreds of miles through a hostile wilderness with nothing but the skills he had learned from his captors. He survived on nuts, roots, and an iron will. The boy who was captured in that mountain pass was gone forever. The one who stumbled back into the Virginia settlements was a young man, but with the cold, ancient eyes of a survivor. He was harder, sharper, and infinitely more dangerous. The wilderness had tried to swallow him whole, and in the process, he had swallowed a piece of it right back. The man who returned from the Ohio wilderness was not the same one who had left. With his shock of red hair and a new, unsettling stillness in his eyes, he quickly earned the nickname that would follow him to the grave, the Red Fox. He settled in the Holston River Valley, a beautiful but dangerous stretch of land that would become the heart of his domain. Here, in a time of relative quiet, the Red Fox built a life. He married Margaret Campbell, a cousin, and together they began to raise a family that would eventually number 13 children. In these years, before the great wars that would define his legacy, Campbell was seen as the quintessential pillar of the frontier community. He was a successful farmer, a surveyor, and a man whose counsel was sought on everything from planting corn to fortifying a cabin against attack. He became a justice of the peace and a captain in the local militia. When there was a dispute between neighbors, they brought it to Arthur Campbell. When a hunting party went missing, it was Arthur Campbell who organized the search. He was the anchor in a sea of uncertainty. His authority came from his experience. The other settlers were brave and tough, but Campbell possessed a deeper, colder knowledge. He understood the forest and the men who moved through it in a way no one else did. He taught his neighbors how to read the signs of an approaching war party, how to fight from behind trees instead of in open lines, and how to think like the enemy.
He was their shield, the man who had been inside the belly of the beast and returned to tell them how to slay it. This was the world the Red Fox built and fought to protect, a fragile collection of cabins and clearings, filled with his kin and his neighbors, all clinging to a precarious existence at the edge of a continent. It was a life built on family loyalty, community dependence, and the constant simmering threat of violence. The love he had for his wife and children, and the fierce paternalistic duty he felt for the people who looked to him for safety, became the driving forces behind every decision he would ever make. Everything that came later, all the fire and the blood, was done to protect this small world he had carved out of the wilderness. But a man forged in such a fire is often left with brittle places. Arthur Campbell's greatest strength, that unyielding will to protect his family and his domain, was inextricably bound to his fatal flaw, an absolute, unshakable belief that his authority was the only authority that mattered. He had survived where others had perished. He had brought order to a land of chaos, and in his mind, this gave him a right to rule. He saw himself not as a leader, but as the patriarch of the entire region, and any challenge to his will was not a simple disagreement. It was a threat to the natural order of things. There's a story that perfectly illustrates this. A few years after the revolution, a new family of settlers arrived with a land grant signed and sealed by the authorities back in Richmond. The tract of land they claimed overlapped with pasture that one of Campbell's sons had been using. By the letter of the law, the new family had the stronger claim. But that was a law made by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away. Campbell summoned the family's patriarch to his home. He didn't shout or threaten. He simply sat the man down and explained, in his quiet, cold way, that the laws of Richmond were a distant whisper in these mountains. The only law that kept families safe from famine or the tomahawk was the law of mutual respect and established order. And in the Holston Valley, he was that order. The new settler, a proud man himself, insisted on his legal rights. Campbell just nodded. Within a week, the man found no one would trade with him at the local mill. His neighbors, loyal to Campbell, suddenly became distant and cold. When one of his cattle went missing, the search party Campbell organized found no trace of it. There was no violence, no open threat, just a slow, suffocating isolation. The family was gone within the month, their legal grant worthless against the silent, absolute power of the Red Fox. For Campbell, this wasn't about a piece of pasture land, it was about precedent. He believed that compromise was weakness, and weakness invited chaos. He could not bend, he could not yield, because to do so would be to admit that some other power, be it the government in Richmond or a rival on the frontier, had a say in the survival of his people. His authority had to be as solid and immovable as the mountains themselves. This towering pride, this inability to brook any rival or share any power, was the crack in his armor. It had served him well when crushing the will of his enemies or intimidating a lone settler. But it was a flaw that was bound to lead him into a conflict he couldn't control with a quiet word or a silent shunning. It would eventually put him face to face with men as proud and as stubborn as himself, and in the unforgiving calculus of the frontier, such a collision could only be settled with fire and blood. The ink on the treaty that ended the revolution was barely dry, but peace never lasts long in the mountains. The new conflict, however, wouldn't be fought with tomahawks and rifles, but with petitions, politics, and the threat of civil war. Just south of Campbell's domain, in the settlements along the Watauga and Nolichucky rivers, a storm was brewing. These lands, technically part of North Carolina, were populated by the same hardened over-mountain men Campbell had fought beside. When North Carolina, in a political move, ceded these western lands to the federal government, the settlers felt abandoned, left without laws or protection. So they did something unthinkable. They did what mountain people have always done when ignored by a distant government. They formed their own. In 1784, they declared themselves an independent state, writing a constitution and electing a governor. They called their new nation the State of Franklin. From his home in the Holston Valley, Arthur Campbell watched this unfold, not as a distant observer, but as a predator watches a rival enter its territory. This wasn't some far-off tax dispute. This was a new center of power, a new government, rising on his very doorstep. For a man whose entire identity was built on being the supreme, unchallenged authority of his region, this was the ultimate affront. The existence of Franklin, led by the popular war hero John Sevier, was a direct challenge to his throne. It siphoned away influence, it offered an alternative to his leadership, and it threatened to make him a secondary figure in the story of the West. It violated the core principle of his being, that in these mountains, his will was law. This new state was a living, breathing rejection of that idea. Campbell's reaction was immediate and visceral, but it wasn't born of simple anger. It was born of pure, cold ambition. A lesser man might have sided with Virginia and tried to crush the upstart state. But the Red Fox saw a different path. His fatal flaw, his absolute belief in his own authority, saw this not as a threat to be destroyed, but as an opportunity to be seized. If there was going to be a new kingdom on the frontier, he would not be its neighbor. He would be its king. He made a fateful choice. He began to scheme, using his vast influence to convince the citizens of his own Washington County, Virginia, to secede from their state and join the state of Franklin. It was a breathtaking act of treason. He was willing to betray the Commonwealth he served, to risk being hanged as a traitor, all for the chance to absorb this new rival power and weld it into a larger domain under his control. This was the point of no return. He had looked upon the challenge to his authority and, driven by his unyielding pride, decided not just to meet it, but to escalate it into an all-or-nothing gamble for absolute power. News of Arthur Campbell's treasonous scheme traveled fast, like a fire in the dry grass of autumn. It didn't take long for it to reach the capital in Richmond and the ears of a man who knew a thing or two about rebellion, Governor Patrick Henry. The governor's response was swift, a letter that was both a velvet glove and an iron fist. He praised Campbell for his past service to Virginia, acknowledging him as a hero of the Revolution. But he also demanded, in no uncertain terms, an explanation for the rumors of secession. It was a calculated move, a political off-ramp offered by one of the most powerful men in the country. It was a chance for the Red Fox to bow, to claim it was all a misunderstanding, and to pull back from the brink without losing face. But Arthur Campbell did not see a lifeline. He saw an insult. Who was Patrick Henry, a man of speeches and cities, to tell him how to govern his mountains? Campbell replied with a letter of his own, a masterpiece of political deflection. He assured the governor of his loyalty to Virginia, while simultaneously arguing for the natural right of frontier people to determine their own governance. He was playing a dangerous double game, trying to placate Richmond with words while continuing his secessionist machinations in secret. He was convinced that the state government was too weak and too distant to stop him. His pride blinded an organized tribe or a local rival. He was challenging the authority of a sovereign state. The warnings didn't just come from Richmond. They came from his own people, from the men who had stood with him at Point Pleasant and shivered through the winter campaigns against the Cherokee. Old allies, men whose loyalty he had never had to question, came to him privately. They spoke not of treason, but of practicality. They warned him that he was splitting the county, pitting families against each other who had once stood united against a common foe. They begged him to reconsider, to find a compromise, to not tear apart the very community he had built with his own hands. Campbell heard their words not as the counsel of friends, but as the whispers of cowards. He saw their caution as a betrayal of the bold, frontier spirit that had won them this land in the first place. He dismissed their concerns, sometimes with a cold stare, sometimes with a sharp reminder of who had led them through the darkest days. Each time an old friend urged him to step back, Campbell pushed them away, convinced they had lost their nerve. His circle of trusted allies began to shrink, replaced by sycophants and hotheads who shared his ambition. He was becoming a general with no army, a king with a shrinking kingdom. Meanwhile, his chief rival, William Russell, seized the opportunity. Russell saw Campbell's treason not just as a danger to Virginia, but as the perfect weapon to finally destroy the Red Fox. He became the leader of the Loyalist faction in Washington County, organizing opposition, holding his own militia musters, and sending a steady stream of reports to Governor Henry, detailing Campbell's every move. The political feud had now escalated into a cold war fought in the cabins and courtrooms of the Holston Valley. Every choice Campbell made to further his secessionist plot only strengthened Russell's hand and drove a deeper wedge into the heart of the community. The Red Fox was walking a path of his own making, and it was narrowing with every stubborn step. A violent collision was no longer a possibility. It was a certainty. The Holston Valley had become a powder keg, and everyone could smell the fuse. Militias were drilling on both sides, the Loyalists under William Russell on one green, and Campbell's secessionists on another. Old friends now crossed the road to avoid each other's gaze. Families were split down the middle. The air was thick with the tension of impending civil war. It was in this moment, with the region teetering on the brink of bloodshed, that Arthur Campbell was given one last clear chance to choose a different path. And it came not from a governor or a rival, but from the one person who knew the man behind the legend. One evening, as he sat alone by the fire, poring over maps and lists of men loyal to his cause, his wife Margaret came to him. She was a strong frontier woman, no stranger to hardship or danger, but he could see a profound weariness in her eyes. She carried no political arguments or legal warnings. She carried the weight of their world. She sat beside him and spoke quietly of the fear she saw growing in the community. She told him of the women who stopped her by the creek, asking if it was true that their husbands and sons would soon have to fight their own neighbors. She didn't speak of Virginia or the state of Franklin. She spoke of their own home, of their own children. She asked him to look at the life they had built, the peace they had earned through so much struggle and loss. Was this ambition, this new title in this new state, worth the blood of the very people they had sworn to protect? Was it worth their own sons having to aim a rifle at a cousin or a childhood friend? It was the most direct plea imaginable, a choice between the abstract lure of power and the tangible reality of the family and community he claimed to be serving. For a long moment, the Red Fox was silent. The firelight played across his face, and in the shifting shadows, one could almost see the war raging within him. He looked at his wife, the mother of his children, the woman who had stood by him through everything. He saw the truth in her words. He saw the precipice, the dark chasm of violence that lay just one step ahead. He could pull back. He could send a rider to Russell, call a truce, and begin the hard work of mending what he had broken. He could choose his family over his pride. But then his eyes hardened. To back down now, after going so far, felt like the ultimate defeat. He pictured William Russell's smug satisfaction. He pictured his authority, the very foundation of his identity, crumbling to dust. In his mind, retreat was not a path to peace. It was an invitation for his enemies to destroy him utterly. He turned to Margaret, and the warmth had gone from his voice. "Peace is bought with strength, Margaret," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "To show weakness now is to lose everything we have ever fought for." With that, he turned back to his maps. The final crossroads had been reached, and Arthur Campbell had consciously, deliberately, chosen the road to war. The day of the reckoning arrived with the cold bite of a late autumn wind. It was court day in Washington County, the one time when all factions were forced to converge on a single point. But this was no day for civil discourse. Two armed camps had formed on the green outside the small log courthouse. On one side stood William Russell and the Virginia Loyalists, a grim line of farmers and militiamen. On the other, his face as hard and unforgiving as the mountains behind him, was Arthur Campbell and his secessionists. The two groups stared at each other across 100 yards of frozen mud, a space that felt as wide and as deep as a grave. The tension was a living thing, a coiled snake in the center of the green. Men clutched their long rifles, their knuckles white. Words were exchanged, first as low mutters, then as angry shouts that were snatched away by the wind. The final spark came when William Russell, determined to assert the authority of Virginia, took a deliberate step toward the courthouse door, his hand raised. He declared Campbell's assembly illegal and ordered the men to disperse in the name of the Commonwealth. For the Red Fox, this was the ultimate challenge, a public stripping of his power, an act he could not possibly tolerate. In that instant, the world seemed to narrow for Arthur Campbell. The shouting, the wind, the faces of his own men, it all faded into a dull roar. The only thing he could see with perfect clarity was William Russell, his rival, the one man who stood between him and absolute control. The sun glinted off the barrel of a rifle somewhere to his left. He felt the familiar cold weight of the horse pistol tucked in his belt, his hand moving toward it with a will of its own, a lifetime of frontier instinct taking over. He had made his decision weeks ago, in the quiet of his own home. This was just the echo. A single sharp report cracked the cold air and the world erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a chaotic close-quarters brawl of smoke and thunder. Flashes of orange powder burst from the two lines as a ragged volley was exchanged. Men didn't charge so much as stumble forward, the roar of muskets and pistols deafening. Through the swirling, acrid smoke, Campbell saw only one thing. Russell, his face a mask of fury, trying to bring order to his panicked men. The two leaders locked eyes across the maelstrom. For a frozen moment, the entire conflict, the struggle for the soul of the frontier, was reduced to these two men. Their hands moved in a blur of practiced motion. A final deafening shot echoed off the log walls of the courthouse, louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had torn a county in two, that had pitted neighbor against neighbor and brother against brother, was suddenly, permanently over. A chilling, unnatural silence fell over the courthouse green, broken only by the moaning of the wind and the groans of a few wounded men. The powder smoke, thick and grey like a mountain fog, began to slowly clear, revealing the terrible tableau. Men from both sides stood frozen, their weapons half lowered, staring in shock not at an enemy, but at the undeniable consequences of their own rage. Arthur Campbell stood alone in the center of it all. He slowly lowered his pistol, the barrel still smoking in the frigid air. He had won. The challenge to his authority had been met and utterly vanquished. But as he looked out at the wreckage of his community, at the faces of men he had known his entire life, now twisted in horror and grief, there was no triumph in his gaze. There was only the cold, empty silence of a king who had just burned his own kingdom to secure his throne. The sharp crack of the final shot was followed by a silence so deep it felt like the world was holding its breath. For a long moment, no one moved. The men on the courthouse green, friends and enemies alike, stood like statues of clay, their faces blank with shock. The Red Fox stood at the center of this frozen tableau, the smoking pistol still heavy in his hand. There was no look of triumph on his face, no flicker of rage or regret. There was only a cold, profound emptiness. The metallic taste of gun smoke filled his mouth. The problem of William Russell had been solved. His instincts, honed over decades of survival, took over. He did not run. He did not surrender. To do either would be to admit he had done something wrong, and in his mind, he had simply restored order. With a slow, deliberate motion that drew every eye, he began to reload his pistol. It was a terrifyingly calm gesture, an unmistakable message to every man on that green. The violence was done, but his capacity for it was not. He was still the most dangerous man in the valley. With his weapon reloaded and tucked back into his belt, he turned his back on the body of his fallen rival. He did not give it a second glance. He looked to his own men, who were staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. His voice cut through the silence. Not a shout, but a low command that carried with its own absolute authority. "See to our wounded," he ordered. "Then disarm the rest of them. Their foolishness is at an end." He was no longer a politician or a rebel. He was a general on a battlefield of his own making, and he was taking control of the field. Without another word, he walked through the stunned crowd. Men, both his own and Russell's, parted before him, their eyes avoiding his. He moved not like a man fleeing a crime, but like a landowner inspecting his property. He reached his horse, swung himself into the saddle, and rode away from the courthouse, leaving behind a community shattered by his actions. His active role in the physical conflict was over. He had gambled everything on a single violent act, and he had won. But as he rode into the cold hills, the end of this road was simply the beginning of another, far more treacherous one. The law of the mountains had been satisfied. Now he would have to face the law of man. The echo of that final gunshot on the courthouse green did not fade. It settled into the soil of Washington County like a poison, contaminating everything it touched. The single act of violence didn't end the conflict. It transformed a political dispute into a blood feud, a wound that would never properly heal. The men who had faced off against each other went home that day, but they did not go home to peace. They carried the ghost of the confrontation with them, and it sat at their dinner tables and whispered to them in their sleep. For the family of William Russell, the world had been turned upside down. They were now a family without a patriarch, their name forever linked to a public violent death at the hands of their greatest rival. Their grief quickly hardened into a cold, simmering hatred that would be passed down like an inheritance. Every Campbell they saw, every mention of the Red Fox name, was a fresh twist of the knife. Their honor demanded a balancing of the scales, a debt that they would wait years, even generations, to collect if they had to. But the wreckage was not confined to one side. Arthur Campbell had won the field, but in doing so, he had isolated his own family. They were now the clan of the killer. Respect was replaced by fear, and friendship was replaced by a cautious, resentful distance. His wife, Margaret, now had to live the very nightmare she had foreseen, facing the accusing eyes of her neighbors, her children growing up under the shadow of their father's violent legacy. They were safe, yes, but they were surrounded by a wall of silent condemnation built by their father's own hands. The grand political dream of secession was dead, drowned in the blood on the courthouse lawn. The state of Franklin, seeing the fratricidal violence, wanted no part of Washington County. Campbell had broken his own community for a prize that no longer existed. The energy of the frontier, once directed outward against the wilderness and external threats, was now turned inward. The project of building a civilization ground to a halt, consumed by suspicion and bitterness. The tragedy of that day wasn't just the death of one man, it was the death of trust. The Red Fox, in his obsessive quest to protect his community's order, had shattered its soul. The news of William Russell's death and the armed insurrection at the courthouse galloped all the way to Richmond, and this time, Governor Patrick Henry could not respond with a mere letter. The Commonwealth of Virginia had been openly defied, its authority challenged by one of its own. A charge of murder was drawn up against Arthur Campbell, and the slow, heavy machinery of the law began to grind its way toward the mountains. But this would be no ordinary trial. It was a clash of two worlds, set to play out in the very log courthouse where the blood had been spilled. The trial was a spectacle of tension. On one side stood the prosecutor from Richmond, a man of books and statutes, who spoke of malice aforethought and seditious conspiracy. He laid out a clear, legalistic case. Arthur Campbell, in his lust for power, had raised a private army, defied the state, and murdered its loyal representative. To the world outside the mountains, the case was open and shut. But the prosecutor wasn't speaking to the world. He was speaking to a jury of 12 grim-faced, known both Campbell and Russell their entire lives. When Arthur Campbell spoke in his own defense, he did not plead or make excuses. He stood before the jury not as a criminal, but as their patriarch, their war leader, explaining a difficult but necessary decision. He didn't speak the language of the law. He spoke the language. He argued that William Russell's actions were a direct threat to the stability and survival of their entire community. He wasn't just a political opponent, he was an agent of chaos. In the unwritten, brutal constitution of the frontier, a direct challenge to the established leader in a time of crisis was a declaration of war. He framed his act not as murder, but as a battlefield necessity, the regrettable but unavoidable removal of a threat to prevent a wider blood. He looked into the eyes of the jurors he had led through fire and snow and silently asked them, "Which law do you truly live by?" The community, and the jury with it, was ripped in two. The Russell clan and their allies saw a cold-blooded murderer on trial and demanded the gallows. But many more saw something else. They saw the Red Fox, the man who had kept their families safe for decades, being judged by a distant, alien set of rules that didn't understand their world. The jurors were caught in an impossible position. To convict Campbell would be to defy the most powerful man they had ever known, a man whose clan could make their lives a living hell. To acquit him would be to sanction a killing and invite the eternal vengeance of the Russell family. In the end, after a tense deliberation, the verdict was read in the silent, crowded courtroom. Not guilty. A gasp went through the room, a mixture of outrage from one side and profound, grim relief from the other. Arthur Campbell simply nodded, his expression unchanging, and walked out a free man. But was justice served? Not by any modern standard. The verdict was not a statement of innocence, it was a verdict of fear and loyalty. It was a declaration that in the Holston River Valley, the law of Virginia was merely a suggestion. The true law was the will of the Red Fox. The court had washed its hands of the matter, but in doing so, it had left the blood debt unpaid, leaving it to fester in the shadows, waiting for a different kind of judgment. William Russell's story, of course, ended on that frozen patch of ground outside the courthouse. He paid the ultimate price in his feud with the Red Fox, his life cut short by a pistol ball. But it would be a mistake to remember him as a simple martyr, a righteous man cut down by an unhinged villain. The truth, as it always is in the mountains, is far more frontier justice. William Russell achieved in death what he could not guarantee in life. His violent, public end became a symbol of Campbell's tyrannical overreach. The sheer brutality of the act horrified the very people Campbell was trying to lead. Any romantic notions of creating a new frontier republic were washed away in the blood of a neighbor. The state of Franklin, witnessing the fratricidal chaos, recoiled from the idea of admitting Campbell's fractured county into their union. The secession movement died right there on the courthouse green alongside the man who had opposed it. So, who truly won that day? Arthur Campbell walked away a free man, but his grand political scheme was left in ashes, and his reputation was forever stained with a kinsman's blood. He had won the personal duel, but lost the political war. William Russell lay in a cold grave, but his cause, the cause of keeping Washington County tethered to Virginia, had triumphed. His death ensured the very outcome he had fought for. It was a messy, unsatisfying, and tragic end for both men, proving that on the frontier, sometimes even the victor loses everything that matters. Arthur Campbell lived for another 2 decades after the trial, a wealthy and powerful old man who died in his bed in 1811. He was, by all accounts, a success. He had built a dynasty, amassed a fortune in land, and outlived nearly all his enemies. But the victory he had secured on the courthouse green was a bitter one, and its poison seeped into the long years that followed. He was no longer the beloved patriarch of the Holston Valley. He was its feared and isolated king, ruling over a kingdom of silent resentment. The community did what mountain communities always do after a deep trauma. They buried it under a blanket of silence. The courthouse shooting was not spoken of in public. It became a dark secret that everyone knew, but no one acknowledged. A ghost at every wedding and funeral. People had to live together, to raise barns and fight fires side by side, so they forced a fragile peace. But the trust was gone. The old bonds of unquestioning loyalty had been severed, and in their place grew a quiet, watchful suspicion. The legacy of that day was carried most heavily by the next generation. The Campbell children inherited their father's land and influence, but also the stain of his name. They had to navigate a world where many of their neighbors saw them not as friends, but as the offspring of a tyrant. The Russell clan, meanwhile, became the keepers of the grudge. The story of William Russell's death became their family's founding myth, a tale of martyrdom that fueled a quiet, patient hatred that would simmer for generations, waiting for any opportunity to settle the score. As the years passed, the world changed around the aging Red Fox. The frontier pushed further west, and the Holston Valley became a more settled, civilized place. New leaders emerged, men who fought their battles in legislative chambers and courtrooms, not with pistols on the lawn. Campbell's brutal personal style of authority became a relic of a bygone era. The very civilization he had bled to establish was now making him obsolete. He had won the right to rule his mountain, but in the end, the mountain had simply grown past him, leaving him a lonely, feared figure, forever haunted by the silence of the community he had broken. If you travel today through the mountains of southwestern Virginia, you can still find the tracks of the Red Fox. The land he claimed is still there, crisscrossed by roads and dotted with towns he never could have imagined. Near the town of Marion, you can find the site of his home, Campbell's Choice. And in the old Royal Oak Cemetery, you can lay a hand on his weathered tombstone. These are the cold, hard facts of his life, carved in stone and written on deeds. But the true ghost of Arthur Campbell doesn't live in the graveyards or the history books. It lives in the whispers. Over the centuries, the man has been consumed by the myth. The stories told about him in the hollows are not about land deals or legislative votes. They are about the uncanny cunning that no ordinary man should possess. The old folks say that during his captivity, he didn't just learn to hunt like the Wyandot. He learned their magic. They say a shaman taught him how to walk between the worlds, to move like a shadow through the woods, and know an enemy's plan before it was even formed. How else, they ask, could he appear from nowhere to strike the Cherokee, or anticipate every move of his political rivals? The darkest legends, of course, are told by the descendants of those he destroyed. They still tell the story of a Cherokee medicine man who laid a curse upon the Red Fox. He decreed that Campbell's spirit would never know peace, but would be forced to wander the ruins of the towns he burned for all eternity, his fiery red hair blazing in the gloom, forever hearing the ghostly cries of the starving and the slain. It is this story that gives the hook its power, the idea that a man's violence could so profoundly scar a landscape that his spirit is forever trapped there. Arthur Campbell is more than a historical figure now. He is a cautionary tale, a boogeyman, a local legend. He is the human face of the brutal bargain that was struck to settle these mountains. His name is whispered to remind children of the darkness that lies in ambition, and to remind adults that the foundations of their peaceful homes are built upon acts of terrible, unforgiving violence. The man is long dead, but his spirit, the embodiment of that ruthless, brilliant and terrifying frontier will, still haunts these mountains. For better or for worse, the shadow of the Red Fox is a part of the land itself. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Sitting here in the long shadow of the mountains, was Arthur Campbell a hero or a villain? The truth is, he was something far more complicated and far more human. He was a founder. He was one of those hard, uncompromising men who carved a civilization out of a wilderness. Such work is never clean. To his people, he was a shield. To the Cherokee, he was a specter of destruction. To his rivals, he was a tyrant. The Red Fox was the human embodiment of the frontier itself, creative and destructive, magnificent and terrible, a force of nature that built a new world by clearing away the old with fire and with fear. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength, his unbending iron will to protect and control his domain, can become the very thing that poisons his soul. That same quality that made him the perfect leader to survive the French and Indian War made him incapable of accepting a political rival in a time of peace. He loved his community so fiercely that when it dared to defy him, he was willing to break it in two rather than bend his own pride. He was a man who looked at the untamed wilderness and saw a home for his children, and was willing to commit any sin to secure it. He looked at a rival and saw not a neighbor with a different opinion, but a threat that had to be eliminated. His story is a timeless, tragic lesson written into the very bedrock of these mountains, a reminder that the line between a protector and a predator is often nothing more than a single, irrevocable choice made in a moment of anger. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Red Fox, a man who built a kingdom for his family, but loved his own crown just a little bit more. On a frigid December night in 1831, deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a man named Charlie Silver vanished from his one-room cabin. When the search party arrived, they found his body dismembered, burned in the hearth, and buried beneath the floorboards. His killer was his 18-year-old wife, Frankie. The newspapers screamed of a jealous monster who butchered her husband with an axe. But under the laws of that time, Frankie Silver was forbidden from speaking a single word in her own defense at trial. So what really happened in that isolated cabin? Was this the cold-blooded act of a she-devil, or was it the desperate last stand of a terrified girl with no other way out? To understand what happened, you have to understand the world they lived in. This wasn't a town. It wasn't even a settlement. This was the raw, untamed heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the early 1830s, a place carved from rock and hardship. Their home was a single-room log cabin perched in a lonely hollow near the rushing waters of the Tow River. The wind didn't just whistle through the gaps in the logs, it moaned. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a green cage, beautiful and deadly, that cut you off from the rest of the world. Life in that cabin was a relentless battle for survival. Their entire universe was contained within those 4 log walls, with a dirt floor under their feet and a stone hearth that was the center of their existence. It was where they cooked, where they slept, and where they found their only defense against the bone-deep cold of a mountain winter. It was a place of immense intimacy, but also a place with nowhere to hide, where every frustration and every dark thought had no room to escape. Charlie Silver was just 19, but he was a man of the woods. He lived by his rifle and his traps, often disappearing for days at a time into the deep forest, chasing deer or checking his lines for beaver and fox. He was young, strong, and restless, a man who understood the language of the wilderness far better than the quiet, contained life of a husband and father. He was the one who brought the outside world and the meat for their table back to that isolated cabin. And in that cabin was Frankie. At 18, she was already a wife and a mother to their 1-year-old daughter, Nancy. While Charlie roamed the mountains, her world shrank to the size of that single room. Her days were measured by the cry of her baby, the crackle of the fire, and the deafening silence of the hollows. That kind of isolation can do strange things to a person. It can sharpen your fears until they have a razor's edge, and it can make the 4 walls of your home feel like a tomb. You can imagine their life was a cycle of hard work, long waits, and the brief, simple relief of reunion. The smell of wood smoke, the sound of an axe splitting firewood, the sight of Charlie returning through the trees with game slung over his shoulder. This was their ordinary life. This was the world they had built, fragile as it was. But the winter of 1831 was coming, and it carried a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. The conflict that ended Charlie Silver's life didn't begin that December night. Its seeds were planted generations before in the very soil of those mountains. You have to remember who these people were. They were the descendants of Scots-Irish pioneers, a people known for their fierce independence and their stubborn refusal to bow to anyone. They hadn't been given this land, they had tamed it. They had wrestled a living from the rocky hillsides, fighting the woods, the winters, and sometimes each other for every acre. This land held memories of blood. It was not a peaceful place. Many of their grandfathers had been over-mountain men, the frontier riflemen who fought with brutal efficiency in the Revolutionary War. They learned a hard lesson in those days, that the only law you can truly count on is the one you enforce yourself. That belief seeped into the ground and rose up like a mountain mist. They distrusted authority from distant towns like Morganton. They settled their own disputes, often with a fist or a rifle, and they kept their secrets locked tight within the family. To be a Silver in that part of the country meant something. They were known as a hardy clan of hunters and trappers, men who knew the mountains like the back of their own calloused hands. They were proud, quick-tempered, and not to be crossed. A Silver man was expected to be the master of his domain, whether that was 100 acres of woodland or the 4 walls of a one-room cabin. It was a heavy legacy for a young man like Charlie to carry, a pressure to be tough, to be in control, to never show weakness. Frankie came from the Stewart clan, people just as tough and rooted in the mountains as the Silvers. But when she married Charlie, she crossed a line. She became a Silver. In that world, a woman's identity was tied completely to her husband. Her reputation was his reputation. Her duty was to him. This wasn't a partnership of equals. It was a hierarchy as old and as unyielding as the mountains themselves. Frankie wasn't just an isolated wife. She was an outsider who now lived under the formidable shadow of the Silver name. In a place this isolated, the only thing that traveled faster than a winter storm was a rumor. And the air around the Silver cabin had grown thick with them. The community wasn't just a collection of distant neighbors. It was a web of eyes and ears. Every family was connected by blood, marriage, or shared hardship, and they all kept a close watch on one another. The 2 most watchful sets of eyes belonged to Charlie's father, Jacob, and his brother, John. The Silvers looked after their own, and from the start, they viewed Frankie, the Stewart girl, with a certain suspicion. They saw her as the outsider who had taken one of their boys. Whispers followed Charlie Silver when he came down from the mountains. Some said he had a temper that could flare up like a flash flood, especially when he'd been drinking. Stories of arguments that echoed through the hollow, of a young man growing restless and bitter with the heavy burdens of a wife and child were passed from cabin to cabin. These weren't necessarily malicious tales. They were just observations, the way mountain people took the measure of a man. But each story added another thread to a net that was slowly tightening around that little cabin. The most poisonous rumor of all was that Charlie was planning to leave, not just for a long hunt, but for good. The story went that he'd been saving money and that he planned to take their daughter, Nancy, and head west, where a man could start over. Some versions of the rumor even gave his plan a name, another woman waiting for him somewhere down the trail. For a young wife like Frankie, alone and entirely dependent on her husband, this wasn't just gossip, it was a death sentence. You have to understand, these whispers weren't just idle talk. In a world built on honor and reputation, they were stones being thrown. Frankie would have felt their impact every day. A neighbor who wouldn't quite meet her eye. A sudden silence when she approached a group of women at the creek. The air in that community was charged with unspoken judgments and hidden tensions long before Charlie disappeared. The isolation of her cabin became a social quarantine, leaving her trapped with her fears and a husband who, the whispers said, was ready to abandon her. So when that fateful December arrived, the stage was already set. This wasn't a sudden storm breaking over a clear sky. This was the culmination of months of pressure building up behind a cracking dam. The Silver clan was watching, the neighbors were whispering, and inside that one-room cabin, a silent, bitter war was being waged. The mountains have a way of talking to those who know how to listen, and in the weeks leading up to that Christmas, they were screaming. The old folks would later say the winter of 1831 came on with an unnatural bitterness, a cold that felt personal, like a premonition. They said the screech owls cried from the ridges with a sound that wasn't just a call, but a shiver looking for a spine to run down. In the folklore of those hills, a screech owl calling near a home was a death warning, a sign that a soul was about to be claimed. And the owls, they say, were crying nightly over the silver cabin. But the most dangerous omen wasn't in the sky. It was sitting across the hearth. Charlie Silver had become a stranger in his own home. The restlessness that had always been part of him had curdled into something darker. He was a caged animal, pacing the confines of his small life, and his eyes were fixed on the distant promise of the West. Every mention of leaving, every coin he saved and hid away, wasn't just a plan, it was a threat. His presence in the cabin was no longer a comfort for Frankie, but a constant, grinding source of tension. He was the human catalyst, the walking, breathing prophecy of the disaster to come. And Frankie felt it. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, a cold knot that had nothing to do with the winter chill. She would stand in the doorway of the cabin with baby Nancy on her hip and look out at the woods. The familiar trees now seemed to cast long, grasping fingers of shadow. The wind whistling through the hollow sounded like it was whispering a warning she couldn't quite understand. It was a suffocating sense of dread, the feeling you get when you're standing on a precipice in the dark. She couldn't have known what was about to happen, but she knew with every fiber of her being that her world was about to be torn apart. The night of December 22nd, 1831, arrived cold and clear. Inside the silver cabin, the fire in the hearth would have been battling the bitter chill, casting flickering shadows that danced on the rough-hewn log walls. The baby, Nancy, was asleep, and in that suffocating little room, the final act began. We will never know the exact words that were spoken between Frankie and Charlie. The fire was the only witness, and it keeps its secrets. But we know that a line was crossed, a point from which there could be no retreat. Perhaps it happened just as the prosecution later claimed. Charlie, his mind set on a new life in the West, finally told her. Maybe he said it calmly, maybe he said it cruelly. He was leaving. He was taking the money they had scraped together. And most devastating of all, he was taking their daughter. For Frankie, this would have been a declaration of war, a sentence of slow starvation and disgrace in the wilderness. In that moment, he ceased to be her husband and became the man who was going to steal her child and destroy her world. Or maybe the mountain legend is true. Maybe Charlie came home that night not with a plan, but with a bottle's worth of rage inside him. Maybe an argument over nothing exploded into violence. The legend whispers that he threatened Frankie, that he even threatened to harm the baby. In this version, Frankie wasn't a woman scorned, she was a mother protecting her young. He wasn't a man with a dream of the West. He was a drunken monster who had brought the terror of the outside world into the one place she was supposed to be safe. Whichever story is true, the result was the same. A final, unbearable choice was forced upon Frankie Silver. And in that cabin, there was a tool. It was an axe. It was not a weapon of murder. It was an instrument of survival, used every single day to split the firewood that kept them from freezing to death. It was a familiar weight in a woman's hands. As Charlie turned his back, or as he fell into a drunken, snoring sleep by the fire, Frankie's hand closed around that smooth, worn handle. The decision was made. The argument was over. The whispers and the fears of the past months all converged into one single, terrible point of focus. The firelight glinted on the polished steel of the axe head. The sound of her own heart was likely a deafening drum in her ears. In the silence that followed the last angry word, she lifted the tool that had kept her family alive, and in the next moment, she would use it to end her husband's life. The first drops of blood were about to fall. We must now step into that cabin, into the moment after the axe has fallen. There was no scream. There was only a dull, wet thud that was nothing like the sound of splitting firewood. It was a soft, final sound. And then, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow the crackle of the fire itself. In that instant, the world stopped. Charlie Silver lay still on the floor, a dark stain spreading slowly from his head into the packed earth. The argument was over. The threats were silenced. And a new, more terrible reality had begun. Imagine the scene. The firelight flickers, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. The baby, Nancy, stirs in her sleep, but does not wake. For Frankie, this must have been a moment of pure, frozen terror. The man who had been her husband, the father of her child, was now just a body. An impossible problem. He was too heavy to move, too large to bury in the frozen winter ground. To leave him was to be discovered instantly. And in that small, isolated space, a desperate, gruesome plan began to form in the mind of a terrified 18-year-old girl. What followed was not an act of rage, but a feat of horrific, back-breaking labor. In the long, cold hours of that December night, Frankie Silver, a small woman by all accounts, began the task of dismantling her husband's body. She used the same tools they used for survival, the axe that had killed him, the knives they used for skinning deer. This was not the work of a monster reveling in gore. It was the frantic mechanical work of someone trying to erase a terrible truth, to make a man disappear. The only witness was the fire in the hearth. That fire, which had been the heart of their home, the source of warmth and life, now became a hungry mouth. Piece by piece, she fed the flames. The smoke that curled up the chimney and out into the cold mountain air would have changed, growing heavy and greasy, carrying a secret that would stain the very stones of the fireplace. The smell in that cabin must have been unimaginable, the air thick with the evidence of her work. Some parts would not burn. For these, she pried up the heavy puncheon floorboards of her own home. She dug into the cold, damp earth beneath the cabin and buried what the fire could not consume. With every handful of dirt she replaced, she was turning her home into a grave, a tomb sealed by her own hands. The pools of blood seeped down between the logs, a silent testament to the slaughter that had occurred just a few feet above. According to the stories, one piece was treated differently. The heart. It wasn't burned or buried with the rest. It was hidden away separately, found later in a hollowed-out stump near the cabin. Why? Was this a final symbolic act of hatred? Or was it something else, a moment of confusion in a mind pushed past the edge of sanity? We will never know. It remains one of the most chilling and inexplicable details of the entire affair. As the first grey light of dawn crept over the mountain ridges, the work was finally done. The fire smoldered with a strange, unnatural heat. The floorboards were back in place. From the outside, the cabin looked just as it always had, a lonely puff of smoke rising into the winter sky. But inside, everything had changed. Frankie Silver was alone with her child, and a secret that was buried in the ashes and under the floor, a secret that could never be contained. Let us, for a moment, try to do what the court never could. Let's try to step inside the mind of Frankie Silver in those terrifying hours. This is not to excuse what she did, but to understand the mechanics of how a human being can arrive at such a brutal act. What switch flips in a person's mind to turn a wife and mother into a killer who could dismember her husband by the light of their own hearth fire? Let's first walk the path the prosecution laid out, the path of the jealous monster. In this version, her mind was a pressure cooker of resentment and fear. The core of her logic was twisted but simple. He is going to destroy me. In her world, a woman abandoned by her husband, her child stolen away, was a non-person. She would be an object of pity and scorn, left to starve or depend on the charity of relatives who already saw her as an outsider. Charlie's plan to go west wasn't just a betrayal, it was an act of annihilation. The switch flipped the moment his threat became real.
The instant he said the words, he ceased to be her husband and became a mortal enemy who had to be stopped. What followed was not a crime of passion, but an act of ice-cold logic. The dismemberment, then, was not a frenzy. It was a problem to be solved. A grim, terrible task performed with the methodical efficiency of a woman who had spent her entire life learning how to survive in the wilderness. But there is another path, the one whispered in the mountains. The path of the terrified victim. Here, the logic is not twisted. It is primal. He is going to kill my child. In this scenario, Charlie is not a man with a plan, but a drunken, violent force of nature. The switch flips the instant his rage turns towards the baby's crib. In that second, all thought of wife, husband, law, and future vanishes. There is only the mother animal, cornered in her den, protecting her young from a predator. The axe is not a tool of murder. It is a fang, a claw, a desperate act of defense. What happens next is not cold calculation, but pure, shrieking panic. The dismemberment is a frantic, horrifying attempt to hide what she has done, driven by the certain knowledge that no one will ever believe her. She isn't trying to erase a man. She's trying to erase a moment of justifiable terror that she knows will be her death sentence. After the deed was done, did she feel triumph, relief, or a chilling, bottomless emptiness? If she was the jealous killer, she might have felt a grim sense of victory, the quiet of a problem solved, quickly replaced by the cold fear of discovery. If she was the abused wife, she would have felt nothing but a hollow, ringing terror, a mind shattered by what she'd been forced to do. Only Frankie knew which path she walked in her own mind. And that is the most terrifying part of all. In the days that followed, an unnatural quiet settled over the silver cabin. It was the silence of a secret. Frankie moved like a ghost through the small room, tending to the baby, stoking the fire, sweeping the dirt floor with a frantic energy. To any neighbor who might pass, she would have looked like a woman waiting for her husband to return from a long hunt. But inside, the air was thick with what was missing. Every creak of the logs, every cry from the baby, must have sounded like an accusation. The outside world soon came knocking. First came the questions, casual at first. Seen Charlie? Frankie had her stories ready, but they shifted like smoke. To one person, she'd say he'd gone off on a long hunting trip and was overdue. To another, she'd let slip a more bitter tale, that he'd taken the money they had saved, abandoned her and the child, and run off to the west. The stories didn't match, and in a community where every detail was noted and remembered, these contradictions were like cracks appearing in a frozen river. Her fight for survival had become a performance. She had to play the part of the wronged wife, worried but also resentful. She had to manage her grief, her fear, and her lie all at once, under the constant, watchful gaze of the community. Little Nancy was her anchor, the living reason for what she had done. But the child was also a constant reminder of the man who was gone, making the charade that much harder to maintain. But Charlie's family, especially his father Jacob and his brother John, they weren't buying it. They knew Charlie. He was a skilled woodsman, yes, but he was also a silver. He wouldn't just vanish without a word, leaving his rifle and his dogs behind. Abandoning his family was one thing, but leaving his hunting tools was something else entirely. It was a detail that was fundamentally wrong, a note so out of tune it made their teeth ache. Their suspicion grew from a quiet unease into a certainty. Something terrible had happened to their boy. So they started the hunt. It wasn't a formal posse of lawmen, not at first. It was the clan, the family, taking matters into their own hands. They gathered their neighbors and began to search the woods, the creeks, the ravines around the cabin. Days turned into a week. They found no tracks, no sign of a hunting camp, no trace of a man lost in the wilderness. And with every failed search, all eyes turned back to the one place every trail led,
the little log cabin where Frankie Silver waited with her shifting stories and a fire that never seemed to go out. The hunt for a missing man was about to become a search for a body. The moment the first piece of Charlie Silver's body was pulled from beneath the cabin floor, the whispers in the community turned into a roar. A line was drawn in the dirt, as clear and deep as the Tow River itself. You were either for the Silvers or you were for the Stewarts. There was no middle ground, no place for neutrality. The murder of one man had become a war between two clans, and every single person in that part of the mountains was forced to choose a side. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these places became the tense gathering points for the factions. The Silver camp was loud, fueled by righteous fury and raw grief. Charlie was their son, their brother, their friend. They told the story of a cold-blooded she-devil who had lured their boy to his doom. Neighbors who had hunted with Charlie, men who owed Jacob Silver a favor, and those who simply believed in the old law of an eye for an eye, they all stood with the Silvers, their voices demanding justice, which to them meant a rope. On the other side, the Stewart clan circled the wagons. Frankie was their daughter, their blood. They may have been horrified, they may have been confused, but they would not abandon one of their own to the mercy of the Silvers. Their camp was quieter, more watchful. Their loyalty gave rise to a powerful conspiracy of silence. Many people knew Charlie had a temper. Many had heard the rumors of his planned abandonment, but who would dare speak of it now? To defend Frankie, even to suggest there might be another side to the story, was to paint a target on your own back. The Silvers were a powerful family, and their anger was a dangerous fire. Fear became a currency, and silence was the only way to stay safe. This division wasn't just abstract, it played out in small, defining actions. Frankie's own mother and brother were immediately suspected of helping her, of choosing the loyalty of blood over the law of men. A neighbor who might have seen them near the cabin that night would have looked the other way, his silence a shield for himself and an alibi for them. In contrast, another neighbor, seeing the greasy smoke pouring from the chimney for days, finally worked up the courage to tell Jacob Silver his suspicions. That act wasn't just sharing information, it was a public declaration of allegiance, a brave or foolish step, depending on who you asked. The community had fractured, turning lifelong friends into wary strangers and neighbors into potential enemies. After the verdict, Frankie Silver was a dead woman walking. But her family, the Stewart clan, refused to accept it. To them, the trial in Morganton had been a farce, a piece of legal theater orchestrated by the Silvers. Justice wasn't a blindfolded woman with a scale, it was a rope with a noose, and it was meant for their daughter. So her father, Isaiah, and her uncle concocted a desperate plan born from love and defiance. One night, a set of boys' clothes was smuggled into Frankie's cell. She was a small woman, and with her hair cut short, she could pass. They broke her out of the Morganton jail, and she vanished into the night. The Blue Ridge Mountains that had cradled her in her youth now became her last, best hiding place. With her father as her guide, Frankie fled back into the familiar labyrinth of ridges and hollows. They moved like ghosts, following game trails and creek beds, sleeping in caves and thickets. For a short, breathless time, she was free. She was no longer Frankie Silver, the convicted killer. She was just a boy, lost in the woods, a shadow among shadows. The mountains, which had been her cage, were now her sanctuary, their ancient silence her only shield. But back in the flatlands, a firestorm of rage had erupted. A posse was formed, led by the sheriff, but fueled by the cold fury of the Silver clan. They would not be cheated of their justice. A reward was posted, a substantial sum of money that echoed through the hills and hollows. It was a poison seed planted in the heart of the community. Suddenly, every neighbor, every old family friend had a price tag on their loyalty. The hunt for Frankie Silver became a hunt for gold. The chase was a desperate game of cat and mouse played out across miles of unforgiving terrain.
The posse had numbers and dogs, but Frankie and her father had knowledge. They knew the secret paths, the places a stranger would never find. For days, they eluded capture, living off the land, always moving. You can just imagine the terror of it, the constant listening for the baying of hounds on the wind, the fear of a snapped twig giving away their position, the exhaustion that ground them down day by day. Finally, starving and exhausted, they were forced to seek help. They made their way across the county line into Rutherford, to the home of a family they thought they could trust. They took in the weary old man and the quiet, haunted-looking boy with him. For a moment, there was warmth, a hot meal, a chance to rest. But Frankie could not disguise her eyes. They were the one part of her that told her true story. The family recognized her, and the lure of the reward money was too strong. A quiet message was sent. The moment of capture wasn't a fierce firefight in the woods. It was a quiet, sickening betrayal. The sheriff and his men simply walked into the cabin. There was no struggle. Frankie, exhausted and cornered, knew the game was over. She had been run to ground not by the lawman's skill, but by a neighbor's greed. The mountains had given her a brief, wild freedom, but in the end, it was the people who lived among them who sealed her fate. The trial of Frankie Silver in March of 1832 was not a search for truth. It was a public spectacle. You have to picture the Morganton courthouse. It wasn't a sterile, quiet chamber of law. It was a tinderbox packed with bodies, smelling of wet wool and simmering hatred. Armed guards stood at the doors, not just to keep the prisoner in, but to keep the community from tearing itself apart. On one side of the room sat the Silver clan, their faces carved from stone, their eyes burning with a demand for vengeance. On the other side, huddled together, were the Stuarts, silent and grim, watching their world crumble. And in the middle of it all sat Frankie Silver. She was a small, silent figure, almost a child, swallowed up by the heavy machinery of the law. The most brutal fact of her trial was not the evidence against her, but the gag that the law itself had placed over her mouth. Under the legal customs of that time, an accused person could not testify in their own defense. She was a ghost at her own trial, forced to listen as lawyers and witnesses constructed the story of her life and her crime, while she was forbidden to speak a single word. She could not confirm, she could not deny, she could not explain. The prosecution had an easy task. The lawyer laid out the evidence piece by horrifying piece. He presented the bone fragments from the hearth, the blood-soaked earth from beneath the floorboards, the testimony of the searchers. He painted a simple, damning picture of a jealous, monstrous woman who had butchered her husband in a fit of rage because he planned to leave her. It was a story that was clean, brutal, and easy for a jury to understand. What could her lawyers do? They were hamstrung, fighting a ghost story with a mountain of physical evidence. They could argue points of law, they could question the witnesses, but they could not put their client on the stand to tell her side of the story. They couldn't tell the jury about Charlie's temper or about a potential threat to the baby, because the only person who could testify to that was legally silenced. They were fighting a fire with their bare hands. The verdict, when it came, was no surprise. The jury barely had to deliberate. The word guilty echoed in the tense courtroom. A wave of grim satisfaction rolled through the Silver side of the room. On the Stuart side, there was only the quiet devastation of the inevitable. The judge, his duty clear, sentenced Frances Silver to be hanged by the neck until she was dead. The law of men had spoken. The formal process of justice, as understood by the courts in Morganton, was complete. But looking at that small, muzzled woman being led away in chains, one has to ask the question that has haunted these mountains ever since. Was justice actually served? Or was it simply the final formal act of a tragedy whose ending had already been written in blood and ashes? The day Frankie Silver was hanged, a heavy silence fell over Morganton. The spectacle was over. But for the families involved, the story was just entering its next, long chapter. For the Silvers, the verdict was not a victory.
and the execution was not a release. They had their justice, their eye for an eye, but it didn't bring Charlie back. The horror of his death became a dark stone in the foundation of their family, a cautionary tale whispered to future generations about the dangers of marrying an outsider. The name Frankie Silver became a curse in their homes, a synonym for the ultimate betrayal. The justice they had won felt as cold and empty as a winter grave. For Frankie's family, the Stewarts, the shame was a poison that seeped into the ground they walked on. They were now the kin of a convicted killer, the first woman ever hanged in North Carolina. They bore the weight of her crime in every sideways glance at the general store, in every conversation that stopped when they approached. Her father, Isaiah, who had risked everything to break her out of jail, was a broken man. He lived out his days under a cloud of grief and suspicion. The family that had been proud and independent was now marked, forced to live with the consequences of an act they did not commit, but could never escape. And what of the child at the heart of it all? Little Nancy Silver was now an orphan, her legacy a horror story. Her mother had murdered her father. She was raised by relatives, growing up in the shadow of a tragedy she was too young to remember, but could never outrun. She was the living, breathing embodiment of that terrible night, a constant reminder of the blood that connected the two feuding families. Her life would be forever defined by the actions of her parents, a quiet testament to the innocent lives that are shattered in the wake of such violence. In the wider community, a collective amnesia began to set in. The story was too ugly, the divisions it created too deep. To heal, the community had to forget. People stopped talking about Frankie Silver. Her name was scrubbed from polite conversation. The brutal murder, the sensational trial, the dramatic escape, it was all pushed down, buried under the relentless demands of survival. The scar on the community was deep, and the only way to live with it was to pretend it wasn't there, to cover it with a thick blanket of silence. But in the mountains, stories don't die. They just go to sleep, waiting for the right voice to wake them up again. And what is left of this story today? If you go looking for the physical traces of Frankie Silver, you will find mostly ghosts. The one-room cabin is long gone, its logs rotted back into the earth, reclaimed by the deep woods of the Tow River Valley. The forest has swallowed it whole, erasing the scar from the land, but not from the memory. The exact spot where the gallows stood in Morganton is a matter of debate, likely a paved street corner or a parking lot now, a place people pass every day without knowing they are walking over ground that was once consecrated by a terrible and public death. You will not find a tombstone for Frankie Silver. After the hanging, her body was likely given to her father, who buried her in an unmarked grave, perhaps in the family plot, perhaps at a lonely crossroads, as was the custom for those who died in disgrace. The exact location is a secret that died with him. In a way, this lack of a final resting place is her most fitting memorial. It has allowed her to become more than a historical figure. She is a legend, a ghost without a home, a whisper that still haunts the hollows. But the most powerful echo isn't in a place, it's in the people. The Silvers and the Stewarts still live in those mountains. For over a century, the two families lived in a state of tense silence, the memory of the murder a deep, uncrossable chasm between them. But in recent decades, the descendants of both Frankie and Charlie, many of them descended directly from their orphaned daughter Nancy, have begun to come together. They hold joint reunions, not to forget the tragedy, but to finally acknowledge their shared, tangled, and bloody roots. They are living proof that the wounds of the past, even the deepest ones, can eventually begin to heal. And yet, the most enduring monument to this entire tragedy is not made of stone or of flesh and blood. It is made of words and a simple, haunting melody. The ballad of Frankie Silver, whether it was her confession or her father's creation, became her true headstone. It escaped the mountains and was carried across the country by folk singers and storytellers. The ballad is what kept her story alive, ensuring that even when the community tried to bury it in silence, her name would never truly be forgotten. The people tried to move on, the buildings fell, and the graves were lost, but the mountains remember. And in the quiet hollows, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of that lonesome, tragic song. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing in the cold ashes of that 1831 cabin. Was Frankie Silver a cold-blooded monster of jealousy? Or was she a terrified victim of abuse who made a desperate last stand? The honest answer is that we will never know. The law of her time did not care about her reasons, her fears, or her side of the story. It cared only about the horrifying evidence found under her floorboards. Because she was legally forbidden to speak, we are left forever with two competing ghosts: the ghost of a brutally murdered man and the ghost of his wife's untold truth. The official record calls her a killer. The mountain legend calls her a victim. The reality is buried with her in that unmarked grave, and it will remain there forever. This story, then, is more than just a grim tale of murder. It is a profound and chilling lesson about the power of a voice and the terrible consequences of silence. Frankie Silver was silenced by the law, but an entire community was silenced by fear and by a fierce clan loyalty that chose sides instead of seeking truth. Her story warns us what happens when justice becomes a synonym for vengeance, and when a person's humanity is stripped away until they are nothing more than the sum of their worst possible act. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the immense weight of the past in these mountains, and how a single act of violence can send ripples of grief and division down through the generations. The court of men gave its verdict. The whispers of the mountains gave another. And now, you have heard the evidence, the rumors, and the legends that surround one of Appalachia's darkest and most enduring tragedies. The truth itself is lost to the wind that blows through the Tow River Valley. But the story, the warning, the mystery, the sorrow of it all, that story is now yours to keep. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.